Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Patriot Time Card. Joining with me today will be Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we have another great day of Chinese League of Legends.
Yeah, we certainly do, Pastry Time. There are some big matches today, and probably arguably one of the biggest is the first LGD taking on Snake.
Yeah, so I'm going to hop in and check out LGD's team right now. There's Acorn sitting, of course, in the starting position like he has been, or split actually. They have moved in Flame every now and then. Most of the games he's actually played as well. It's close to an even split of 50-50, and Acorn has looked very good on this team.
Yeah, Acorn definitely has looked good on the team. He looks like more of a team contributor. It looks like that's what LGD needs, as opposed to, I guess, maybe Flame's individual prowess. But if you go down this line, they are a very good team across the board. You'd say maybe the weakness in the jungle position with TBQ struggling a little bit to find a champion pool, but apart from that, Imp, PYL, Wayless, all performing very well.
Yeah, I mean, Imp has had a bit of a rough day yesterday, but has been playing very well for his team for the most part. And PYL, really the brains of the operation as far as LGD are concerned. When he's doing what he wants to do and playing League how he likes to play, his team just looks fantastic.
Yeah, certainly doing, especially on a champion like the Thresh, like the Janna, able to get around the map and impact plays. He really does look like the guy that they rely on a lot, but this Snake lineup kind of came out of nowhere, and they've been taking the LPL by storm.
Yeah, they really have, just kind of coming out and winning so many games. They're currently sitting at third in the ladder, been close to first or in second here. We're going to take a look at their lineup now as well. Great team. They've just, again, looked stellar since they started here. And this man was the man that everybody wanted to talk about.
Yeah, it certainly was. And we were expecting a little bit, I guess, more carry potential coming out of Flandre. But he has stuck to the tanks, has stuck to the team fighters. And you see a lot of Na, a lot of Maokai, and they're just doing his job well.
Yeah, and Beast, possibly the best performing jungler in the LPL so far as well. Insane KDA for a jungler. And he's just been playing so much utility. His Nunu especially is a treat to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is. But you have to worry, I guess, with the new patch, what Beast does play. Because we've been seeing the Nunu get hit. And, of course, a couple of his other champions got a little bit of a nerf in this one. So I think that's a question mark for Beast coming through and really does need to be answered on this patch.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Snake has not played on 5.4 yet, at least in the LPL, and we obviously shifted to that patch yesterday. So lots of questions here for a team like Snake, because when they play their game, they look very good, but when they don't, they look a little lost, and Beast has been a big factor, but their mid laner, Bucket, has to be the biggest flag here.
Yeah, he certainly does, and once again, another person impacted by the patch. That Azir has been taken away now that 5.4 is in. Xerath still is Xerath, and will, of course, have to be a force to be reckoned with when you talk about Barco, but he is very consistent across the board, plays a very controlled style of League of Legends, and has looked impressive in both peeling and offensive roles.
Yeah, just kind of sets up for his teammates. Crystal especially is often the recipient of a lot of Snake's hard work, especially the early game from Beast, and Bucket just kind of sits there playing a very strong secondary carry role. But, you know, he's been playing a little bit of Victor, I think. He's been mixing it up slightly, but nothing has come close to his Azir or his Xerath.
Yeah, certainly not. His prowess on those two champions in particular are just fantastic, and we mentioned the AD carry role. Crystal has really arrived into the LPL scene, and AD carry, they're willing to put him in a position where he is the solo carry. They even put a McHale's on their Nunu and just went absolutely off. So I think that Crystal, he's bought out the Kog'Maw, he's bought out the Draven, Kalista as well. He has this, I guess, hyper carry champion pool, and they are using it to build teams.
Yeah, he was an old school Tristana player as well before the rework, and no one's really picked her up since. But yeah, Crystal's always been the center point for his team. Snake are one of the few LPL teams that have picked up the Juggernaut comp that was popularized by the GE Tigers in Korea, and probably the best looking team in the LPL when they play that comp. So that's another consideration here as well.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it's funny because Crystal, once again, great hyper carry comp, player, so it suits him. But I think it's actually their mid laner that plays the Juggernaut comp better than anyone, because likes to play wave clearing, utility-based mid laners, able to, I guess, stall out the game for those three items. And we've seen as soon as Crystal gets there, even if they're 10,000 gold behind, they can close deficits very quickly.
Yeah, it definitely suits him as a style that kind of forces the enemy team to team fight you, which is where Snake look at their strongest. I guess for me, the issue with Barker is, again, Lulu is fine, but not exceptional. And this is the thing. You can kind of get away with maybe playing some utility champions like Lulu just because you don't need to do as much work. But if he's ever put in a position where he has to carry again, things just look awkward, because even his Lulu in that comp they played didn't look that good.
No, it didn't look fantastic. I think that whilst Barker's play doesn't look fantastic mechanically, it technically is very sound. And what I mean by that, his ability to be able to read where he needs to be on the map, ability to be able to be patient on the map. He's not over aggressive when he doesn't have to be, is willing to play that secondary carry role. So I like him on that kind of composition. But as you said, the champion itself didn't look fantastic.
Yeah, and so we'll have to see what Snake get up to here as LGD and Snake will kick off their first draft. 2 quick bans already by LGD. Nunu and Lulu banned out, so no Nunu for Beast, and likely no Juggermore as we got Rumble and LeBlanc, the first 2 bans for Snake.
Yeah, certainly very quick ban phase so far, and that is the Juggermore comp dead in the water. There is nothing else you can play it with. As soon as you take away the Lulu, just throws a spanner in the works, because that speed up is so integral to being able to get Juggermore to do all that damage. And I guess Nunu, whilst also fitting into that comp, is something that we've just seen Beast play so much, and he really does counter jungle very heavily when he has that champion, and I don't blame LGD for wanting TBQ to be a little bit freer in that area.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's been a common ban against Beast in general since he started in the LPL. There's the Xerath ban as well, so good homework done here by LGD. Clearly know what they want to ban out here. And Snake, again, it's a new Snake on 5.4. They're one of the first teams to really figure out the last patch. I feel like 5.1 especially was their patch here, but we'll have to see what happens. Ari gets banned as the last one for Snake, and Rek'Sai immediately goes over to TBQ.
Yeah, so TBQ grabbing Rek'Sai over Vi, which is something that he's performed very, I guess, I'm not going to say well, but much better on Vi. I think that Vi against a crystal-focused composition as well is something that they should have considered. But Rek'Sai is a first lock-in, and straight away they go very, very hard with 2 strong carries.
Yeah, Lissandra, a great champion. Haven't seen that much of her yesterday, at least, since the transition to 5.4, but Flunder is a great Lissandra player, and I'm sure Bucker can play as well. It actually would suit his style as far as he likes to play mid lane. And of course, Kalista, we talk about Crystal. He's got a hyper carry.
Yeah, and this is why I was very confused about the Rek'Sai pickup, because Vi is a hard counter, and then, Lissandra is the other one that's able to lock it down. And when they pick the Rek'Sai first, they automatically give the Kalista pick over because of the fact that now there's no Vi that can be taken into any lane, and the fact that Lissandra was able to be picked up at the same time just means that Crystal could get out of control.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Snake are looking for, right, as we do move through. LGD going to pick a very standard bottom lane for them. POL possibly on his best champion. Thresh is up there as well, very close on Janna. And Imp has been playing basically nothing but Graves.
Yeah, he certainly has. And he had a couple of rocky games with it, but his overall looked very good. His positioning on a short-range AD carry, and Graves is kind of on the shorter side still, is very good. And his laning is looks much better on an aggressive carry like Graves. So I like what they're going for here, trying to take it to the Kalista pickup.
Yeah, just a bit more rotation-based, a bit more team play, little scrappy, a little more skirmish-based. As Snake, they are going to start mixing it up. And a hero pick for Ella that we've seen him play a couple times, but Hecarim going somewhere. Could be jungle, could be top lane, could even be mid lane if you want to go really deep here, but this is different for Snake.
Yeah, it certainly is different for Snake, and no one swapped their summoner spells over yet, so don't really know whether it is that crazy Ignite teleport Hecarim in the top lane, or maybe even an Ignite smart jungle Hecarim, depending on whether he's been looking at Insect's game. But I like the Hecarim pickup. Hecarim is very hard for Graves to deal with. You don't get through all of his health pool with that upfront burst damage. You have to consistently try and cut away. Hecarim heals up a lot of damage as well when he's diving onto those carries, and that's going to be another Cho'Gath mid lane.
Yeah, we're doing some stuff here in the LPL this week. We've seen some things being mixed up here, but Acorn's going to take Cannon again. He's played it, I think, at least once here, but that is, like you mentioned, AP mid Cho'Gath for Wayless here. And once again, a Flame Champion gets picked for Acorn.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that. I think the Cho'Gath is something that we need to talk about, because with 40% CDR just provides so much utility to a team. The knock-up is huge, and you see that it was taken off LeBlanc, it was taken off a lot of assassins like the Talon, but the fact that it still remains on Cho'Gath, it's a big area to pull. Acorn, fantastic player, very good team fighter. I wouldn't be surprised if he played it very well, but it just really makes you question why they have Flame on the bench.
I mean, maybe, but Snake are also going to last pick Sion here, which will give Flandre another big supportive tank in the top side. So could have had a carry game here on Hecarim, but Beast actually has the Hecarim this time.
Yeah, so I like the mix up there. I think that they picked Hecarim with the flex in mind, because Cannon does very well against Hecarim in a 1v1 lane, and I know both these teams do like to play 2v2 in the bottom lane. So
yeah.
I think that that's the reason that went in there, and Sion deals with all range carries in the top lane better than any other tank. Just there is no way to chip through that shield once he gets a couple of points in it.
Yeah, it's just too tanky, very safe, very consistent laner. We've seen Snake lane swap a lot, so that would make sense as well. They can kind of put him anywhere, and Snake, especially in the top half of the map, have been very flexible when it comes to their drafts.
Yeah, they certainly have been flexible. The Morgana comes to mind straight away when they were flexing that between support and top lane team. They seem to have a very clear understanding of what they want to accomplish in a game when they come through a draft. Their drafts make sense. They're very logical. And I think that in this draft particularly, they just have a lot of CC and a lot of initiate. So if LGD don't pick their moments right, and at any point Acorn's caught out on the cannon, they're going to, I guess, be punished very severely. In saying that, LGD have a very good team fighting Comp 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, I like this setup just basically to kill Crystal here. They need to lock down this Kalista.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's what the Cannon's going to be doing, flashing on top, looking to get that slicing Maelstrom across and really cause havoc across the AD carry.
Yeah, the other thing as well, you talked about it, Beast has gone for the Smite teleport.
Yeah, he certainly has. That seems to be the popular, I guess, summoner spells. When you take a Hecarim, you need the teleport to be able to impact the map. Hecarim's ultimate is very good, and his E is useful as an escape tool. So you often see him burn that ultimate, get in there, do a lot of damage, and then just gallop out with the E.
Yeah, and again, it's something different. AP Cho'Gath, just to remind you, he's 100% win rate so far. Let's see if he can do it again. We'll get on to the Rift. And welcome here for our first game of the day, of our second day of this week's LPL. LGD are taking on Snake as fourth takes on third here for a spot really to echo up the top of the ladder.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is important for LGD. They need to want to do in the playoffs. For Snake, I think that they're very comfortable with where they are. They've had the dream run into this LPL season, and they would definitely still be hungry for more, but
I think they'd love to continue, showing these teams that they can get results and maybe even catapult themselves to the first spot, make a run for the #1 team here and finish the split on top. And for me, Snake, we had big questions about what they were going to do in 5.4, and the biggest thing here,
I guess, mixed success as we bring it through. So it's definitely something to watch. I like when you couple it with the mid lane champion as well, as they're going for a late invade onto this red buff. They'll catch Rek'Sai out.
Yeah, they're actually going to look in. That's the same side that, like you mentioned, LGD are starting on here. So that is going to be taken away here, potentially forcing them out of the jungle. Good early win for Snake.
Yeah, fantastic early win. Also gives them control over the map where they have their duo lane. Of course, a lane swap did come through, so they needed to do that. Otherwise, it would have forced Beefs to go to his red buff on the top side of the map, which is so dangerous.
Yeah, can't stress how often Snake love to do this. They pretty much take over whatever side Crystal is on here, make sure to get that late game carry going. It's a consistent thing that we've seen from them. We talk about Snake wanting to put a lot of eggs in Crystal's basket, and they're going to start off on the right foot here as well.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we see that Raptor sense just did get popped by a ward on the mid lane. They were trying to skirt as far as possible, so that didn't go off, but fortunately it will, and they're actually starting up this red buff relatively early. Acorn hasn't been able to grab any experience so far from TBQ's jungle path.
No, he's just following a bit and doing what he can. Pure actually pretty aggressively leashing this red here, but TBQ will be able to pick it up here as well. Acorn will take out a little bit. Still no experience, by the way, actually leaving it all to TBQ's Rek'Sai.
Yeah, he certainly is, and you have to think this might be because it's a ranged matchup and they're very comfortable running a cannon, even if under-leveled. The range just helps so much. Lightning Rush, also a great anti-dive tool. Gives you some bonus resistances, as well as the fact that the stun comes through nicely after that. And early Dragon actually being called here for Snake, so they've picked it up.
Yep, Suicide Sign there once again. And they're going to pop down over to the Dragon. Flandre has died, but he's going to help DPS the Dragon. A very, very smart, kind of gimmicky Dragon there for Snake, who's seen a lot of early objective control. 3.5 minutes, first Dragon down.
Yeah, and that's crazy being able to pick that up. I guess you always know that you're going to give up the first Dragon if you do lane swap like that, especially in a freeze situation, but ooh.
He will actually caught cancelled as he walks back towards the top side.
There is a freeze still in the top lane. If he can't push that out because the jungle is also on that side of the map in TBQ, he's in a lot of trouble because he hasn't got a teleport to get back there.
And Acorn very nicely timed. W actually got the big Krug there as well. So all of the pressure that Snake put out on that bottom side of the map pretty much taken away by Acorn.
Yeah, so Acorn being able to step up there as a gank comes in mid lane.
Yeah, good E there coming through. Does not get cancelled. TBQ can't quite time the knock-up and Bucket gets out safely.
Yeah, so they were going for the knock-up first, then trying to I guess, chain this in. Ready, no Duran shield, so Flandre in a lot of trouble versus him.
Yeah, Impact Shield is going to go and do so much damage over the buckshot. A good shield by Flandre will keep him at about 50% health. He's got a Crystalline Flask, he's got plenty of potions, but he just can't really do anything right now.
Out of the map, where we thought maybe Acorn was a little bit further behind because he wasn't getting any experience. With that range, now teamed up with his support, able to go 2v2, and he's absolutely fine. They were pushing into him at the
LPL actually joining him. This happens all the time, I feel like, when Snake play. Flandre always ends up in a very precarious situation.
Yeah, he certainly does, and I think that this time around he kind of put himself in that situation. I don't think this was Snake's game plan, so you have to see how he responds to it. So 3 CS against 10 and 13, now 15. That's a huge deal, and they're actually calling the jungler up to the top side of the map to maybe try and give some support.
Yeah, Flandre has to be a little bit careful. That looks like TBQ. No, not quite. Beast actually invading with Hecarim is apparently what he wants to be doing here, which is standard base stuff, I guess.
Yeah, very standard beast. Nice deep ward goes in there. They're just trying to keep an eye on it as we see the power of mid Cho'Gath. That wave clear is ridiculous, not to mention the sustain. Lissandra, very good at chipping people down, but with that passive, that's not going to be a concern. Ion needs to get those last hits to become tanky, needs to be able to get in there. The freeze is still being held.
Yeah, it's the constant, I guess, battle for tanks in the top lane in lane swap situations. We see it with Maokai was seeing himself at just the last second, but Wayler's going to walk back in. A good flash should keep him alive, and Baka barely lives.
But what a play out of Baka. That was ridiculous. The quick reaction, and then the heads-up play to not ult until Wayless had walked away and not committed to the kill. That was very nice, and wow, now he's going down.
Yeah, Ella flashing in there. Wayless going to get snared up. The knockout comes through, but it's not enough to kill Baka, and first blood goes to Beast.
Yeah, and that's a huge overcalculation in the mid lane from Wayless, and a very nice roam coming through from Ella. So good job out of the whole Snake lineup really there, and a bad calculation out of the mid lane of LGD.
And you see Crystal down the bottom there as well, kind of bullying Acorn a little bit where he can as well. Has a CS advantage against Imp's Graves as well, so looking very good here. And if you can get Kalista through the early stages of the lane, she just has such a good time in the mid game.
Yeah, she certainly does. With 2 items, one of the best AD carries because doesn't rely on crit. So don't need that modifier to start stacking up with that attack speed to be able to get your job down. Allows you to go for lifesteal beforehand and just makes her brawl so successfully.
Yeah, so PLEL will return here to help babysit Acorn a little further, but that tower down to about 50% health actually, so lots of work being done. A good bit of harass there coming through with the spears there as well through the minions, and Ellis here potentially could be thrown in now with the Fate's Call.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they want to get aggressive in this bot lane. They're going for objectives in the top lane. Very content to just allow this to turn into a farm battle, not pushing any objectives. And Graves is one of the best pushing AD carries. Now that Flandre has his teleport back up, it is going to be very hard for Imp to be able to kill him one-on-one.
Yeah, just wants to deny Flandre as many resources as possible for as long as possible. They already know Acorn's fine. You can see they're reflected in the CS at 34 to 10. Crystal's pretty much pushing this wave. Another great bit of harass there as well. I mean, Flandre, the longer he gets denied, like you said, the harder it is for him to get tanky. Imp going in, pops the ulti as well. Not quite enough, and Flandre survives for now.
Yeah, Flandre was always going to be able to live through that. They're going for, I guess, a little bit of added pressure. Just, once again, more zoning equipment coming through. So, nice play coming out of Imp. He's CSing quite well, although is behind his direct lane opponent. And I just think that's because his lane's been a little bit more interactive. Yeah,
and it's sort of the other thing as well that we wanted to mention that you hopped on actually when we were looking at tanks before. Whenever you end up in a lane swap situation, you get denied your early tank items and your big tank items for so much longer. And when you can't do your job, if you get towards the late game and you don't have the 2-3 items that you're expected to have, the kind of whole composition can fall apart.
Yeah, it certainly can. You look how aggressive and how much they rely on the fact that they have this big, beefy front line with the Hecker and with the Scion. And if that doesn't come to fruition, all of a sudden you have a cannon diving onto your carries and you can't live long enough to tie up Imp on the background. And if Imp is able to afford the luxury of being able to burn your tanks with a short-ranged carry, it's going to mean all kinds of bad news. So they really do need to get them going. And Flandre is being ganked.
Yeah, TBQ's there. Flandre actually gets his flash knocked out of him. He pops his ulti, though, and that'll keep him safe.
Yeah, it certainly will. But flash ultimate and will have to teleport to get back to this turret. Horrible news as the ultimate from Rek'Sai is burnt to get down to this dragon.
Yeah, aggressive dragon being started again here by Snake. They're on top of it. This is going to be 4v4 at least. Acorn already here, but Graves can't make it. A teleport being used by Flandre. That might just secure them the dragon. They are going to go in. The Pro Seeker lands in with Snake, get number 2.
Yeah, so that teleport did secure the dragon because otherwise would have been very risky to fight a level 6 cannon with that ultimate available, as well as the Cho'Gath in the mid lane, who's just so inherently tanky. So they back away from that. It will cost them top lane turret, though. So even though Imp held that wave, now they're going to be able to pick up an objective for themselves.
I mean, you already said it. Graves is just so good as far as pushing AD carries go.
Yeah, it certainly is. He is the best pushing AD carry because he has the attack speed steroid as well as the buckshot. So he can push the wave and then deals with turrets extremely well. The only one that probably outclasses, and I'm still not convinced with 0 items does, is Jinx. because of the fact you can push up with rockets and then use a minigun to shred through the turrets. But Graves certainly is one of the premier turret pushers in a 1v0 lane.
Yeah, especially in the early game, like you mentioned. FLICKR did make it to the top lane, though, so the turret's going to stay alive for a little longer. A wave clear battle here in the mid has meant for a very even CS, and Wayless tried to make a play, almost got the kill on Tabaka, but kind of to be expected, and this is sort of AP Cho'Gath's thing. Very safe, lots of wave clear, so both these mid laners just not really doing anything.
Yeah, exactly right, and Cho'Gath definitely happy to farm to the late game when at level 16 with 5 stacks just becomes a literal monster. You cannot get past that guy. He's so huge. Of course, the model size just exponentially bigger, helping out with the scaling on his E as well, which is fantastic. And he's just a very safe laner. Always has been Cho'Gath because of the way his passive works, and really can't bully him out. And that's what...
Imp has a big level advantage, by the way. Which actually is why the trade went so poorly there for Crystal. Does have the Hurricane, but no lifesteal yet, apart from a bit on the Doran's Blade. Ella getting aggressive, dodges the Tornado from PYL, but Imp is looking aggressive now. Level 9 with a BF and a pickaxe already. And Crystal dropping very low, almost goes down to Imp 1v1.
Yeah, so they were rotating down, and the up to last a little bit longer as the ult is burning the top lane.
Yeah, FLICKR actually going in, and Akon could be in a bit of trouble. Bucker's coming in there, flash ultis, Akon pops his ult though. The damage is too much so, and FLICKR gets the kill.
And that's very poor communication coming out of LGD. There was a ward, there's no ward leaving mid, and they completely knew. Just packed up and left the lane. So they, yeah, very poor rotation coming out from LGD, but a heads-up play out of Snake to pick up another kill.
Yeah, Bucker somehow finds a window to leave the farm-heavy lane, and Wayless kind of looking for a Q. Not going to find it yet here. Beast is actually in there as well. Bucker will get hit up there. Wayless going to follow in with the silence. Lots of good damage. Moves in for the Feast, the Ignite again, and no ulti to save himself this time.
Yeah, so that was a very dangerous play coming back into the lane with no summoner spells, as well as the lack of ultimate, with no support. So a 1v1 kill from this Cho'Gath, who's now picked up his Rod of Ages. It's only 12 minutes into the game, and has also got a kill for himself.
Yeah, love how Wayless has been playing their combos as well. As soon as he hits the Rupture, gets a range for the silence, and while they're silencing them before they can flash, just flash face them.
Yeah, exactly right. He's done it a couple of times now, does look to be very comfortable on this AP Cho'Gath, and even continuing to pressure the turret.
Yeah, Beast actually also taking a lot of damage. Has to be careful. Pops the Spirit of Dread, but actually can't get back in range to clear them out. So Wayless, Rod of Ages is already done very quickly. He doesn't have a stack yet, so probably finished it around the 13-minute mark, but very scary already.
Yeah, he certainly is, and you see how much raw damage that ultimate can, I guess, do. So he's having a good time in this lane. In the top lane as well, Acorn's only furthered his CS lead. It's 25, and he's got a needlessly large rod going into that Zhonya's Hourglass with the no AP really apart from the mid laner. Doesn't have to sacrifice anything in his build for an early Abyssal Scepter. Can go straight for that needlessly large rod item, and that's going to hold him in fantastic stead for the next Dragon fight.
Yeah, pretty big goon squad there moving up towards the top lane, but FLICKR not going to get aggressed on just yet here. Wayless gives it up, although Rek'Sai and Jano are rotating towards the top lane.
Yeah, but it's just still so hard to kill FLICKR at the moment. He's been able to pick up some help. He's got the Shroud, so will ignore some of the damage. If they get rid of the minions, they have a better job because the Maelstrom will be a lot more effective.
Yeah, Akon though dodging around, gets the first stun, pops his ulti, POAL in there as well. FLICKR, ulti's out, but he's kind of under his tower. The teleport moving in there as well. Tries to go to his own tower. No, it's actually Beast. I forgot he had teleport. TVQ in trouble now as Beast going to launch on top of him. FLICKR, though undead, just going to punch the minions, try and get the CS there. And Beast now with no tower to go to. He's going to get caught out. Wayless there, going to try and pop him up. He lands a silence. TVQ though, going to move back in, and plenty of damage left there as Akon gets a second kill.
Yeah, Akon grabs a kill for himself there. That's fantastic news. Worse is the 30 CS discrepancy now, but meanwhile in the bottom lane, Crystal doing work on a second tier turret will be able to take that one down.
Yeah, does get it there. Pushing out very aggressively with the Hurricane. Doesn't even have the Vamp Sap to it. Imp packed up and left for middle lane for whatever reason, and that leaves 2 towers down there for Snake.
Yeah, so able to pick that up. 3 turrets to 2, still in favor of Snake, so they've got the better of this, I guess, exchange so far, but kills now equalized, and they don't have a gold lead. It's only 500 gold, even though they picked up that turret. So a lot more gold sitting in the pockets of LGD once they are able to clear out these objectives. The worrying signs for LGD are the fact that they're so good at team fighting mid-game, but they haven't been able to pick up a dragon yet. They really need to contest for this next one. 20 seconds. They've got no turrets in the area, absolutely no vision, and you can see straight away TBQ flying across the map trying to get in range.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, dragon up very soon. Now 10 seconds for Snake, and it'd be their third in a row if they could pick it up as well. So the early dragon paid off there. The second one came very quickly around the normal first dragon mark, and looking to accelerate for a third as Ella going to move and finds a stun there. Barker locks him up as well. Whalers very tanky. The ulti moves in as well. Beast pops him into the wall with a devastating charge. A great shoot back to Barker, almost gets eaten by the Cho, and PYL's in here as well, but a very clean kill.
Yeah, but that was a lot of damage, and they burnt an ultimate for it as well, so not horrible news if someone can hard engage onto Barker. This really is Acorn's fight. If they contest, it needs to be around that slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, but summoners are up as well. Flandre popping down to the bottom, actually already teleported to start the dragon. Flandre is so aggressive with that summoner spell.
Yeah, certainly is. Recognizes that everyone is on the top side, feels confident to go into the bottom side of the map with a deep teleport, and now they're not looking to contest at all, just going for mid lane. This is going to be the third dragon at only 16 minutes.
Yeah, LGD have to be careful though. Even that move speed going to pop them back to the mid. They should get their turret, but they don't want to die. Barker moved in very aggressively around. Flandre is going to move back in as well. He does have his ulti, but won't want to pop it, and LGD do get away with the counter push.
So they get away with the push. They trade objectives still, but this game is that accelerated that in 12 minutes we have the potential threat for a Snake lineup who team fights very, very well to have 5 dragons, which is an absolute nightmare. It makes Baron very hard for LGD to ever go near, because they have to control, wow.
Yeah, Barker maybe getting caught out. Goody back though. Ella with a good stun to keep him alive, but PYL's in there. The W maybe going to keep Barker safe, but Akon flash ultis and TBQ gets the kill. Crystal now in here as well. Flandre dodging back in. Akon's popped his on his way, trying to eat Crystal, but Akon's been popped up. A great Q there charged by Flandre. The next kill is going to come in. The Fate Skull pops him in for another knockup, and there's the first one. TBQ coming in, but Crystal is dancing around them, and 3 kills for 1 there. Go to Snake. Imp might even be next. Beast round the side gets the next one. Imp flashing forward for Crystal, finally gets it, but LGD are gonna get aced here. Flandre doesn't go down, and 5-2 to Snake.
And ace for 2, and they burnt the cannon ultimate as well as flash on 1 person. That was all kinds of bad coming through for LGD in the results of that fight. They went extremely aggressive and weren't able to grab it. And
what is Flandre doing, Spawn? I would like your expert opinion as an analyst.
Yeah, he's picked up a banner of command, so recognizes that they've got a good potential to push at this part of the game. I don't know.
It's going in. I mean, the minion's getting in there. TBQ will eventually clear it out. If they had a Baron, it would be even better, but that is a very aggressive pickup by Flandre.
It certainly is, and I guess it's a very... I would like to know what his thoughts behind that item is. It's a very good pushing tool.
I think everyone would.
Very good pushing tool. I guess utilizes split push as well. You can send one down a side lane and helps you control minions. So maybe if they send it down top, then they relieve a lot of pressure when the next dragon comes up. So they might be targeting that as the idea behind the item. But low efficiency in combat stats, not fantastically tanky. It's
a Flandre item. Let's put it that way. Does it have Aegis stats? I'm trying to remember, because I know it builds out of it.
Yeah.
So that at least does help a little bit with the cannon damage coming in as well.
Yeah,
and also the double
would.
AP.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's Flandre. He's doing some stuff. He's clearly decided to rush the banner of command. Can't really fault him for it. Flandre is usually correct, even when he's doing absolutely crazy stuff here. And Snake, even without the promoting minion, will get another tower.
Yeah, and 70% of the work was done by the promoted minion. So promoted minion MVP in that regard. And we see that now LGD, 2,000 gold behind. Dragon up and about and bullied by this lineup.
Yeah, and this is my question for you, Spawn, kind of moving into the mid-game. Was that you mentioned Cho'Gath very tanky already, and we've seen that Kalista, especially with this Hurricane build, can struggle to bust through super tanks. Is that sort of a thing where Cho'Gath might even be good against Kalista, which is another reason we might see more of him?
Yeah, it's certainly, if it was a top Cho'Gath, I would definitely agree, or if mid Cho'Gath starts picking up that Frozen Heart, because his health as well as all that armor just makes it a nightmare for Kalista to deal with. The problem here is that Kalista has a very good double lifesteal item set, and if Cho'Gath doesn't grab any armor, Blade of the Ruined King will be the next build that comes out, and that will just completely shred him if it is only all that health.
Yeah, that's a good point there as well. I mean, at this point again, Snake do have a a relatively small lead here, but they're keeping control of the objectives. And at this point, Whale is still building up his item. Probably even can't fight Crystal, who's very strong with the 2 items now.
Yeah, Crystal is very strong at this point in the game unless they are able to layer the CC, and that's really where Kennen is the linchpin of this team comp, which is why I was very, I guess, frustrated with the fact that he burnt ultimate for one person, because they need to layer the CC on top of this Kalista. If they do not blow up the Kalista, tie up both threats, then they really don't have the amount of lockdown CC to make it happen, because they don't have an engaged heavy support, and Cho'Gath against highly mobile carries isn't going to be able to land that rupture. So a lot of pressure is on Acorn to be able to get in range.
Yeah, and actually thinking a little bit more about the banner of command, FLICKR, you're right, using it for split pushing is up there, just popping it, letting the wave push in. Quite good against the double AP wave clear that LGD have. We've seen teams do it with the Baron up minion, but even on its own, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And when you mention the double AP part of the composition, that's going to take a long time for Acorn to clear out, because of course Kennen, not fantastic base stats, has got the Doran's Blade, but no other AD on top of that, no attack speed.
Yeah, probably going to take a while here, as we do see Snake moving around, maybe looking at their next dragon to be their 4th actually coming up in a minute 20. And Baron is up here as well. We've already looked at Kalista and how she's so good at securing neutrals. And Snake, they are very good at objective control.
They certainly are, and you can see right now, ooh, good ward.
Andre just hanging out. Tries to get a bit of harass on the P-Wheel. Very aggressively forward, actually, here, but will rejoin the rest of his team. Imp going to chuck a couple bullets into him, but pretty tanky, even with a banner of command.
Yeah, and that's a Ninja Tablet coming through, because weren't able to get any more, I guess, burst potential out of the Graves after the buckshot came through. Didn't want to ultimate, and we see right now 50 seconds until Dragon. They've completely given up control over the bottom side of the map. Again have LGD, and this is Dragon number 4 at 22 minutes.
Yeah, good wave clear here as well by Snake, FLICKR, and Crystal teaming up to clean that wave out almost instantly. We do have a Zhonya's completed by FLICKR as well, so like you mentioned in the draft, very utility-style mid lane player, and that definitely suits it with the build.
Yeah, it certainly does. It means he can tie down that Zhonya's to keep him alive in that stasis if he does choose to go aggressive. So I definitely agree with the build-up. Sometimes Zhonya's is even better against double AP compositions, just because it allows you to survive the burst.
Yeah, just dodge some of those key spells as Dragon up in 8 seconds now as well. Snake looking at one of the major objectives. They probably want to force LGD to fight them at the 5th Dragon, but they have to be a little bit careful potentially if they can, because Acorn has finished his Zhonya's now.
Certainly do have to be careful of Acorn in particular, but the 1-3-1 split push is coming out of Snake with the 2 teleports. They have no fear of being engaged on here because of the fact that they're just so highly mobile. Yeah,
actually, LGD will aggro the Dragon here and take a bit of damage, but Snake have a nice ward there, checking it out. FLICKR already going to use his port. Actually, might go for a flank here as well. Crystal going to start the Dragon. Ella has popped the Talisman. They really want to go in. Beast is in there as well, and PYL just gets destroyed there. Crystal, though, goes down immediately to Wayless, and Beast dives in the backline trying to do damage, but Baka keeping everyone out. Imp is still alive now as well. Baka pops his on. Can't get any more damage done. Beast goes down for the double for Rek'Sai. Baka going to be the next to fall here as well. You have to think as he ease away, but Schwen can't quite finish the knock-up there. TBQ gives the kill over to Imp, and a 4-for-1 fight there.
What a play out of Acorn. Kited back until he saw the opening and got the perfect Maelstrom in the choke. No one could walk up the ramp to help out FLICKR as well as Beast, because no one could traverse the terrain. So off the back of that fantastic ultimate, just so much damage coming through. TBQ has picked up 4 kills for himself in this game. He's an absolute monster at the moment on the Rek'Sai, and very hard to deal with.
Yeah, and almost an aggressive force there by Snake that they maybe didn't need. They had the secure there with the Kalista. They were already on top of the Dragon in position, but went aggressive and paid for it. Like you mentioned, Acorn's ulti just doing so much work in that team fight.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I agree that they didn't need a force there. They had the 1-3-1 going. Even though the Dragon had been started up, you could tell that they weren't serious about it because of the fact that they didn't have a chance to sweep beforehand. They didn't know where the teleports were coming. So a very early force coming through for Snake, and it cost them in the end. They lost a Dragon, so that momentum is gone. Not to mention the fact that they also lost 4 kills.
Yeah, and looks like Crystal going to clear out some more minions. Needs a bit more damage potentially here. Kind of been sitting on the 2 items for a while. Actually has a Spectre's Cowl as the 3rd item, so very defensive. Clearly afraid of Acorn ulting him again.
Yeah, definitely does need to be able to deal with that, and there's not that much armor coming out of this lineup. Rek'Sai hasn't yet picked up around you, and so there's no harm in, I guess, foregoing the 3rd item. That would be that, because as we mentioned, no crit coming through, so it's not like Infinity Edge is a core part of the build, not delaying much. And Beast has been caught out.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't have a flash, remember, but it can devastating charge away. Imp, though, has found him out, taking a lot of damage already. Forced to ulti himself out there, but he's kind of on the wrong side of the map still. Flandre can move in. Beast will use his teleport to get out of the way. Not going to get cancelled there as he just gets away from PYL, and Beast, pretty creative escape there.
Yeah, able to get out, and they get a lot of damage in the mid lane for it. So even though it looked like a bad situation for Snake, in the end, they trade equal summoner spells, and it's only really an ultimate that's gained.
Yeah, but this gold difference here is so slim. It's 1,500 gold between the two teams now as well. LGD have started to get some of their big items coming through so they can really impact the 5v5s. And, you know, Snake looked fine. They had a good setup for this Kalista, but the fights they're picking now are not the same 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly right. It really has started to slip a little bit, and LGD have done a great job of securing some more control over the map area. They've moved into the top side of the jungle now and completely taken that away from Beast off the back of the last play. And really think that once that last Whisper comes through for Graves, he will be able to deal with this front line very nicely. No armor yet coming out on Beast. This is a danger of running two very heavy frontliners into double AP comps, because if the AP carries get too big, you have to itemize that MR over the armor, and Graves will just completely rip through you.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, it seems like easy to itemize against, but in reality, when someone gets out of control, all of a sudden you have too much mixed damage almost coming in, and LGD, they've gotten very strong here. We've got 2 items done for Graves, IE plus the PD, so big high impact damage items there. We've got a need to steal out item of some description coming up for Wayless. He'll be moving into whatever big item he wants soon. And Akon finishing up what looks to be an Abyssal Scepter, so once his major items get completed, even PLL stacking up the Magi's, Snake just have to pick their fights a little more carefully.
They certainly do. Don't get me wrong, Snake have a fantastic, extremely late game composition. At 6 items, I still think they have a superior composition. But it is at that point in the game where this Cho'Gath is a very menacing threat. Rek'Sai is probably at the strongest part that Rek'Sai will get to, and cannot understate how strong Graves is as a mid-game AD carry. He does ridiculous damage across a whole team fight, and once you get 5 points into that E, you really only need the Phantom Dancer for attack speed.
Yeah, and he's got that here. Moving into a last Whisper, it looks like, for the final item. I mean, just kind of looking down the other items as well. Akon has finally finished up his Abyssal. We've got the Randuin's on the way for Wayless, looking for a Warden's Mail to go along with the Giant's Belt. And Akon might have spotted out Crystal and Ella here. Do have to be a bit careful, but they'll back away, and actually going to pop the Talisman.
Yeah, so Talisman popped, very scared of the engage that comes through from this cannon, and the Janna pick starting to make a lot more sense why it was taken so early in the draft. You can see how confident Acorn is to engage in these team fights, and without the Janna there, without the Thresh being picked up by Ella, it's the Annie, of course. It's very hard to disengage if you are Crystal.
Yeah, and Crystal is taking so much farm away from Beast as well. I mean, he's actually pretty happy right now. Spirit Visage got his jungle item enchanted with the Warrior, plus a BF sword, a Giant's Belt even, and the Mercury Tread. So he's very tanky at this stage of the game for a jungler. But Crystal working towards an item here. It's done with the Banshee's Veil, but clearly feels like he needs to keep scaling and building up damage.
Yeah, and I agree with Crystal in this point of the game. It is very important for him to be able to shred through, because he's going to get CC'd that much in the fight that if not able to get all the damage down up front and get the Ren sets happening early, will struggle in the team fight if it keeps going because of the consistent CC that we're seeing. So picking up all the farm across the map, 263 until we saw that buckshot was the highest across the map, and really has gone for a safe build with some lifesteal, with some defensive, but needs to get that last Whisper now.
And I like that Snake are playing around them as well. Both Lissandra and Sign have been split pushing. Flandre, of course, with his banner of command, is kind of going into a wave, popping it, and then leaving it, letting it push on its own with the big promoted minion here. But Dragon's back in 40 seconds or so here, and Snake probably don't want to have to fight, but to their credit, they might not have to.
Yeah, exactly right. They've picked it up to the point that now if they think that they need this game to go late, they don't have to fight whatsoever. So they can definitely put it on a stall. I would be surprised if they did. Imp is going back to pick up that last Whisper before this fight. So LGD want to fight right now, and Snake isn't normally a team to back away from a little bit of a scrap.
No, they do love team fighting, and they do it very well, but they might have to play a bit measured here as Crystal's still stacking up and kind of everyone on Snake getting stronger. With, like you mentioned, Imp done with 3 items. Randuin's almost done for TBQ. We've got the Zhonya's completed now for both Cannon and the Cho'Gath here. I mean, everyone has items. Even Akon has an elixir, a blue elixir. So LGD really want to fight now.
Yeah, LDG think that they've got this fight if they get it. So they've tried to sweep out wards on the backside, deny vision. They're picking up the red buff currently for Imp. He's just grabbed that. And now they're looking to group around the top side and get in and check it out.
TBQ might have gone a little bit too far there. It looks like Lissandra going to force a flash actually there by Rek'Sai. So Snake doing a good job keeping them away, but they can't really take a 5v5.
I am so surprised Acorn did not ult there. In the middle of River, 5 members stacked on top of each other. There was nowhere they could go, and he has flash available. Let's see if they start it up this time around.
Beast is actually off to the side as well. Flandre sort of running interference there. Ella popped the talisman. Snake want to do something here. Crystal starting a dragon, trying to get the Ren stack set up here, but they have to be very careful.
They certainly do. Mid lane. Go in.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to go in. They don't quite commit though, and now Beast taking too much damage. The ultis, but Wayless just eats him now. A good 3-man ulti there comes in for BACKR as well, and Acorn not quite in there. Finally dives in the back with the exhaust. Comes down as well. TBQ trying to kill Crystal, but Imps there as well, and that should be a dead Crystal. Flandre still alive, can't quite kill Acorn, and LGD just scatter Snake to the wind.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up the team fight win. Imp grabs Crystal off the backside. TBQ still chasing out Flandre, but they'll pick up a second dragon for themselves if they want it. Acorn needs to be careful.
Yeah, he's actually taking a lot of damage there, so we'll have to back away, but LGD going to give up the objective and they'll probably try a push, maybe look at the Baron. Snake, thankfully for them, death time is pretty low, but they keep picking these fights.
Yeah, and that was a bad decision for TBQ to keep chasing that. They've got double teleports now, so Beast is back up as well, able to get in there with Flandre, and he just chased a tank as a jungler. Both pure tank items, never going to kill him.
That Wardo that was in the back finally gets swept out by LGD, so they do not pop up. Flandre is coming in as well. That will keep them off the Baron. Graves solos out the Dragon, so the second does come through for LGD, but Snake might be able to get counter Baron now.
Yeah, and that's the danger right there. They, I guess, tried to do it for so long that they're now in a position where the opposite is definitely a real threat, but such a large minion wave in the bottom lane, no one has dealt with it. Really need to get the waves back under control, Snake, because they've lost control over the whole of the map.
Yeah, they have, and for a team that had such good objective control in the first 20 minutes of the game, just one botch fight, and this game, which has been pretty even for the most of it, is very even now. LGD less than 1,000 gold ahead, but at this stage of the game, it feels like a lot more than that.
Yeah, it certainly does, and they're ahead at the part of the game that they wanted to be, so it just means so much more as well. When you're Crystal and you're this short-range AD carry that's relying on being highly mobile, as well as the fact that BACKR is in a very similar situation, relies on the fact that his kick can get him into the fight and then keep him alive.
Actually going in there, Imp going to get aggressive as well. Beast kind of forced a devastating charge out, but a good double knockup. There's the ulti up for Hecarim, but Flandre going to run out as well. Acorn's here as well. BACKR going to mean a great 3-man knockup there for Flandre, but BACKR forced to get away. Wayless finds another. Silence comes in, and Crystal around the back, but Wayless just eats Lissandra. Now TBQ going to dive back in. Snake look to disengage, but LGD get the pick they want.
Yeah, on the back end as well. Acorn going extremely deep.
Actually already used his ulti. Maybe Snake will go back in 4v5, but it'd be so dangerous. BACKR's dead. Beast has to go back to base, and that might give LGD Baron.
Yeah, and once again, another confusing ultimate coming through. Doesn't look like it's going to matter this time. Starting up the Baron.
Beast can teleport in, and he does actually going to go in. 4v5, it will be Acorn caught up to the side. Beast trying to find somebody. Flandre running interference, but Wayless is pretty scary for Crystal. If he gets silenced and knocked up at all, Crystal needs to survive for so long here in this fight. He's hopping back as much as he can. The Fate Skull's been popped. The double knockup going to come in, but Imp is doing so much damage in the mid-game. Flandre is going to die as well, and Crystal, nothing he can do.
Yeah, and another kill going over for TBQ. 6, 1, and 5. Fantastic game by the jungler. And they've started up the Baron again.
They're going to go in. I mean, Wayless has his ultimate. PYL will use his Monsoon to reset as well. Beast is around the side now, maybe looking for a steal. Crystal here, and BACKR can make it in as well. 3v5 now, Snake go in. Lissandra going in the map, but it's a little too deep. BACKR goes down almost immediately, and Snake just keep throwing people into the pit.
Yeah, and they're able to complete the clean ace, grab Baron. What a series of play out of LGD. They got the vision over the objective they wanted. They might have, I guess, rushed it at the start after that dragon fight, but they stuck with it, were able to catch out Beast a couple of times, and once that front line isn't tanky, you see how much damage Graves is currently doing to them. It's to the point now where they just can't brawl like that. Their front line can't deal with Imp, and from there, it's just all about Acorn and Wayless being able to get on top of the carries and really make their lives miserable.
Yeah, and maybe Flandre's banner of command, no helping him here in these situations. A decent cost-efficient item helped him when he was pushing out a lot. Would have been great if Snake kept snowballing, but, you know, we talked about 3-item Scion. He has 3 items, but one of them's a banner of command.
Yeah, exactly right. Doesn't feel like the 3-item Scion, and looks like he's committing to some more armor as well. So See how that goes. I'm very surprised that we aren't seeing more Warmogs being picked up in this game against the double AP. Warmog Stormmail is just such a good tool to be able to deal with all of that. You get one magic resist item and move into those. So yeah, have to see how it goes. And we see Wayless now level 16. He just takes up so much of the map. If nothing else, he is intimidating.
He really is here, and that's an easy tower coming through for LDG as they continue pushing down. Imp is unbelievably strong at this point with 4 item graves done as well. Ella finds a stun. Beast entertains going in, so does Lissandra, but LDG is going to continue pushing. Wayless going in, almost assassinates Bucket there, and Akon diving in the back. Massive ulti there. Crystal gets crushed, and LGD run through Snake. Bucket's ultied himself, flashes out of the way. Beast goes back in with the ultimate, but he's going to die. Flandre going to be the next one to go as well. The tower falls in amongst all of it. 4 kills already as Scion goes down and resets, and LGD have won the game.
Yeah, and they did it on the back of the cannon pick. What an ultimate. Fight started by Wayless in another flash beast onto the mid laner, just chunking them out. But in the end, it was all about Acorn's Maelstroms. Able to get across into the back line, lock down both key carries because of the short range, and dictated the flow of the game.
Yeah, and this weekend, just to inform you, AP Cho'Gath currently 100% win rate over the weekend. 4 for 4 currently, and I feel like we're going to be seeing a little bit more of it.
I certainly do, and I think that the way that was used, particularly in that game, as the person to chunk out one individual against these 1 and 2 threat combos, there's no reason to not play it. He's a very good nuke mage.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such a weird champion. Very safe in lane, good wave clear, decent CC, especially as far as follow-up CC goes, but sometimes you just have to eat a carry, and that's exactly what happened to Paul Wayless there, or Bucker, actually.
Yeah, exactly right. Was able to flash in there, and I think the zoning tool, when you get to the 40% CDR, cannot be understated in that kit. It just does so much. It changes the way you play the game.
It does, and we have a lot of questions here. Will AP Cho'Gath get banned? Will Flandre build another banner of command? We're going to answer you guys after a quick break here, because LGD going to take on Snake in Game 2. And welcome back to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to start Game 2 between LGD and Snake. And LGD up a game after a very well-played mid and late game.
Yeah, they certainly did. They lost control of the early game in a very good lane swap coming through from Snake. They used the Scion to be able to pick up the first Dragon at 3 minutes, and for there, picked up the next two as well, and really looked like LGD were on the ropes, but some well-played team fighting coming through from Acorn and Wayless secured a mid-game towards a later game victory.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of sat it out, didn't panic, over the Dragon, contested for the fourth, so they weren't on that fifth Dragon timer, and every team fight from that point just felt so one-sided.
Yeah, it certainly did, and maybe some questionable builds coming through from Snake. They went the Banshee's Veil third item, so they didn't really have much damage on their 2 damage threats. There was a Banner of Command on a Scion in a top lane, used for some split pushing, which looked like it was creating a lot of pressure. So I think that if that Dragon fight hadn't have occurred, we'd be singing the praises of FLICKR with his innovation that comes through, but in the end, just weren't able to get it done.
Yeah, just couldn't find the big team fight that they wanted. Couldn't get to the late game with their Kalista as well. And Snake, who we had a lot of questions for coming into 5.4, floundering a little there, at least in that game. And LGD going from strength to strength, sticking with the formula pretty much the entire time. And Imp, we might even start seeing him get Graves banned against him now.
Yeah, it certainly will, because he is very good on that particular champion. Positions himself around the fight very well. Close enough to do all the surprise burst damage, but far enough away that he seems relatively safe throughout it. For me, in that one head-to-head, it was really Wayless that dictated the pace of the game to Bucker. We saw even the attempted first blood that wasn't executed maybe 100%, was able to ultimate himself and survive, and in the end, Wayless did die, but it looked like the lane was always in Wayless's favor. Yeah,
and Wayless has looked very good on these kind of offbeat champions, and I guess he's probably happy that something like AP mid Cho'Gath seems to be the flavor of weekend here. But we are into game 2 now. Snake will swap over to the blue side for this matchup second game. LeBlanc is the first ban there. Nunu banned again there by LGD, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the same 3 bans from LGD this game.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't. That seems to be the 3 bans that you just throw at Snake regardless. Until they prove they can play something else, don't let the Juggernaut come through. Don't let them get Xerath.
And Cho'Gath has been banned there. Lulu banned there again by LGD, but lots of respect shown to the newest member of the LPL's mid lane.
Yeah, certainly, and I understand why. If you haven't played against it that much, and it really only has been popularized very recently, then you just get rid of it. You don't want to have to deal with it. And LGD really respecting Rek'Sai on this patch, taking that one away after first picking it last game.
Yeah, so going to ban that away. Don't want to give it over to Beast, who's looked honestly great on the Heck Room as well. The Ari band's nice again. More respect here for Wayless. And Barker, we talked about it. He was probably going to struggle quite a bit on 5.4 with Azir not being able to be played. And Xerath is fine, but maybe not exciting. And Barker is struggling to find champions that he feels comfortable with.
He certainly is. And that is 3 mid lane bans thrown at Wayless. That's so much respect. Couple it with the fact that Barker's champion pool is starting to be exploited, and it's all kinds of bad news, but a very strong first pick coming through for Snake. They're able to secure themselves the Nidalee.
Yeah, so B's going to take that into the jungle. You have to think Barker might play it in the mid lane. Flunder plays everything, so if he really wants to play it, he can, but I assume that's a big, high-pressure jungler for Beast, and I don't think we've seen him play Nidalee yet.
No, I don't think we have either, and I like it has very good duel potential. If you're able to invade with Nidalee and land that spear, no one can get away from you. And on the other side, Akon has secured himself Rumble, and this is very... I hate to use the word the danger zone, but Akon's Rumble is above and beyond fantastic.
Yeah, very good. Arguably the best in the world. Very, very good on that champion here. And Akon, like you said, just locked it in. Didn't wait for his team to tell him what he should play. He's like, no, playing Akon, playing Rumble this game, guys. And of course, POL's Janna's back as well.
Yeah, and I like the taking up Janna. It means that not able to disengage some of these team fights that LGD have been fantastic at picking in the last game. And the Rumble just adds so much. It's very good in the 2v2 lane, does well with low resources, very good team fighter, allows you to get some dragons, so just a very strong pickup, and in the hands of Akon, as you said, the best Rumble player in the world probably, going to be dangerous, and looks like Snake's got what they want this time though.
Yeah, I like these picks a lot. We're going to have Barker return to true comfort here. Xerath, as we mentioned, kind of the only champion we've really seen him excel on, to a top level, and it's not that Barker's a bad player, it's just that the difference between his third best champion and his top 2 champions is just ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly right. And I definitely agree with you on that level. And the fact that the patch hit one of those champions means that it really is the only one left. And we see Imp once again hovering the graves. Doesn't have to play anything else. If you're not being forced to change your champion pool, and this is what your team is comfortable with you playing, that's a lot of AoE damage already from 2 threats.
Yeah, and that's nice stuff. We've talked about Imp's growth at length so far in the LPL. TBQ is actually going to take away the Lee Sin here, so an interesting jungle kind of matching the pressure of Beast Nidalee here, and the Graves again. We did see the Thresh for Ella come through as well. Very comfortable support for him, but Ella has always looked comfortable on any support champion.
Yeah, he certainly has. Ella, even last game, didn't appear out of sorts on the Annie. Maybe didn't have a fantastic game, but was very hard to engage with what was coming through. I like TBQ picking up the Lee Sin. Lee Sin, one of the only jungles, throw Yorick in the pile as well, that can actually repel an invading Nidalee. She is very frustrating, high burst damage.
Yeah, and if Beast, his Nunu is any indication, Nidalee should be a champion that fits right into his wheelhouse as far as what he likes to do to enemy junglers, which is get aggressive and really invade. But Snake are going to complete. No, this is much stronger here coming through, I think. They do swap up the Maokai, so they've got Morgana probably for Flounder, but Crystal is going to play Corki.
Yeah, a mid-game carry this time coming through from Crystal and looking to, I guess, bully out Imp a little bit more than what happened, not going the extreme late game. And that will be Morgana in the top lane, deals with Rumble extremely well. Rumble, of course, a notoriously bad pusher. Just drop the pull, auto-attack the back line, and then walk out of your lane. You can go roam very effectively. Might even look to team up. And Diana mid picked up by Wayless.
Yeah, Wayless going to take Diana. We've seen her a little bit already in the LPL this week. She was in top lane, I believe, yesterday, and has had some quality of life changes, so feels a little bit smooth, a little bit cleaner as far as how she works goes. But Wayless was playing Diana before the changes on this recent patches, so very comfortable with another oddball Wayless champion.
Exactly right, and I like it because it's a split push threat against a team that doesn't have one. To put it as blankly as that, Wayless in the late game, once he gets past that 3 and 4 items, no one can go 1v1 against him.
Yeah, we talked about it already. Flounder going to take his very comfortable, very safe pick of Morgana into that matchup against Akon's Rumble, which, like you said, probably his best matchup here as well. The jungle matchup going to be interesting. I really want to know what Beast can do on Nidalee, especially because he does love invading, but the mid lane's the one for me again, because even that matchup seems quite good for Diana.
Yeah, the lane matchup's fine for Diana. She can absorb a lot of the damage through that W. Neutralizes far and beyond lanes with if you just grab a second point in it. You just cannot be harassed.
Yeah, Crystal there as well. On Corki, that's actually the big difference here for Snake as well. They're going to knock, they hovered the Draven, they consider going for another late game carry, but instead they'll take Crystal and take the mid game. And with the way this comp works for Snake, that's where they have to win.
Yeah, it certainly is. They need to be able to poke people out and then team fight at will. And they lack a little bit of engage, but they need to be able to get it done.
Yeah, let's get straight into game 2. And welcome back for our second game here. Snake versus LGD. Snake currently down a game here. They're ahead of LGD in the standings, but you have to think that if LGD can secure the 2-0 here, that will not last long.
Yeah, exactly right. LGD looking to make a late push into that top 3. I'm sure they want the top 2 position as well. EDG a little bit harder to catch up there, but we see Beast and TBQ facing off against each other in this jungle.
Yeah, and this is probably the big thing to look out for early on as well. We talked about Lee Sin being one of the junglers that can defend off. Imp actually going to face check Crystal here. A hook from Ella's going to land as well. They're going to get the damage done. Exhaust even popped down as well. Imp totally safe for now, actually taking a lot of damage. The heal will get popped there. So PYL now could be in trouble. Might be forced to flash here on the Janna, trying to save some of the summon spells. But Ella has to have the hook back up relatively soon. Is going to try and look at, just misses it there. And PYL somehow doesn't flash.
Yeah, so doesn't have to burn the flash, only has to use heal, which is on a very similar cooldown to the exhaust. So overall, not a bad trade for LGD, although a very risky situation.
Yeah, importantly though, everyone holds on to their flashes here in the bottom lane. So we're probably going to see a 2v2. It's going to be one of the rare times Crystal actively lanes against someone in recent memory. But as I say that, they're already walking to the top lane.
Yeah, already getting away from that top lane matchup. And you can see that looks like LGD might want to invade. If they don't invade on this blue buff, they will lose out on a buff because it is so hard to go into that bottom side of your map.
And a very weird thing here as well. We're going to start on the bottom side of the map here to the red buff actually for Beast. And LGD are going to walk in for at least a look in at the buffs here. The blue buff has spawned. They are going to go in for it. So if Snake want to vertically jungle, Crystal for once is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. So they start up the blue buff and the red buff both on blue side. And they look like they're going to both be able to take it. Of course, Nidalee a much quicker jungler.
No, Beast though walking in towards his blue buff. That's not where he wanted to go, and he's going to miss out on the buff. TBQ might even get a 3 buff here if he can move fast enough.
Yeah, they definitely does need to be careful that he doesn't go straight to his red here. If he goes to the red, the duo lane will be in a position to be able to stop that. And they're collapsing all 4 members.
Yeah, really smart stuff here. Ella going to look in. Only level 1. Has to flash hook really if he wants to engage. And Nidalee can't close the distance. He'll just tap the trinket wall with an auto. And LGD get everything they want there.
Yeah, they get everything. They even get the red buff because Gromp was started up. That will be the successful 3 buff. And that's horrible news.
And Flundra, again, level 1 here against the Graves. You talk about this a lot when LGD put Imp into a lane swap. And they do it often. Graves just by himself, fantastic laner.
He certainly is. His passive really is what seals it for me. He's got all the, I guess, benefits of being a ranged carry in a 2v1, the buckshot, but it's really that passive that allows him to take up minion threat and dish out a lot of damage. So like him in the 2v1 situation. However, what is confusing me is it looked like Snake had for once picked winning lanes and then avoided playing into it.
Yeah, Graves' Corki is very tenuous. It's very volatile, but Crystal would have been fine, I imagine, in that matchup. But like you said, wanted to swap out here. Crystal's going to get left alone to farm a bit, and Snake, maybe old habits die hard. I did expect them to 2v2.
Yeah, and so now we see that we have a Morgana trying to CS under turret, doing a fantastic job so far, but won't be able to fight 1v1 versus Imp. As long as he doesn't get hit by a bind, which with quick draw he shouldn't be able to, Imp will be able to style on this lane.
Yeah, and the biggest issue now as well is that Beast just hasn't had a start at all that he can really be comfortable with, and that's the big issue. I mean, we talked about Beast putting out a lot of pressure on the Nidalee. No pressure so far after the 3 buff.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's the advantage of it going across there. And looks like there's even been a red buff pickup here for Acorn, so he's very healthy in the top lane, level 3, and with that shield and all his abilities, going to be able to CS relatively well.
Yeah, and again, Morgana, like you mentioned, fine in the matchup against Rumble. Crystal, he'll be okay on the Corki, but very weird to how this game started, and LGD have gotten full advantage of the early game they chose.
Yeah, they certainly have, and this is the thing. I feel like Rumble is a better 1v1 against an AD carry than what Morgana is, because of the fact that Morgana can push the Rumble around, use Flandre to roam. He's very good teleporter, one of the best users of teleport I've seen, as we have Beast coming in the mid lane.
Yeah, good bit of pressure, but a nice juke there from Wayless. Just a bit of poke damage there for Barker, but no spear landing, no nearly damage, basically.
Yeah, and you see how tanky already this Diana is. Just so hard to push her out of lane. And yeah, so it just makes sense from a composition perspective for this time to not dodge the 2v2, but giving the respect that Imp deserves on the Grave, being able to get in there, and they've actually sent Flandre into the 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, he's actually down with Ella there, sort of hanging out. We see this a lot in lane swap situations. Crystal will get experience, which is nice on the Corki, especially for that ultimate to really get out all the damage. But Snake, again, kind of playing like they have a Draven, as an example.
Yeah, exactly right. And this scaling tactic that they use, I do like the point about the levels, however. Corki, very good with level 6. We'll be able to siege down turrets with that 6, as well as the Sheen coming through, probably most likely in a 1v1 lane. We'll be looking for some burst damage, and we see TBQ being caught out, going for a little bit of an explore.
Yeah, actually does get the ward down there, so maybe looking for the blue buff re-invade there, although I don't think the ward will last long enough. Although, actually, no, it was a green ward, so should last long enough to see the buff come back up again. Just kind of moving through. Imp will curve at pink ward. Very valuable information. And Flandre, alone with his Morgana right now, can't do anything to stop them.
He certainly can't, and he's, I guess, just concentrating on getting his farm up, looking to pressure the lane. And now that he's at level 4, as soon as he gets to level 5, has 3 points in that pool, will be able to push out the lane pretty successfully. But just the situation that they're making the early game harder than it should be.
Yeah, which is a weird thing because Snake just felt like everything that was going pretty well for them here. Again, they picked standard lanes, they picked a fight, and all of a sudden it all gets undone. And they initiated the lane swap, so early game shaking out a bit wonky here, and Beast is the big problem here. He just hasn't been able to do what he really wants.
Yeah, exactly right. Not utilizing that in Italy. Hasn't even gone for the tier rush, so not going for a late game build. Looking more for the early game situation, and in the top lane, gank.
Yeah, Akon looks to be in trouble. A great hook lands in there as well. The spear will follow in, and Akon absolutely dead. Crystal gets first blood.
Yeah, so that's very good play coming out. Picking up first blood for Crystal will help him. Dragon falls at the same time over to LGD, but that's a 1,000 gold advantage now, just off the back of the first blood, all of the assists.
Yeah, and this is one of the weirder things that will happen, I guess, with these two team comps, is that there's a lot of mid-game power for both of them, and really, where do you want to trade your flat goal for your dragon advantages? Because it's a very tenuous balance.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I guess the fact that there's a rumble in the game means that they probably weren't going to fight for the dragon anyway, so picking up the first blood is a good trade.
Yep, as we see Barker in the mid lane. Wayless level 6 now, so is Barker, but has to be careful to dodge those Qs because that ultimate will get Wayless straight on top of poor immobile Xerath.
Yeah, it certainly will. However, does also need to be careful of the shocking orb. Just a lot of upfront burst damage, and presenting your face as a target is extremely attractive.
Yeah, it did get nerfed actually though in this patch, so interestingly not as good as it once was. The stun, a little bit less ridiculous now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we see in the mid lane, Wayless just having no problem farming 62 CS to 64 against a poke-heavy matchup. Mastery of the champion Diana is coming through, and you can see that he's excelling in the matchup.
Yeah, just looking so strong here, and now even TBQ actually over a ward that Snake put in his own jungle. There's Ella here again, along with Beast, I believe. So they're trying to dive or gank at this point, but Snake committing a lot of resources to keeping Crystal ahead.
Yeah, they certainly are, and you can see that they've even rotated the Xerath into the river. They're looking for an invade onto this red buff, even teleporting.
Yeah, Flandre actually coming in. Beast's going to line it up. Ella doesn't quite get the hook. Flandre
will
pop the ulti. Moves in there as well. There's enough actually there on the skirmish to keep moving in for the tether, but they don't get the kill onto Akon. Crystal looking for the next one, but LGD have warded them off.
Yeah, so LGD forced them away with only 4 members. Wow.
TBQ a little aggressive. Beast spears him in the back, and they were safe, and then TBQ just had to go back in.
That's a 4v5. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Imp has just got all of this free time with a turret by himself. I don't understand why you would force the fight there, but they do in the end. They lose one person. Even their red buff now will go across, and Imp looking to grab a turret.
Yeah, and so much free time in the bottom side of the map for LGD, but Snaker taking over the top side here. Beast, I think, kind of took it personally that he got 3 buff there to start off the game here, as Barker and Whaler still farming up, haven't been able to really commit to any of the skirmishes, but they are just doing work in the top side.
Yeah, they certainly are, and you can see that that's the position they want to be in. They want their AD carry to be in a position to do all of this damage. They play extremely well with resourceless top lanes, and even in saying that, 26 CS advantage has gone over to Flandre with the help of Ella, was able to CS relatively unharassed in the bottom lane, and Wayless picks himself up a red buff, but they do trade turrets.
Yeah, turret will finally go down here. Crystal and Ella will give it up. Crystal's level 8 to level 5 just hit there for Ella as well. So a lot of additional experience and gold being given over to this Corki, but Graves already got the Tara on the bottom side just by himself.
Yeah, and on the other side of the map, PYL is level 4. He's very low, so very squishy target coming through. Attractive for, I guess, BLICKR to be able to clean up, particularly in these fights. And at this point in the game, you just think that with a 2,000 gold advantage, Snake are playing much more controlled, much more the way we're used to seeing Snake play.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely like to get aggressive when they know they have an advantage that they can exploit, but they play very carefully around their objectives and their item timings. I wonder if what they're doing here, especially after giving up that first dragon, is looking for the accelerated Trinity Force and contesting for that second dragon.
Yeah, definitely is a potential to come through for that. Graves, however, is very good with flat AD, so not having his first major item won't set back Imp back too far. And as well as...
BCA caught out there. The PYL Tornado will come through, and Imp cleans up one of the easiest kills of the LPL.
Yeah, so now he might even have an accelerated Infinity Edge come through there with the gold he was picking up. He still has 2 minutes. We'll be able to go clean out the bottom wave that's being shoved back through. And Wayless with double buffs is an absolute terror in the mid lane right now. They've secured control of the bottom half of the map purely off their mid laner play.
Yeah, bullies BLICKR out a little there. FLICKR was actually roaming in the bottom trying to get a kill. TBQ actually going to face check Crystal. Level 6 Lucinda, level 8 Corki doesn't really want to do it. Good kick though to disengage over. Crystal immediately goes back in. A great tornado from PYL. Should keep him safe. The shield very clutch as well.
Yeah, so great play out of PYL. Once again, TBQ face checking a brush. That forfeits control that they just got over the bottom half of the map. But look at the wards pastry time. They know that they want to fight Dragon. They understand that they're stronger with this Rumble pickup, and they've just used it completely to their advantage. Lit up the whole of the bottom side.
And that's potentially the big problem, right? Is the Imp actually going to get aggressive onto Ella, level 5 there. Imp uses his ulti, almost gets the kill onto Thresh, and Ella has to back away. Akon's here though, Equalizer goes down, Ella burning low, the heal popped in there as well. Crystal turns it around, backs out immediately, the tornado just short there, and Ella somehow survives.
Yeah, and a little bit misuse of the Equalizer for once. If he had angled it, they would have to run over at least a portion and got the slow. So it does mean that Imp has to burn his ultimate as well as his flash, but not able to pick up the kills in the end will mean that nothing comes of it. Acorn really didn't miss out on much in the top lane regardless, and we'll just be able to reset.
Yeah, I mean, that Equalizer might be down for the next Dragon fight though, which might be the point here that Snake really want to look to contest. Trinity Force is done, so Snake, if they want to go for a big mid-game fight, now is the time.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Imp has actually elected to go for boots too, as opposed to finishing off that Infinity Edge. So looking for a little bit more mobility around these fights in the flat attack speed that will come through, as opposed to trusting in those big crits that can come through for Trinity Force. And a lot of pings going down now around this mid lane area, trying to catch someone out.
Ella looking for a hook, doesn't quite land it. Acorn postured very aggressively. Only level 8 here as the Chilling Smite does come through there for TBQ. Ella does get marked. Beast just gets blown up though by Wayless. A great stun for BLICKR, but it's not enough. The exhaust comes just clutch there, but Wayless still gets the kill. Now BLICKR going to get knocked up. Crystal going off though with that Trinity Force.
Yeah, so much damage.
Goes so far in there. PYL moving in. Acorn though gets picked up by Flandre's binding. Snake played that so well.
Yeah, able to turn it for a 1-for-1. PYL extremely low, so now they can't contest, but Wayless's ult is back up. No mana, so we'll have to go back to base, but so much damage coming through from Diana and nothing being returned.
No, and Snake take maybe the more permanent objective here. Dragon's back, but it looks like they want the mid turret here. They can, of course, send their jungler to solo it out as well, but Snake going to push the wave in. Yet they want this tower.
Yeah, so they're definitely sticking around for it. They also trust the ability to team fight. They didn't really use many key ultimates in that fight. Of course, Flandre's is still available on Morgana, so they'll pick up a dragon and still feel they're in a position to be able to turret and still be in a position to contest the dragon.
Yeah, and there's Beast just going to solo it out. Nidalee still, despite the nerfs on this patch, does do dragon quite quickly and just generally clears the jungle quite quickly. So Snake should be able to pick up their second dragon in this game. Will take it away there, and now it's one apiece.
Yeah, so dragons equal. Ella in the bottom lane looks like he's being caught a little bit.
Yeah, slow that comes through. Crystal gets knocked up actually, but the teleport coming in over there for Snake there. Flundra doing too, but he's got no health there. Acorn comes in, uses the flame spinner, but a great binding going to give the kill over to Crystal. He flashes out of the way, but Crystal follows in there with the Valkyrie. Flundra goes back in a little too deep, and TBQ low there against Ella. Ella going to line up the autos. TBQ doing good damage, but another snipe there gets in as Flundra gets that kill. Now Wayless trying to poke his head in, but Crystal's corky. Not too bad.
Yeah, but over the other side of the map, Beast and Bucker also fell down, so Wayless 2-0-0 and able to grab himself a couple of kills.
Yeah, some of these carries on both sides actually getting a lot of work done already. We've got the Nationals Tooth done for Wayless, so he power clears lanes and camps if he wants to, but here's a replay.
Yeah, so this is the look at what LGD were doing in the bottom lane. They miss a resonating strike, teleport comes through, so they disengage. From there, they thought Flandre was low enough to continue to fight with Acorn, but unable to do so. TBQ on the backside was able to pick up a kill, and Diana, meanwhile at red buff, also secured the kill against Zerath. And TBQ, he tried to come up big with a huge play, using that lifesteal to get himself a little bit healthier, but wasn't able to do it.
A credit to Ella there as well. Juked so many skill shots from Lee Sin to avoid dying in that gank and really set kills up for Crystal. And we talk a lot about Crystal being an aggressive AD carry player. Corky definitely suits him.
Yeah, it certainly does, and he's playing it extremely well. 2-0-3, 5 of 5 kill participation so far. They are playing the map around him once again, and he's picked up a BF sword now. Hasn't even gone for boots, just trusting in the fact that we'll be in the right position. All that upfront damage, and Trinity Force, a little bit tankier than an AD carry normally would be, is playing well.
And that's a scary thing to think about as well, especially if Crystal looks like the Bloodthirst is what he's going to be going for, most likely given the builds that we've seen in the LPL. Snake are always willing to play around their AD carry. That's been pretty much their entire plan since they started competing in the LPL and even before that. But if Crystal can start playing, have a more diverse champion pool, play these mid-game carries, and Snake still play the same way around him, that's a very scary thought for teams that might look to play Snake towards the back end of the season.
Yeah, it certainly is. It means that you don't have a clear cookie cutter recipe to beat them, which is ban out their late game composition, force them to play mid game. Now that they're playing mid game successfully, it opens up a lot more revenues.
Yeah, it does, and that's the big thing. Everyone's kind of like, Snake getting banned out, can't really perform that well. This game looks very good for them, but they've got a bit of a hill to climb still here against LGD if they do want to take it for the split here. Dragon not available yet. Crystal actually a little caught out of position here. It's a bit overextended, but Thresh is there with the Lantern.
Yeah, it certainly is, but Lee Sin also there with a kick, maybe.
Lines it up. Actually just missing Minion there, getting in the way for Crystal. Very nice use. And now Acorn in the top line. Going to get assassinated there by Beast. Point blank spear nails him, and Flandre just helps for the assist.
Yeah, able to get in there and make some action happen in the top lane. They'll pick up a turret as well maybe for it. Nidalee, of course, with that attack speed steroid, is able to assist in pushing turrets relatively quickly, but with the lane returning, not able to do that, they will recall and get out. Yeah,
and still going through the tier actually is Beast as well. Does have the Magus and the Trailblazer built up already, so fairly strong early on in this game is the Nidalee, but building up towards that tier, it will stack quite quickly, but it was pretty late that she got that.
Yeah, it definitely was. Only at about 150 stacks at 17 minutes. You do want to have finished that one up at about the 24-minute mark, so not fantastic itemization coming through there. However, just so important to be able to keep Nidalee's mana pool up.
Yeah, and you want to make sure you get your cost-efficient items and put pressure on. And despite the start that Beast had, he's been very scrappy and very mobile with the way he's played. So it's nice to see Beast wasn't off to a good early start, but still able to affect them out.
Yeah, still trying to get around and do his job for the team. And we see that that's the last outer turret in the bottom lane. That's nearly going to go down. And really doing a fantastic job now is Snake of, I guess, looking more like their old self, controlling objectives, using their teleport very well. Acorn has looked out of sorts, 0-4-0 so far on the Rumble, and hasn't really nailed an equalizer yet. And that's a worrying sign.
And I guess the other thing as well, as we talk about sidelines and who's getting the farm. Yep, Acorn maybe struggling a bit, like you mentioned, has a lot of depth in that column so far. But Wayless, you talked about split push potential on Diana, has the Natchez Truth, has had it for a while. Not been able to get to a side lane to push it out.
Yeah, exactly right. And you have to think with all of the wave clear that comes through from Bucker, that maybe they would just answer it with wave clear and pushing down mid lane in response themselves. So the Diana, I understand why it was picked up. Very strong 1v1 threat, but hasn't been able to utilize it.
No, and that's just something where Wayless has not really had the fight they wanted. And that's what I like about how Beast has been playing Nidalee, is that very scrappy, really separating the map. Crystal's just anchored to a lane where he's not afraid of anyone after the start he's had. And Snake are just never letting LGD get a big 5v5.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look to be that way. So we see that They're setting up a brush gank.
Yeah, actually, Wayless now finally split pushing, but he's going to get ganked for it. Ella plays him back there. The box traps him as well, and Crystal gets another kill on Corki.
Yeah, another massive kill as well. That was the start of the split push coming through. They used teleport to try and get down inside and weren't able to survive, so they'll pick themselves up a turret off this.
Yeah, and somewhere simultaneously, POAL just got killed, so Jana dying there as well. And Snake, again, taking control of the map now, looking maybe to set up vision for the next dragon.
Yeah, so they've got complete control over everything. 5,000 gold is the advantage at 18 minutes in, and Rumble hasn't been able to get the double pen items, looking very behind. If you compare gold, actually is about 2,000 gold behind direct lane opponents at this stage as Acorn, being completely denied across the map, and very hard to push waves into Xerath.
Oh, it really is here. And that's sort of the funny thing is that Rabadon's done now for BlackR, and Akon talk about him so much as a Rumble player, one of the best resourceless Rumble players as well. But this is maybe too few resources here. We actually have a gank coming through there. Flandre going to get kicked in the face. So Akon, nope, doesn't get the kill. Imp takes it with collateral damage.
Yeah, Imp snipes that one away. Would have been, I guess, very nice for it to go over onto the top lane, but very easy to. It's much easier in League of Legends to snowball one person than try and get people back into games. So I understand why they gave it over to the AD carry. Imp definitely having a good game. Has that Infinity Edge, nearly picking up the Phantom Dancer as well now. Is in a position to take over against a no tank lineup, pretty importantly.
Yeah, and he needs to take over as well. He was the big carry in his game in game one. That's often been the case for Imp in LGD games here in Snake. Crystal is absolutely massive here in this game. Already done with his Bloodthirster now as well. Still no boots, of course, not interested in those, but just doing so much work already. And this next dragon, it belongs to Snake.
Yeah, it certainly does. There's no contest going to come through either from LGD. Without the equalizer, just no good equipment to be able to do so. So they give that one across to Beast, and they'll look to, I guess, start fighting again about the 26-minute mark after the next round of items comes through.
And you know, it's kind of a weird comp that they've built. We talk a lot about Corki and rotating for turrets, but Beast has sort of been filling the other void of the map and keeping pressure on along with Flandre usually. And Snake are doing a very good job of rotating around the map, keeping on top of the turrets, and just snowballing these objectives away from LGD.
Yeah, they're certainly doing a very good job of moving around the map as a unit. You can see once again, whenever Beast is going into the jungle to clear it out, it's with Ella trying to get some pressure down across the entirety of the map. So, ooh.
Beast actually maybe going to get caught. Ella throws out a hook, but more importantly, gets Beast to safety with the Lantern. Wayless has also started split pushing in the bottom side of the map as well, but I don't think he can fight Crystal.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem right now. They need to start split pushing earlier, but now Crystal is at the point where he can 1v1 the Diana, so Diana will be able to shove the lane out, get some farm, but won't be able to, I guess, really pressure.
Yeah, Bucky gets the blue buff now as well. And you can see, again, the difference here as far as CS goes. 208 CS so far. They're almost the highest. Sorry, Imp claiming that they're on his graves at 220 almost. But so much wave clear already with the quick Rabadons. And Bucky just looks so comfortable on this champion.
Yeah, and that's the problem with not going those 3 standard bans against a side like Snake. They play very good when they are comfortable, and when teams have made them look uncomfortable, they haven't, and TBQ goes in.
Yeah, I mean, looking for something does, I think, steal away the Raptor camp. I think it might have even got it there as well, but Crystal still building up now. Is going to go back and chop after pushing out the side waves, and Snake just sticking together. Flandre still in the top side, 60 CS ahead here of this Rumble, and Akon can't even fight Morgana.
Yeah, so it's 2,000 gold, still the advantage for Flandre, who's just been able to use his kit to push out the wave repetitive, keep the Rumble shoved in, and hasn't really had the advantage of being able to team fight at this point. As we see TBQ going up there to pay a visit and try and get some pressure on to Flandre, who's playing extremely well, but Flandre not going to have any of it.
Nope, going to try and dark binding it. TBQ will actually use the smite to make sure he gets it, and Snake just anchored in the mid side now, trying to clean out this tier 2 turret. Do need a couple more, only have the 3 outers so far, but Flandre is applying split push pressure. Snake are all over the map, and Crystal with his BT Trinity Force is shredding through the turret.
Yeah, he's certainly looking to get as much work done as possible, and they've... Ooh.
Imp almost juked back into that shocking orb there, but he'll be safe for now.
Yeah, so Imp safe for now. On the other side, TBQ was also nearly caught out as well, but he's been able to back away. As we see Acorn potentially looking for the flank equalizer, but his whole team's gone back. They're looking to give up a turret.
Flandre goes in so aggressive, though, flashes over the wall, and that might have been to his detriment there. Whalers going to die back in. FLICKR going to pop his ulti. The equalizer down as well. Imps here is on FLICKR. Too aggressive there. Gets killed by Akon, but the trade comes through. Xerath will pick off Rumble there as well. So now it's 4v4.
Yeah, the poke team, but Rumble had used his ultimate. That was all they needed him for. They can look to defend.
Yeah, they can. Whalers though gets chunked down very hard, and there's so much poke on this Snake lineup.
Yeah, the poke squad coming through. Corki, very good poke AD carry, as well as an AP Nidalee jungle and the Xerath. They're going to be able to force away from these turrets for days. And the split push really can't come through as an answer because they're not strong enough to leave 4 members.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of comfort champions here for Snake, and that is true, especially in Bucker's case, but they've built a very good comp around their mid lane almost here. We've got the Nidalee, Corki, and Xerath for poke. Great disengage between Morgana and Thresh, and Snake finally getting a group up. You see exactly what their comp does, 5v5.
Yeah, exactly right. And with the build that Ella has gone, with the Crystal is gone, with the exception of the Sork boots, is very successful at pushing down turrets with that Sheen proc and all the bloodthirsted damage that comes through that flat AD. We'll be able to make short work of them. And Akon, he is so hungry for farm. He is scrapping around maps in pushed waves, trying to get anything he possibly can.
Yeah, TBQ's here to support. So is PYL actually, but FLICKR, very good top lane intuition here, keeping him safe from the potential 3-man gank for now. I mean, Akon getting babysit for a bit of CS, but even as the home guard enchantment on his boots just to make his teleports a little bit more impact down the bottom. Crystal in trouble. Whalers finally able to solo him.
And that's fantastic news. Back in the top, though, a lot of fighting.
Yeah, FLICKR actually going in, but gets kicked back there. A great knock up there by PYL sets it up, and LGD getting some advantages.
Yeah, so able to get 2 simultaneous kills on opposite sides of the map means the pressure out of Diana now is huge, being pinged out furiously from this Xerath, who might even ult the wave.
Yeah, he does ult the wave, actually. Whalers even going to throw down a ward. Diana still doing damage to the turret, and you can see when she gets free time on the structures, that passive just rips through them.
It certainly doesn't. Really good heads-up play. Now that he's picked up the Zhonya's Hourglass, will be in the position where he can take it to the Corki in a one-on-one situation, and this is what they've been looking for the entirety of the game. Get Whalers into a lane, make sure he can split push, and from there really is no response.
Yeah, and the fact that Crystal can't actually solo the Diana anymore is a big flag for you for Snake. You talked about it already. They don't really have a good way to deal with the split push. Crystal was the hope, I guess, given that he was snowballing, but that's not even viable anymore.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe they hope they wait out for the fact that Morgana is going for the Zhonya's Hourglass next and can't really be dove, just clear the waves with it. But Diana, so good at tanking the turret, going in, diving someone, walking back out, and then has the ultimate available 10 seconds later to be able to do it all over again.
Yeah, just, you know, very mobile, really sticky mid lane champion that Whalers does have plenty of experience on. Crystal will pick up the red buff now, though, as Snake rotate in to collect that from their jungle, and Dragon is back in 15 seconds. Now Imp going to get his as well, so we're going to have a bloodbath of a Dragon fight.
Yeah, we certainly are, and AD's pretty much mirrored in item build, both on 2 items, boots as well as a pickaxe, and I think this comes down to them this time around pastry time. Who can get more damage? TBQ's caught.
Yeah, Hook does land, but no follow there, and Snake just going to keep poking.
Yeah, still looking to just poke out around these objectives, but Imp, big pressure on the Graves player to be able to get things done.
Yeah, and now OGD going to set up as well. Akon, level 12 there with his Haunting Guys plus his Sork shoes. So decent equalizer damage, but Snake, they really want to fight here. It's 2 for 1 in Dragons in favor of Snake, but Snake have to poke LGD off here. They can't really engage 5v5, and Akon takes a big chunk out by a Nidalee Spear.
Yeah, still being chunked out, and this is a dangerous game to play if they choose to push down mid lane because of where LGD are positioned. They will be in a better position to base race this, but TBQ looking for the flank.
Yeah, actually going to go in there, does find it, kicks FLICKR out, but he doesn't have a Zonies to protect himself, but he's not dead yet. Finally goes down, but Ella gets the kill onto Lise in there to trade it off. The poke coming in, Akon almost getting killed there, and Beast can't quite find the last spear, so 4v4 now.
But Akon has teleport, so if he can back, he can teleport back in with those home guards, so they're just trying to stall this one out.
Yeah, Ella looking for another pick. Snake, no, they need to get more than the 1 kill they just got there as well. Chasing down PWL, little low. Imp kind of caught out of position as well. Snake have found a very nice flank here. The spear's going to get thrown out. Snake are closing the trap. Imp somehow gets hooked up there, but he gets out of the way. A good stun lands in, but he can't come in for the rest of the damage. Beast, though, going to go in and assassinate him, and Crystal gets the work done. Akon, though, has come back. He gets chunked out by a Nidalee Spear, though, and Crystal can't finish it off. Now Ella throwing
out the hook, and Crystal trying to kite away, but Flandre is returning now as well. Homeguard Morgana, Wayless dives in, Beast will go down, but Ella survives. Crystal gets another kill. Flandre finds PYL, and Snake are going to clean out the rest of the kills.
Yeah, they look like they're going to be able to pick up the support. They do in the end. Fantastic Flash Dark binding. So overall, that was a 4-for-3 exchange in favor of Snake. Both top laners using their teleport, but with their jungler dead, very risky to go for the dragon.
Yeah, LGD's Lee Sin still up here as well. TBQ might go for a steal. Snake are going to start it. Ella is going to try and find the jungler and hook him in so they can get a kill. And he might be able to find the steal. It would only be the second dragon. Lee Sin looking around. It was Flandre. He's trying to get away from the dragon, but Snake, they're able to pick it up.
Yeah, so they pick it up here, but Fight once again looking to start.
Akon actually gets ulted there by Flandre. Great kick out though. Ella almost dies actually, and Crystal wants to go aggressive, but he can't go any further.
Yeah, really nice kick there. Once again, a misplaced equalizer. They thought they were going to run away. They didn't. They came forward, and Acorn wasn't able to put down any damage after that. 2-5-3, struggling across this game. Hasn't looked fantastic in team fights. Was able to get the teleport kill onto the mid laner that did help out in the last one, but overall just not the Rumble we're used to seeing.
No, and on the other side of the lane matchup there, Flandre, Morgana looking great almost as always. I mean, 3, 4, and 5, not a glamorous score, but plenty of CS here. And it's funny, we're not used to seeing AP Morgana that often. She's usually a support in a lot of regions, including China, but Flandre very good at clearing these waves out.
Yeah, he certainly is fantastic at clearing the waves, and those dark bindings, the snipes, just do so much damage in these team fights. It's an upfront nuke when you see it coming through like that, and the wave clear is fantastic, so once again they go back to the split push.
Makes sense. I mean, Flandre in the top doesn't have his teleport, but that doesn't really bother Flandre. He tends to be in the right place at the right time. Crystal, 3 items done as well, and Crystal going very aggressive for Akon. Ulti pot there as well, but Imp's also going to find his way in. Akon almost goes down to the ultis, and Snake are on the offensive.
Yeah, so Snake recognizing that Diana was in the bot lane, need to force, so they do so with their AD carry, 5, 1, and 4. Get some good damage onto TBQ, and now the push in the top lane's on.
Yeah, Beast doesn't have his Void stuff yet, so those spears not really hurting, but he has finished his Seris transformation. Actually happened a number of minutes ago, and Snake going to group up. I was going to say as 5, but Flandre has switched route back to the bottom lane.
Yeah, he certainly has, and they're sending Diana once again down there to help deal with the Morgana, who just continues to split push, using that passive to tank up the waves, and might be able to get a mid lane turret if they play this right here, LGD, but apart from that, really being beaten around the map.
Yeah, Whalers pushing in aggressively, almost has a Rabadons to complement the 2 other damage items. So Diana is very scary. If you can assassinate Crystal, then that'll be a very big win for LGD as far as team fighting goes. But so far, LGD have not really been able to break the poke or siege of Snake.
Yeah, it hasn't been the case, and they don't even pick up mid lane turret. They need to start getting some of these objectives to get the gold back in their favor. Still 5,600 for Snake, and they look like they have a fantastic late game composition.
I mean, it's kind of a weird one, but yeah, if they play their cards right and siege effectively, it's very hard to stop what Snake are doing.
Yeah, it certainly is. Not much hard engage coming through. Has to be the perfectly placed equalizer. 3 item Imp now has been picked up. He's been able to finish up that last Whisper, and we'll be moving towards some lifesteal, you would like to think, next, although it may be the defensive item even. And now the siege around Baron has begun.
I mean, Snake kind of swapping objectives here. They've got their 3rd dragon, and next one on up for a couple minutes here, so Snake going to try and secure some advantages around their next objective. They pretty much just need LGD to walk into a spot where they can effectively siege them, but LGD, to their credit, playing very safe and just pushing out the empty lanes.
They're just trying to use the Diana, enforce the split push. They've got her to level 17 now. Also picked up the Rabadon's Death Cap. As soon as the Void Staff comes in, we'll be able to pretty much one-shot the AD carry and the mid laner for Snake, and they're really putting a lot of eggs in Wayless's basket, being able to perform the carrying duty coming through. Problem is, there's just very good disengage coming out of Ella on Thresh. The Flay as well as the Box is going to be a very useful tool. Not to mention the fact that Zhonya's Hourglass now finished up in top lane for Flandre. As soon as they dive past him, he can flash into their team, use that Soul Shackles, Zhonya's himself, and then really is no answer. They have to split.
Yeah, maybe even Black Shield Crystal or Barker just to keep them a bit safer from all of the Diana burst, and there is a lot of it. I even like that Barker and Crystal both recognizing that's the case and going for defensive options here. Crystal actually has Well, sorry, now going to get caught up. Going to go back, and that's an amazing amount of damage, but BUCKR does get the kill. You can see what happens if they set up properly, but Ella looking for the hook, doesn't find it, but Snake, they get the pick.
And if Wayless was able to get the Zhonya's off there, that nearly would have been a one-team fight with how much damage he did, but in the end, fantastic catch. Good vision control coming through from Snake and able to capitalize on a bad mistake.
Yeah, the upcoming QSS and the Giants belt actually for BUCKR playing a bit of a hand there and keeping their carry safe.
Yeah, it certainly was coming through. And now they can look towards Baron, starting it up.
Yeah, they are going to at least get some vision around it. Maybe try and find a pick with Ella's Thresh first. TBQ going to face check. Imp almost gets caught, actually gets bound. The poke is massive there onto that Graves.
Yeah, and now that Imp is out of the way, they definitely can look at the Baron. But no, they're being extremely patient with this.
Trying to snipe off Imp as well. Can't find him. He's out of range. But Snake now will start the Baron.
Yeah, so now they started up. Spear's still coming over the wall, but they've waited to the point where Diana is back up with that short ultimate that we keep speaking about. We'll be in a position to fight as well.
Crystal going massively in there. Actually gets kicked out, and Crystal will go down there to Akon. PYL will peel everyone else off. BUCKR, though, does get the kill. TBQ going to get hooked up and forced to flash out of the way, but Snake have to run now. BUCKR will poke as best as he can. Ella, though, did get queued and exhausted there onto Wayless. Now FLICKR going in, very aggressive, trying to find the ulti. Gets a couple there. Will pop his on. He's a little late. Will survive for now, but Nidalee going to get the kill there onto Akon. FLICKR is still alive there as Beast. Now going to chase in onto Wayless, and Ella going to land the hook. Wayless does so much damage, though. There's the double kill. BUCKR going to try and put Diana in her place, but Wayless going absolutely off on Diana. Completes the ace with a quadra.
And what a play out of Wayless. Now that he's got all of those items behind him, able to dish out massive burst and played around his ultimate timing so well throughout that whole exchange. Not much more to really say there. Probably just saved a game that looked like it was going bad, but it all started on the back of a Crystal arrow, going aggressive over that wall. Didn't realize that Imp had stuck around Imp, able to get through all that upfront burst damage, and he's got another BF sword now, and that really drew Snake back into a bad position. They looked like they'd finally secured themselves a tangible advantage. They were going to be able to pick up the Baron, but they baited it one too many times, and it didn't happen.
No, and LGD maybe even looking at Dragon, but Snake realized that the bigger prize is at stake here. Baron is the one they seem to want here. So they'll give up LGD, they'll give them their second Dragon. A fourth will be nice, but instead they really want the Baron.
Yeah, they certainly do want the Baron. They've got a good poke composition, but they don't have a fantastic siege composition. Two very different things. Great at forcing people away from turrets if they can land all of that poke, but apart from the Corki who can get the Trinity Force procs off, really not that much long-range damage.
No, and yeah, they've kind of had trouble sieging at least the big inhibitor turrets like you mentioned, but Snake getting a bit greedy, going to try and get both objectives it seems like here. We already have TBQ on top of the Dragon, I believe, and Snake will clear at the Scuttlecraft. Dragon very low actually, I believe, yeah, about under 2,000 health left, but that will go to no. TBQ does steal it away. Ella actually pops the box, they're going to ride Crystal in. They might be able to get the kill. Kick landing in there as well, but Akon moving with the equalizer around the side for the fight. Crystal has to get out here, but the rest of the team collapses to peel. PYL going to go down to FLICKR. Crystal chasing Akon so aggressively. A good Zhonya's, but Akon will go down. Phosphorus Bomb, little miss time, and FLICKR now sniping out, trying to get Imp with a binding. Actually, great Zhonya's from Wayless to save him, and he has to get really far out of the poke.
Yeah,
oh,
he's
binding
caught.
lands, though. Play back there as well, and there's another kill for Corki.
And that was just a bad split coming out of LGD. Carries on the top side, other three members on the bottom side. Snake made the right decision. They just ran at the three takes, no damage.
Goodbye, TBQ.
TBQ going down.
Yeah, Imp actually now going down. So FLICKR does Dom damage there as Nidalee comes in for the last of the kill. The ace gets completed and Snake will get Baron.
Yeah, so Snake get Baron. LGD got Drake, but they also got Ace on top of it. So very much in favor of Snake now. 10,000 gold in the lead. And once again, the equalizer that time was a little bit better position, but just such a decisive call from Snake to run straight at the team.
I mean, they just played it so well. They split everyone up. They're so good in scrappy team fights especially. They're a great team fighting team. Just split up LGD, kind of push them out, protect the Crystal when they needed to, and as a result, they get the Baron and break the base. Mid inhibitor goes down.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, there's two Baroned up cannon minions in the base. They're going to take a while to sort out, although now the Baron buff does go away and Wayless picks up a lot of that CS, and LGD have to stall this game out now. They can't defend siege turrets well. They need to use their advantage in the split push to be able to rotate around the map. But if Snake play this one well, you feel they can just group as 5, go into the bottom lane, use those Baroned up minions as well as Crystal's AD, and slowly chip down these turrets.
Yeah, and Crystal is so strong now. Probably going to finish at least the Mercurial Scimitar with the gold that he's gotten. FLICKR actually has to defend the waves in the top half as well, so he's pushing them back. There are massive minion waves that LGD managed to push on the side, but that kind of feels irrelevant now because their mid inhibitor's gone.
Yeah, it certainly does. And now they're setting up some brush ganks, but that's not really going to do much. The fact that there's super creeps streaming down the mid lane means that there's a timer on these. All you have to do is wait until you see all the members on the map and then slowly push another lane.
Yeah, and they're going to look for top lane, it seems like here. Going to group in. TBQ will just get away. Akon has to be very careful there as Beast Nidalee does not mess around in the damage department. Poke just going to get evaded there as well, but Ella might even look for a flash hook. Crystal's coming up as well. Ella still running in with the mobility boot. Snake can't find the pick, but LGD have to get very far away.
Yeah, so LGD successfully disengaged, so that's a lot of the Baron buff that now has been wasted. So that was a good extended chase in favor of LGD, but they've also got the wave pushing now in Snake's favor. And very strange that they would siege top turret, just because of all the, I guess, the advantage of being able to take the bottom inhibitor with maybe not being able to end the game on this Baron buff, but they will be able to successfully take down another turret, further extend that lead.
They have to be so careful though. Crystal, good black shield there. He's playing very far forward, but if Wayless gets into the backline, Snake will lose the team fight.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way, but they're not even waiting around for it.
No, I mean, the Baron up minions doing so much work. FLICKR just zoning everyone out with the bindings as well, and Crystal just destroys turrets at this stage.
And it looks like the next inhibitor is going to go down. They need to make a call.
FLICKR going to go in there. Doesn't have the black shield. PYL, they're going to get low, and Wayless wants to pop the Zonias early. Ella going to line up the hook. Nails it there onto Wayless, and Crystal takes him out. Imp now in trouble, gets caught again, and that might just be it here for Snake.
Yeah, it certainly will be. That will be the game pastry time. Baroned up super minions going to be streaming in the base in no time whatsoever, and they're just going to siege out the mid.
Yeah, Crystal's actually face tanking the Nexus turret. Has no cares at all. Ella, massive right now with an Elixir Divine, flashes in to try and get a couple more kills. FLICKR going to zone them out. Crystal going deep once again. He really wants to stack that KDA. Lee Sin just gets evaporated off the map. FLICKR goes massive in the game, and Snake do tie it up with LGD.
Yeah, and really impressive performance, picking on Akon. Rumble not able to get going whatsoever, and off the back of that, they just across the map used how strong FLICKR was to start these fights, landed skill shot after skill shot, and Crystal was a beneficiary of it all.
He was, and I mean, credit to Snake. We asked them, we said, you know, on 5.4, they're going to have to do something different. Game 1 was quite different and looked fine, but they couldn't really find the edges to make the Kalista work and get Crystal going. Game 2 completely changed how they play and looked very good with the mid-game comp.
They certainly did. Ran a mid-game comp. They had a Corki. They ran a pseudo-poke comp that in the end came out absolutely massive. In the jungle, Beast Nidalee looked great, was able to follow up, maybe a questionable item pathing in the start, picking up the tier very late, but got the transform and got everything he needed.
Yeah, and just a great looking game for Snake. I mean, LGD looked fantastic in the end of Game 1 and throughout the series, so credit there as well, but as a result, both teams will stay in the places that they've gotten, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll take a quick break as the battle for playoff runs continue. Gamti are taking on Energy Pacemaker next.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi for our second matchup of the day between Energy Pacemaker and Gamty. Both of these teams having a bit of a struggle over the last day or so, but as far as how things are going for the teams generally, looking better than they were.
They're looking better than they were, but I think the struggle started a little bit more than a day or two ago. This is, of course, a game where two lineups coming in. They're both vying, maybe a little bit more. Gamty still vying for that playoff contention. Energy Pacemaker really need to put together a miracle to be able to make that late charge that they're hoping for. But they've definitely been on the incline as the season's gone on, and they're both very young rosters. Gamty particularly, now that they've got Xiaohu in their lineup, he's been around for about a month, and he has definitely brought the lineup together. But they're struggling in other areas right now, Gamty. Sync Dream had an absolute horror yesterday of a game on Sona. He went tier into Archangels, into a Sheen, and then sold it all for a Chalice in a Protector Cogmore composition, and just hasn't really looked his usual Sync Dream self.
No, it was very, very strange. And picking up the Sona just in general was weird for Sync Dream. I mean, you have to get to level 6 before you've got CC.
Yeah,
that's
exactly
weird.
right.
What's going on?
Power Core doesn't do much in those gangs. So, yeah, we definitely didn't see the Gamty that we're used to seeing yesterday. They, of course, ran into the first time we've seen the full Starhorn Royal Club lineup.
Exactly, yeah.
And they played pretty well.
They did. Although, you know, the first game between Gamty and Royal Club was a 62-minute slugfest. Gamty, they could have potentially taken that one, and, you know, that sort of momentum could have actually sprung them into a 2-0, but wasn't to be the case in Name. And in the end of that game, just Jinx is pretty good in the late game, Mr. Tiberi.
Yeah, it certainly is. Came through with a very good performance. And across the other side of the rift, if we take a look at what Energy Pacemaker's been doing, they've found a little bit more consistency, I guess. They're running some different team comps coming through, but they lost against a King lineup, and King are definitely vying for that playoff spot. They've got everything on the line at the moment, so you see why Energy Pacemaker did struggle there, but Amazing J particularly has started getting it going again.
Yeah, Amazing J's sort of, he's never really been a weak link of the team, but if he goes off, that's when Energy Pacemakers start to look good. So we'll have to see whether he's going to bring something exciting here to the table, or whether it's going to be sort of another, you know, early game cheese into not really knowing what to do.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's what Energy Pacemaker is all about for me. They're the team that if they surprise you, get you on the back foot, they run over the top of you. But it seems like they're running out of surprises. They were able to come through. They had things at the start of the season where they were running Amazing J and Captain 57 together, where they were coming up with ridiculous deep wards and teleport dives. Looked a lot like Snake, who were performing it a little bit better. But now they've gone to Raphael, and the Victor came through. The Hecarim was popularized again by this lineup. They were running more Freight Train-esque, and since then really has started to regress back to standard play, and they're starting to struggle.
Yeah, and you've got Raphael as well, who sort of stepped away from the Victor. It stopped getting banned away against him, and he's been playing a lot of that LeBlanc there in the mid lane. But you can see Amazing J, he was playing a lot of Jarvan and a lot of different stuff, but now it seems to be the Hecarim that's his pocket pick that often gets banned away. Otherwise, pretty standard.
Yeah, exactly right. We see the Aurelia, we see the Nard. Drizzle here, he looks above and beyond better on Lee Sin than he does any other champion.
Anything else, yep.
Yeah. Has pulled the Rek'Sai out a couple of times, I think. Even tried his hand at Rengar at the start of the season. Didn't work. Does look good on the Lee Sin, though.
Yeah, and Raphael, there you can see, played a little bit of LeBlanc just recently, but has hopped over to things like the Ari and Lysandra, and it's out of the history books thus far on this screen, but its Victor games were fantastic. Kane, though, much like Tail over the other side, actually plays a lot of Corki and quite well.
Yeah, plays Corki well, plays the neutralizing AD carries well. These mid-game lane bullies that are able to farm and able to pick it up. Shu in the bottom lane joins Kane. He's a little bit more of a pure support, but can play the engaged heavy supports when he wants to, but looks a little bit more comfortable, at the moment at least, on Janna.
Yeah, and of course, a little bit more consistent than his friend over the other side of the rift in that bottom lane. So we'll see whether Shu can sort of pull it out. And basically, he just needs to be consistent like he is, and it seems to be the rest of the team that needs to rally around him.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that's Energy Pacemakers' way they like to play the game. They like Amazing J and Raphael to really push the pace. Drizzle spends a lot of time in the top side of the map trying to get that done, and then Kane and Shu just are the rocks of the team. They're down there to farm up, become mid-game threats, and help siege up the turrets.
Yeah, whereas we have a look over the other side. Gamti have actually had some fantastic showings despite the fact that they haven't pulled out victories. Let Me, especially on that Nah, is amazing.
Yeah, he certainly does play good control teamfight champions. Nah, he's looked very consistent on. He's also pulled out a couple of Kassadin games that have looked fantastic, although we won't be seeing that on the current patch. And has even tried their hand at a little bit more of a Juggernaut feel with the Lulu in the top lane.
Yeah, it wasn't really a Juggernaut though, was it? I mean, they managed to have Lulu and Kog'Maw in the same comp, but is that all you need to really call it a Juggernaut?
Not really. I think that even the idea of the Juggernaut to protect the Kog'Maw composition with enough boost to keep him up in the front line doesn't really suit the way Garmsy play regardless. I don't think they play it particularly well. As we see Huey, the man that burst onto the scene like Wild Turtle and has kind of fizzled since then.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, he still has been strong. His Rek'Sai still looks fantastic, but he's not getting pentakills every game. You definitely can say that. And Xiaohu, he's managed to pick up that Xerath a few times, but hasn't been getting him the victories that it otherwise would have meant a different time in this season.
Yeah, of course. He looked fantastic on Xerath when he first brought it, even being camped. And we see Tail, Trinity Force AD carries, Corki almost exclusively. Kog'Maw was picked up for that certain composition, but didn't work out. Corki is the contested pick in this head-to-head.
Oh, yeah, most definitely, because both of these AD carries, that's what they want to be playing. They don't really want to be playing anything else. I mean, I guess they can pick up the Kog'Maw, but we saw that Tail didn't really feel all that comfortable on that one. And Sync Dream, just, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from that guy this game.
Yeah, he's certainly unpredictable. We talk about his roams on Annie, his roams on Leona. He needs an engaged support, you feel. Sona didn't work for me in the composition and with the player specifically. I think it's important that you don't try and change too much of your identity quickly, and that seems to be the case when Sync Dream jumped over onto that. So look for him to go back to one of his comfort picks, try and influence the map in a positive way early on in the game, and try and start fights for his team, because that's when Garmsy looked good. On the other side of the rift, Shu just needs to be consistent. Sync Dream needs to help his team.
He does, and the games that Gamti win are when Sync Dream is all across the map, affecting every single lane. Even when he just leaves Tail on his own to try and fend for himself, pick up farm that he can, when Sync Dream's helping Xiaohu get ahead and making plays happen around the map, that's when Gamti look good.
Yeah, certainly, and so that's why we talk about all these things with early game CC, the ability to be able to charge a stun up on Annie, the ability for Leona to be able to engage, and try and get Xiaohu or Let Me ahead in their lane and snowball the game from there. Both teams very good in the mid lane and top lane. You would say that's their focal point, and do let their AD carry and support slip.
Yeah, and we've got the consistency graph up here for you. Of course, you can see that Gamti struggling a little bit in that consistency towards the top side. It is poking out just a little bit. Sync Dream, sort of the Sheen count is coming through pretty strong.
Yeah, the Sheen count wasn't fantastic. One Sheen on support is probably one too many in a season.
That being said, I think Iceborne Gauntlet Leona's pretty good.
I'm not falling into this like Papa Smithy did yesterday. Sheen as a support is bad.
Okay. Damn it, tried to
Build
go for
the
bait,
frozen
didn't
heart.
get there.
And regardless, on Leona, you really shouldn't prioritize too much armor because a W is such a
Yeah, it's
good
true.
tool to stack that one up. Diminishing returns, of course, means it isn't as an effective stat as it is on other people. Just build some HP.
Yeah, build a Warmogs. Yeah? Righteous Glory, maybe?
Ruby Sightstone.
Yeah, that'll do. But Energy Pacemaker going to start off our bans with a very sort of obvious Zhaohu-aimed Xerath ban. And it is going to be Amazing Jay's Hecarim being taken off the board here as well. And the Rek'Sai getting the respect here for Huey. Definitely a good choice, but a lot of targeted bans coming through early.
Yeah, they're all target bans. And wow,
Wow,
Raphael
again.
gets a LeBlanc ban thrown at him.
That is impressive. But he has been playing it a lot, and I mean, it's always good to make sure that people aren't comfortable, but that is interesting.
Yeah, that's a very specific ban. Maybe they're looking to run some form of protect the AD carry comp on Garmty's side, and they don't want to have to deal with a mid-assassin.
Yeah, well, it's true. And I mean, I guess this is 5.4 as well, and the patch has changed a lot of what's going to get banned away. You don't need to ban Azir. You don't need to ban Kassadin, because both of these champions not quite as strong as they used to be.
Yeah, it definitely is the case, and we see Let Me getting a Maokai ban taken away, so a peculiar pick ban phase so far, and Raphael, the victor goes as well.
Yeah, ooh, and I would love to see this from Huey as well. Pick away Drizzle's Lee Sin, what has made him so comfortable thus far, but that was an incredibly quick Gnar lock-in.
That was, yeah, an insta-lock nearly. It was like he hit hard random and lucked out with Gnar, but that is a pick away from Let Me, who we complimented for his Gnar play coming in, but Amazing Jay looking to pick that one up.
Yeah, Lysandra is available here as well. We've seen Gnar Lysandra being an incredibly strong combination of champions. So see whether that's what they decide to go for, because it's the Annie and the Lee Sin that are being looked at here for Gamty, and they're more just pickaways more than anything else and making sure they get Sync Dream on a champion that he's comfortable on.
They are pickaways, but they need to be careful here that they don't give away the huge AoE wombo that we've seen come out of teams with Gnar so often, and looks like they're putting it together. They've got an AoE mid laner, they've got an AoE AD carry. If they pick something up like a Leona here, then there is just the potential for a lot of AoE lockdown and damage to come through from an Energy Pacemaker lineup, which means you can't 5v5. Right now, Garmty have to be thinking, what can we do to split push to drag this team apart?
Well, it's true, and I mean, having that pick away as well of the Corki, this is something that we probably should have mentioned a little bit earlier in the draft, but that made it to round 3, and I cannot believe that Gamty let that one go all the way through.
Yeah, so far from Tail, we've seen all Corki games lately and one bad Cogmore game. So
yeah.
Not expecting him to go back to that Cogmore. Ezreal will be the pick away, potentially for the mid lane, deals with the assassins very well, but still waiting on an AD carry to come through for Tail.
It's a really intelligent flex pick, though, this Ezreal, because everyone knows that Zhaohu plays that one in the mid lane, and it means that they can put that Ezreal wherever they feel like. But it is going to be that Thresh and the Jarvan 4 being locked in. Of course, Drizzle's sort of go-to next champion after the Lee Sin is generally the Jarvan.
So the only
only
pick I don't agree with here is the Thresh. They've got a very good team fight comp here. They've got some pick potential that comes out. Maybe that's where Thresh comes in over the Leona pickup. But Leona in the 5v5 composition just balances out the magic damage very nicely, allows Corki a good lane. Leona Corki is just so strong coming into a head-to-head, and looks like it actually might be him mid-Annie.
This would be very interesting. Sync Dream has thrown some curveballs before, but now it looks like it's Zhaohu going to be taking that Annie into the mid lane.
Yeah, certainly, and Annie is very strong on the current patch.
Yeah.
Viable mid laner, has good upfront burst damage, and when you're playing against an Ahri, the important thing is to wait for the first charge, dodge the charm, and be able to blow her up with inside, not being able to go for that second Spirit Rush. And Annie is still one of the champions that can do that.
Yeah, and your Molten Shield is now so much more useful as well. Gives Tibbers that little speed boost and activates on Tibbers as well. And I actually really love that, because everyone knows that if you kill Tibbers, you get 50 gold. Everyone wants to be hitting that bear to be able to get that gold. And now, you might just kill someone.
Yeah, exactly right. Get a lot of free damage across from the Molten Shielded Tibbers. I like the way this is going. But in the top lane, Aurelia versus Gnar, we see that a lot. Aurelia does have the winning matchup. Jungle Huey has Lee Sin, Drizzle on Jarvan.
Yeah, and of course, Jarvan a little bit nerfed here in this patch as well. Doesn't get the armor from his standard, but Raphael against Xiaohu. I mean, if Xiaohu gets a Tibbers on an Ari, she's dead.
Yeah, and you see it is on everyone's jumpers, so we might even see a couple of Tibbers running around the map right now, as it is a Corki-Ezreal matchup in the bottom lane. Corki will win that one out, has the advantage of being able to poke and CS at the same time.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And I mean, I guess Tail now just more than happy to be on a champion that can at least potentially build a Trinity Force. So, I mean, that's going to be working out in his favor. I don't know whether he necessarily will because, of course, Blue build has been very popular. But what do you think about sort of getting that Manamune and then going straight to the Trinity Force?
Yeah, I think the Trinity Force Ezreal has a very clean power curve. I think that Blue build, if you fall behind, can start getting punished a little bit heavier.
Yep.
In saying that, it depends whether they want to play a controlled style of League of Legends or accelerate the pace of the game.
Yeah, and I guess with a Leona and an Annie, you probably just want to be going in, right?
Yeah, definitely. It does look like you want to play a little bit of control. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the Trinity Force Ezreal. A lot of burst damage that comes through, but it's very, I guess, it just depends how he wants to play the champion.
Yeah, and it's also, you get that sort of double Trinity Force power spike here as well, using that Aurelia and as well the Ezreal. So these dragon fights can be really strong. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Energy Pacemaker taking on Gamty. A little bit of a lower tier clash at the moment, but both of these teams really wanting to be able to get into that playoff spot, and both of them have shown they can take games off the top sides and just see who manages to come out on top. And this is the first time we've seen a mid-Annie so far. I'm excited, Xiaohu. Cheers.
Yeah, and if he had been played top, you could have said top 4 times in 2 sentences. As we see actually taking out a ward in the mid lane, and deep wards coming down from Gamty in the bottom side of the map, reciprocated by Energy Pacemaker on the top side. So maybe looking for that lane swap. Want to make sure you get the Corki versus Ezreal matchup and be able to take it in there. Although Leona adds a different aspect to this lane. Leona, very dangerous level 3 and level 6.
Yeah.
If you can get in there with all your abilities, Ezreal, of course, can do some pretty mean single target damage still.
Well, it's true, and it looks like it's going to be Energy Pacemaker actually managing to get the lane swap here. And you were talking about the fact that, you know, Corki's probably pretty happy just to poke around in this lane, doesn't get outranged too much, but what do you think the thinking is here from Energy Pacemaker?
So this is one thing about the current patch, is that lane swap is so much cleaner to play.
Okay.
It's just a lot safer to play that in a lane swap scenario. You don't give up anything on your top laner because we're back to playing tanky top lanes. They can survive in the 2v1 situation, and it actually hurts Aurelia probably more than it hurts Nah, and that's why they've elected into it. So it's not in regards, when you see a lane swap now, it's not because of the AD carries. It's more towards what do they want to do over the other areas of the map? What objectives do they want to control?
Okay, well, we'll see what Energy Pacemaker do decide to do with this sort of interesting situation that they picked up. Xiaohu with some nice harass there in the mid lane onto Raphael, but he's not going to worry about it too much. And look at that, he's picked up Cleanse here to make sure that he can get out of that stun.
Yeah, really nice move there because, as I said, Annie wants to kill you with the upfront damage. Now the only risk is he needs to be in a position where Tibbers QW just doesn't kill him regardless of whether he's stunned or not, and the lane should be okay. But looking to be extremely mobile, of course, with the Leona as well. Cleanse always going to be a good summoner spell to pick up, and we see double jungling still occurring for Gamty, but Amazing J, he's been able to stick around in this lane and pick up a lot of experience.
A bit of vertical jungling coming down here as well. I mean, the red buff's still available here for Gamty. They're looking to dive Amazing J potentially. He could be in trouble. There's the flash into the shield of Daybreak, not even waiting for the E to come through, but Amazing J just a flash and he's out.
Yeah, so able to escape that one. It was a flash for a flash, and in the end, because it is the top laner that's being against the 2v1, probably in favor of Gamty, just because now Amazing J has to be so much more careful when he does come back. And interesting, I guess, way this game is unfolding. As you mentioned, the top side of the jungle completely left alone for Gamty. As soon as you saw that attempted dive come through, you probably would have made a beeline for the red buff, but already recalling. Drizzle not able to get over to that area of the map, and Gamty now looking like they're maybe starting to eke an edge out in this one.
Yeah, it's interesting because, of course, I mean, Amazing J, I mean, I guess he's still fine. He's ranged in this 1v1 matchup here at the moment. Does have a little bit of assistance from Drizzle, but Syncdream doing the standard roam towards the middle of the map. That he has been pinged out, but Just going to get some deep vision down if he can.
So they sent Drizzle into the bottom lane to try and break the siege. You can see right now he uses his smite, uses all of his abilities to push that one out, and exactly the same thing happening in the top lane. Huey coming in, trying to get the lane shoving.
Yeah, Huey actually hasn't even got his red buff yet either.
Yeah, it's still available, and doesn't look like this wave the siege will be gone. Shu can tank it up if he wants to, and he does choose to. That is so key. Wave won't balance out in the middle of the lane, and now Aurelia really doesn't have a way to safely even get experience up here.
She's going to stand in that brush and try and do what she can, but you're exactly right. And being melee in this matchup, it makes it very, very difficult. And we were talking about the fact that Aurelia has a winning matchup against Nah. It's not even going to happen this game.
Yeah, not even going to get to go close to Nah, and they've successfully held the 3 caster creeps still off the turret. So this wave's not going anywhere in a hurry.
Yeah, Amazing J just going to be clearing out the Krugs here as well. You can see it's already represented here in the CS. Only 3 for Let Me, who's so much more reliant on these items as well. This is getting to the point where she's looking at a 20-minute, something like that, Trinity Force, which is just not what you want.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. Might even have to just abandon that route completely, pick up the Phage and grab some tanky items as we see the wave finally pushing back into the Aurelia's favor. However, Drizzle's in the top lane. He might look even to get up there for a bit of a dive.
Yeah, and of course, that would almost be the last nail in the coffin here for Let Me, who's really struggling. You can see in the mid lane, however, Xiaohu doing quite well here for Gamty.
Xiaohu's doing fantastically, but Jarvan is up there. They've pinged him back, actually showing the Lee Sin. I think they could have baited this a little bit better coming through, but in the end, Aurelia will be able to pick up all that experience, some much needed CS. It's 3-22 in favor of the Nah at the moment, and that's, oh, just misses.
Yeah, almost manages to get there. Xiaohu hits level 6 here before Raphael gets the last Q down and just tries to make sure that he gets as much damage on him as he can, but can't get the insta-kill. Didn't even blow the Ignite here as well. Just wants to make sure he can zone this Ahri off all of this farm, which is done successfully.
Yeah, certainly has been able to do that. Leona now joining in the mid lane as well, looking for another early roam. Is Sync Dream is hurting him in levels, is 3 to level 5 if you compare the support players, but Tail, the beneficiary of that, soaking up all the solo experience.
Yeah, and he's doing very, very well here as well. I mean, Kane, he's had assistance from Shu this entire time, whereas Tail, able to stay up in CS as Sync Dream makes his way back to the lane, but in a 1v1.
Yeah, exactly right, and has been able to, I guess, continue to bully the Nah. Now that he is level 6, Nah needs to be careful of all of the burst damage that comes out of Ezreal. That ultimate is a very devastating... Ooh.
Oh, actually, Let Me getting caught here by Kane. Forced to use that flash immediately. You have to say that was very necessary.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I'm surprised they've stuck with this 2v1 for as long as they have, because Let Me still is being denied, even under turret now. So you can make the argument for the experience, but Aurelia, who is so reliant on getting those mid-game items, has just been completely shut down.
Yeah, and there's another phosphorus bomb. The Ignite's on him as well. Beautiful play. Even uses the Valkyrie, does Kane. And they tank up that turret beautifully. First blood now to Kane.
And because they timed it when the blue handoff was having, there wasn't even the danger of the dragon being started up, as we see a little bit more aggression out of Xiaohu in the mid lane.
Yeah, exchanging some spells here in the mid. The stun is going to come through, meaning that Raphael can't stay aggressive, but lands a nice charm.
Yeah, and Teleport being burnt back into the top lane. Going for the Trinity Force route still, even with how much being punished, and now they'll try and start up the dragon late when they see the top, mid laner going for the blue buff.
Yeah, Drizzle is there, of course, so he's not going to be able to help out with this dragon, but this might mean that they could have a reset of these lanes, but at the moment, is Let Me just too far behind? Amazing J's going to come round. He's got half a Rage Bar here as well, as there's the death sentence to come through, but they do manage to secure the dragon. So Gamty, they get the dragon, but is now too late to save their top lane.
Yeah, so their top lane is in a lot of trouble, especially with the electing into the Phage pickup. If they had gone boots too, if Let Me had to, I guess, sacrifice the early game, gone to deal with the range harassers coming through, definitely thought it would still be against the Corki. Didn't think that they would elect to have the lane swap back just because how far they're winning, as Xiaohu caught out.
Yeah, beautiful flay into the death sentence there as well. Double Tibbers though, and Shu takes a lot of damage. Spirit Rush is here. Xiaohu trying to shield himself with his bear. He does use that Molten Shield. This is a quick bear. Now the flash forward. The last Q not going to be enough, and a 2v1 situation Xiaohu's on the aggressive.
Yeah, he certainly is. He was using Tibbers to block the next charm that came through. Wasn't able to get that, and also soaked up a couple of critical Foxfires. So fantastic use of the bear there. Still using it as a zoning tool. Syncdream and Shu have a little bit of a scuffle, and now the junglers might even be joining. In the bottom lane, Corki and Ezreal also having a scrap.
Yeah, nice little juke there from Syncdream, but he's in so much trouble. Xiaohu has come down here. Syncdream flashes out of the way. Orbit Deception, not enough to pick it up, but it is going to be Drizzle that grabs it. Amazing J teleports in. Xiaohu now in a fair bit of trouble. Doesn't have the stun available. Q, beautiful safeguard and kick to get that Gnar out of there. And he is going to be all right, and that is going to be 1 kill now. But the Gnar onto Huey, what was he doing still there?
Yeah, more importantly, while all that is happening, Letme has just sat in the top lane.
Yeah.
He has to play PvE League of Legends for another 10-15 minutes before he's useful. Doesn't even attempt to rotate around, isn't pushing the wave, has it pushing in his favor, is just sitting there trying to soak up as much experience as possible. And all that did, that trading 1-for-1, although Energy Pacemaker were able to get a kill, it just meant that this Aurelia, who was behind 30 CS, is now probably even after this wave is finished.
Yeah, and Gamty managed to pick up the Dragon here as well, so Energy Pacemaker can't make use of this extra map pressure.
Yeah, definitely. So really good play out of Gamty, being able to hold their top laner in a disadvantaged situation. Now has a Fade. Will be able to continue to CS up here, and they've always got Huey on hand. If anyone looks to dive, Huey has been in the right spot, although now recalling there's 3 members up there.
Yeah, and Transcendent Blades is actually fantastic in a dive situation here as well. Aurelia, surprisingly difficult to kill under a turret, especially with that Equilibrium Strike, but he's going to have to blow that ultimate now a little bit early here as well. Does dodge out of the way of the Descends. There's the flag and drag, gets the knock up as Letme tries to get out. He's juking around beautifully here is Amazing J taking a lot of damage, forced to flash. There's an Equilibrium Strike, and Drizzle, he has to get out of there as well, and this is exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, and the engage in the bottom lane comes through.
Yeah, Kane taking a lot of damage here as well, but just going to rocket the Gamty members as they make their way out of under that turret, and they know, based on what just happened in the game, tower dives are a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, they certainly do. They require a lot of coordination, and it didn't look like Energy Pacemaker had it to pull it off in the top lane. Huge props to Letme to survive that one. That was probably the play that allowed him to still commit to the Trinity Forces. Raphael in trouble.
Yeah, there's another bear to come through here as well. Huey unable to quite land the Sonic Wave.
Taxes a cannon creep for his trouble and leaves.
That was a red buff that managed to get that one. Oh, tough stuff to handle.
That's what he said to Xiaohu as well.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry, man. Red buff. Nah.
Stop it, my creep said. As we see, Tail maybe. No, he has enough for that dash to get out of the way of the death sentence coming through, and top lane completely equalized now, 47 to 54 CS, level 7 to level 7, and Aurelia, in a matchup where we thought she would be completely outclassed after what happened, is in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, and actually still has that wave pushing towards her here as well, and Bear Gold going over to Raphael, definitely handy there as Letme thinking about even going aggressive.
Yeah, certainly trying to dodge out the boomerang, get aggressive where he can, and there it is.
Yeah, there's the Equilibrium Strike coming through. Amazing J does have a fair bit of rage there as a hit and style is beating him down. Turret going to be taken there on the bottom side as the Energy Pacemaker members did need to leave, and Drizzle going to take the red buff, but first sort of map objective here going to Gamty after that Dragon.
Yeah, and I am speechless how Gamty has managed to pull back after a disastrous early game.
Yeah.
It looked like it was all going wrong for them. They were scrounging objectives that they could, but now they've picked up the first tower of the game, the first dragon of the game, and being able to get their top laner back into the match. They've really done a fantastic effort of pulling together with very little resources through some good communication play, specifically around that mid lane gank, and really is now going to start paying off. Another dive coming into the top, but we've seen time and time again. Now with Flash Up, Letme's just even harder to dive.
Yeah, exactly. And he now has Syncdream and Huey, who are well aware of what might be going on here. And Shu, Drizzle, both going to have to get out.
Yeah, just really nice play coming through.
One thing that I do want to take note of is the fact that I think Xiaohu forgot that you can't build DFG anymore. Because he has the bits for it, or what used to be the Deathfire Grasp, but hasn't actually got there. Of course, probably did just buy the Fiendish Codex and then go back and have enough money for a needlessly large rod afterwards, but it is a nice homage. Oh, Xiaohu actually going to get caught out here as well. There's the charm, the box, the rocket to come through just to make everything okay. that is going to be the lockdown kill here for Raphael.
Yeah, nicely played there. Was able to pick up a kill for himself. That's all the wave clear off the map, and that's something that the Garmty lineup does struggle with, is wave clear, and you can see because that turret was on no health and was able to be picked up. Most important turret on the map, that mid lane turret, is now down, and they're looking to dive in the bottom lane.
Yeah, actually, Teo just going to get out of there as well. Did use his True Shot Barrage in order just to try and clear out that wave, but you can see there's still a whole bunch of minions down there. And Dragon has just respawned. You have to think that that is exactly where our Energy Pacemaker members want to be going, and you can see there, started up, and that is going down so fast, nothing that Gamty can do. So evened out the Dragons as the Wallop going to come through onto the top of Let Me, but he's going to be all right.
Yeah, but Garmty don't want to be fighting Dragons at this point in the game. Corki much better mid-game carry than what Ezreal is, especially when Ezreal goes this mana build and needs to charge up that Mirror mana. In the mid lane, Ahri, of course, very good in the mid-game fights as well, and Aurelia only gets better as she scales. Ooh.
Oh, Zenith Blade somehow not going to land here. Shu takes so much damage. There's a resonating strike, and Huey picks up the kill, but he's going to die for it immediately. Double teleports to come through now, as well as Tail trying to get some damage out the backside, but Energy Pacemaker do manage to disengage.
Yeah, so 1-for-1 with junglers picking up kills, so not really in either side's favor. Although it is continuing to drag this game out with just trades. You feel that Energy Pacemaker need to start getting ahead. Sure, they have a great team fight in the late game, but the raw damage that's going to come through from the Garmty lineup, you feel like they just might have some better options with the Aurelia split push, with the ability to be able to just push sideways with Ezreal as well. With through that True Shot barrage, they need to start pulling ahead between the 18 and maybe 25-minute mark, and Garmty so far have responded well.
And the thing with Garmty as well is they have the ability to start fights when they want to as well. They have so many initiation tools. They've got, you know, the Flash Tibbers coming through from Xiaohu. They've got Sync Dream with everything that he has to offer. Even Huey can get a decent kick after a safeguard and get someone right in amongst his team.
Yeah, definitely. I think both teams actually don't really have that much problem starting a fight. You think about how far Jarvan can actually travel across the map to be able to tie people up, and with that Cataclysm, it is up fairly often in the late game especially. So both teams really no problem starting the fight. It's just that Garmty have the tools to be able to disengage a little bit more effectively, and they have a lot of upfront burst damage out of the Ezreal, out of the Annie.
And this does look to be a Trinity Force Ezreal to come through after the Manamune. Solar Flare going to find a slow here onto Amazing J, but Sync Dream not going to be able to follow through. Of course, probably wanted the stun in order to deal with that little Nah, but is able to bounce his way out.
Yeah, so Nah able to escape, and we're seeing quite a reserve early game coming through. Tail now rotating into another lane, trying to grab another turret for himself. So you can see both teams trying to accelerate the pace of the game through some global objective. They're just being mirrored on both sides, so not much really happening.
Yeah, an Energy Pacemaker here in the bottom lane are fast pushing this wave, and not too much that Let Me can do. Does have that Transcendent Blades available if you want to, but it's going to be an outer turret trade here for both of these teams. You can see Corki well underneath that turret, able to take that one down. Does fall. Amazing J. Oh, the safeguard play was about to come through there from Huey, but realized that he couldn't quite make it.
Yeah, decided against it as we see the True Shot barrage come through, trying to stop the push. And this will give Ezreal a lot of attack speed if he so chooses to do it.
Oh, Xiaohu just gets exploded there by Kane. They are going to be able to take down the inner turret here, as well as Huey tanking up this one. Amazing J, he wants it. The kick out here as well. Actually lands the Q at the same time. Is the Sonic Wave going to come through? Does get the transformation. And that is going to be no resonating strike this time.
So they nearly trade 1-for-1, but in the end they will trade turrets. So once again, the fast push came through from both sides. They're able to pick up a turret each in response. Give that one over to Energy Pacemaker, because bottom side of the map is so much harder to defend as the game goes on.
Yeah,
as
true.
opposed to the top, where it's just so close to Baron. If you win a team fight, it's just easy to shove that wave out. So Energy Pacemaker really performing well in this mid-game. The kill onto Xiaohu was key. All of a sudden, Xiaohu, who did have an advantage in lane, is behind in CS, and 0-2 after a very greedy back. Saw him die the first time round, and that's a quick silver second item Corki coming through.
My goodness. We've seen interesting second item buys. You know, Last Whisper not making anyone all that happy as far as what Corki picks up, but QSS He's very much respecting all of the lockdown coming through from Gamti.
Yeah, and Gamti just feel that their base stats are better. So if they can, Energy Pacemaker feel their base stats are better. So if they can get a fight where they don't get blown up within the CC, they feel that they can just withstand it and put out more consistent damage.
And is that actually the case here as well? Because, of course, Aurelia pretty good at consistent damage, as is Ezreal.
Yeah, but Aurelia is going to have to choose whether she goes onto the Corki or whether she goes onto the Ahri in these fights. And, of course, getting onto both with the ability to be able to relocate yourself multiple times will be a tough job. So Aurelia will be looking to dive onto the carries, but doesn't really have the tools to do so yet.
Yep, Energy Pacemaker now with another beautiful roam around and utilizing Kayn fantastically. As soon as he picks up the Trinity Force, they move him around to pick up anything that they want. Gamti now just waiting around maybe to do some funny business here, but Energy Pacemaker not buying it.
Yeah, don't want anything to do with it. When you see a whole side disappear off a map and you're sieging a turret as 3, there's a pretty good chance that they're going to be somewhere near there. And Dragon, of course, spawning in 40 seconds. They've got complete control over the bottom side of the map, all the wards you could want. So why not just go back there, sweep it back out, set up a good team fight, try and use your Nav and combo to lock people down.
Yeah, and Gamti now just with not very much vision here at all. We can see one of the only wards that they have here in a relevant position. And it is going to be Energy Pacemaker with a lot of control over this Dragon that's up in another 20 seconds. Now Gamti try to come around, try to get this vision back so they can battle their way through. But Energy Pacemaker, they're already in position. They might be able to get a pick here.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're trying to poke and catch someone out, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Good leading wards coming through from both Sight Zone users, and now Syncdream might even want to get something started. No, he actually doesn't pull the trigger, which is a very tame Syncdream.
Yeah, is it even Syncdream, ladies and gentlemen? He's not playing Sona, and he doesn't have a Sheen.
As we see the Dragon now started up, looks like they will fight.
Yeah, the True Shot Barrage comes through, but Phosphorus Bomb's down. That is going to be the lockdown here for Energy Pacemaker. Valkyrie over the wall as Gamti try and start this one up. Look at all of the lockdown coming through as Shoots is going to get just destroyed. Amazing J was there for a moment. Now he's dead as Let Me just flashes over the wall. He's going to be safe. Energy Pacemaker able to disengage after losing 3 members.
Yeah, 3 for nothing. They grab a Dragon off it, but they're going to lose out on this mid turret. And even Ahri needs to be careful she doesn't get caught out in the roam around. Syncdream, very good positioning.
Yeah, he is going to get the Shield of Daybreak there as well. Oh, Charm misses, and Raphael, you are so dead.
So that's the Syncdream we're used to seeing. Very good pathing around the map, set up good vision control. They knew exactly where Ahri was and used that to their advantage. Got to catch afterwards, so they got another kill, secure the objective in the mid lane, now up in gold, and they've got arguably the stronger power spike.
And that was just after that Rabbidan's Death Cap was completed here as well. Double Trinity Force, Rabbidan's Annie. That was exactly the time that they wanted to fight, and they picked the exact fight that they wanted.
Yeah, certainly, and they fought in a very good manner. They had trapped people in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah.
There was a threat on either side, so it wasn't like the 2 damage threats could even team up and burst someone down. Didn't have the consistent damage to get it done, and in the end, they're able to pull away a very good win. They lost the Dragon, but they were able to, I guess, secure the team fight victory.
Yeah, and Tail did lose his red buff there as well. Tried to get it with that True Shot Barrage. Unable to quite get there. Does have a level 2 True Shot, but didn't quite do enough.
We see he's continuing to farm up in this mid-game. The Blade of the Ruined King actually coming out of... Ooh.
Oh, Amazing J. We'll see who's going to be stronger here as well. Transcendent Blades are coming through, but Let Me just decides, I just want to farm.
Yeah, so gets a lot of good harass down, forces Amazing J off the wave, and I guess gives up on it after that when he realized he wasn't going to get the kill. Now Baron control over to Gamti. They're securing the Scuttle Crab and all vision, trying to stop the split push that was coming through from the Ahri in the bottom lane, and they'll just recall, but that's now on Energy Pacemaker's mind that Gamti are looking towards that objective.
Yeah, it was a nice trade, though, when Energy Pacemaker came back from the Death Chamber after that Dragon fight that they lost. They picked up the Dragon, but then moved around and got some deep vision here as well, so they know that Gamti's around that top side. They still have knowledge of what's going on, and their warding this game has been really good.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, is if you continue to get deep vision, at a certain point, if Gamti keep moving the way they're moving around the map, they just walk over their wards, and you're like, fantastic, we know they're around Baron. We just don't know what part of Baron they're around. We don't have any vision in our jungle because we warded deep. So we actually have to go face check our jungle. So yes, we have good vision in their jungle, but they're playing in our jungle now, and that's exactly the point of the game they're at. They need to take their ward line a little bit more conservatively, because they can't even see this area currently that Garmty are trying to get vision of.
It's a very good point. Of course, they only know where they're not, and that's not necessarily going to help when you don't have 100% vision, but oh, there's the flag and drag into the Cataclysm. Zhao, who just gets eliminated immediately. Raphael gets stunned. Tail looking to try and take him down. Hugh now right in the middle of this fight as Syncdream trying to tank up as best he can, but Energy Pacemaker, they are going to try and continue this engage, but it's a nice pick here already for EP.
Yeah, fantastic pick. The return of Team Fight Mini Nara as well. No evolve in that one. Just using the boomerang for all the damage was amazing, Jay, but Ari flew in there. A lot of upfront damage came through in 1, 3, and 3. Xiaohu not having a fantastic game on Annie, was able to get his combo out, but there just wasn't enough follow-up damage. No persistent threat. You have to remember that Annie had a lot of her power shifted out to getting consistent Qs out in fights.
Yeah.
It's not that huge nuke anymore. It's on a very short cooldown and wasn't able to utilize that part of the kit.
Yeah, of course, did go from being, okay, as soon as I've done my buttons, I'm happy to die, but now probably wants to stay alive, have a Molten Shielded Bear running around the fight being a nuisance.
You really enjoyed that
I just
change.
love it. I think it's a really cool change, okay? I'm allowed to get excited here.
As we see Raphael dueling the Wolves.
He did win in the end as well. Xiaohu does make his way back here as well. Doesn't want to hang around too much. He's getting some horrible feelings about what happened in that last fight. Amazing J and Let Me still battling it out. But you can see Let Me now with a CS advantage has that Giant's Belt as well after his Trinity Force. He's well and truly on his way to this late game Aurelia stage, and sort of the early game that was a horror is now just a memory.
Yeah, it certainly is. Is transitioning into a second item at around the 26-minute mark. We'd like to have that one finished up relatively soon. Does only have 600 gold, but not too far. Actually, 500 gold ahead of Amazing J, who is pretty tanky, but has gone for a very mid-game focus build with that Sunfire cape, and will start to fall off for the fact that he didn't pick up something like the Randuin's Omen and like the Warmogs.
Yeah, and Huey now, he has that Locket of the Iron Solari here as well. Really wants to try and boost his effectiveness and his team's ability to win a team fight. And is that a big deal here, that item coming through?
Yeah, it's a very nice pickup coming through, because there is some a lot of AoE damage and incidental damage that he will be able to block out. I think it's more along the lines that he picked up 3 kills of his team 6, so felt like he needed to give something meaningful back to the team, so went a very team fight build.
Yeah, that's a good point. And he has had a fantastic game here already. He does have those Merc Treads available as well. Doesn't want to get charmed up for too long. Randuin's looks like the option here for Let Me as that second item. I was actually a little bit surprised. Would have liked to see a Frozen Heart, but of course not too many attack speed users here, and not sort of... It's a Corki, so it's different.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that the amount of mixed damage, the most optimal build would have been the Warmog, but then he saw that the Blade of the Ruined King had come out. So Randuin's looking to slow down some of that attack speed. Once again, Energy Pacemaker have good vision control over this Dragon objective, but probably still don't want to fight. Raphael, extremely strong now that he's picked up that Void Star. Garmty probably need to stall out until Xiaohu can do the same. He's about 50 gold away from that, but looks like Energy Pacemaker going to start it up.
Yeah, and Amazing J able to charge up his Rage Bar here as well. Potentially going to have that Mega Gnar available, but you can see Gamty, they're not going to be pulling the trigger here at all. As Syncdream's coming around looking for something. Solar Flare comes through onto Drizzle. He lands the Zenith Blade here as well, all the way through. The Amazing J just gets destroyed, but Xiaohu as well. Nothing he could do there. Let Me being a complete nuisance in that backline, but Ezreal going to trade himself for that Gnar, and that's a 2-for-1. Dragon wasn't even touched, and Let Me has to go back.
Yeah, Dragon was stopped there, but the important thing is that's the 2 damage threats down for the tank in Amazing J. So this allows them the luxury of being able to push up into the this mid lane. QE didn't even use his kick there. He's looking for a flank now. Teleport coming through on the backside.
Yeah, Let Me looking to get something happening here as he's going to home guard through, but it is just going to be to save that inner turret. And 2 members still dead here for Gamty, but Amazing J, he's got his teleport in 1 second. He can come straight back to this fight.
Yeah, they should not fight this at all. If they go in at all, it is going to be a 5v3. They give it up. Good control out of Energy Pacemaker after a 1-team fight.
Yep, only 1,000 gold is the lead here for Energy Pacemaker. That's the second Dragon to come through for those guys, but Nothing's over yet.
I think it's actually the third dragon coming through for Energy Pacemaker. So they're on track for maybe a 40-ish minute 5 dragon fight. But straight away, the rotation comes through onto Baron. Seeing the Ahri in the bottom lane, everyone else had recalled. They're going to be able to pick this up.
Yeah, half health already here and no one with any vision. Ganti make the fluke call and it pays off.
Oh, it was very informed. They knew that Ahri was still in the bottom lane, and after the team fight, they can calculate how long it would have taken them to do the dragon from the positioning. Everyone would logically have recalled because of how much gold they picked up off those couple of kills, and really just smart playing. We already spoke about the fact that Gamty was the team with the control over the Baron side of the map. They were the one that set up the wards, and Energy Pacemaker hadn't gone back there. So they knew that it was a completely unwatered area.
Beautiful play coming through from Gamty. I wouldn't have thought that far through it, but I'm glad that you did. Most definitely. That is going to even out the gold here as well, as Gamty now able to push out these waves. They do have even turrets here, but wanting to probably try and utilize this Baron. Tail's going to head back to base, and as far as a siege goes and a counter siege through for Energy Pacemaker, are they going to be okay? Because, of course, the rockets coming through and, of course, Ahri pretty good at wave clear.
Yeah, they have fantastic wave clear. It's really that cannon minion that they need to be careful of. Not fantastic siege coming out from an Aurelia, from the likes of Lee Sin, Leona. They all are melee, can't really hit the turrets. It's up to whether Ezreal can get some Sheen procs onto that turret, chunk it out early on, or if they can get a fight that isn't under the turret but use this pressure in to create a fight. They need to send someone top and bottom, unfortunately. Bottom lane is slowly pushing. They would probably want to rapidly accelerate that, but in the top lane, that's going to crash against the turret soon if they don't send someone up there, and they end up abandoning the mid lane push and sending up Xiaohu to sort that wave out.
Yeah, minion wave going to get destroyed here from Energy Pacemaker in the mid lane as well, and they're holding off this Baron buff push very, very well. Xiaohu easily able to clear out these minions here with that Incinerate. But Gamty, do they have to make use of this Baron here as well, or is it just fine as a stalling tool?
Yeah, it's definitely fine as a stalling tool. They wouldn't be disappointed if this game went super late. Of course, then it allows you to use the pick combo of Leona and Annie to really get one kill and try and shove through an advantage there. As we see Ezreal continuing trying to siege it, but I think the same thing can be said for Energy Pacemaker's team. Energy Pacemaker, they have the Thresh, they have the Ahri. We already saw the engage that can come through from Jalvin, lock someone up so Raphael can deal with them.
Yep.
They're in the exact same situation, so it is very risky for either team to not have an advantage at this stage of the game.
And we'll see who just gets the engage that they want. As we have Energy Pacemaker moving towards the bottom side here as well, just trying to avoid the movements of Gamty and able to clear out these waves whenever they need to. But it seems like a bit of an out-rotation from Gamty that might be able to get to this inner turret before Energy Pacemaker come back, but Creep Wave just not quite there in time.
Yeah, Creep Wave wasn't there. They couldn't take it up at all. So once again, top and bottom waves completely neutral, not really pushing in either team's favor. And that means that this Baron buff will just be ineffective if it was used as a farming tool.
Yep, Baron buff about to wear off here as well. Just dies, and you can see no more super purple creeps to be heading through that lane. And you see Gamty did manage to get a bit of gold off that one. I guess they managed to farm out some waves, cause Energy Pacemaker to group up in order to clear this one out. But now everything back to normal.
Yeah, it's like the game just started. Everyone's on equal footing. But as I said, I think neither team would be happy that this is an equal game at 32 minutes. Energy Pacemaker were looking to use their superior team fight to get through it. Gamty were looking to use the Aurelia versus Gnar matchup and create a legitimate split pushing threat, and neither team has really achieved their objectives yet.
No, and you've got Aurelia, I mean, does have that Randuin's completed now, does have a kill up here on Amazing J, but Amazing J more than happy just to farm out this wave, which is now just collecting here at that inner turret. Well, what used to be an inner turret. He's able to easily get some more farm here onto this Gnar.
Yeah, exactly right. Gnar, of course, going to continue to scale. We've seen Gnars get extremely tanky and then go that Trinity Force as the last item and become a team fight threat in themselves.
Yeah.
So Amazing J definitely will be relevant later game. It's not like Aurelia exponentially outscales a Gnar. A Gnar in an AoE situation is arguably more valuable.
Yeah, Tail now does have that Trinity Force and the Muramana Transform plus his Last Whisper, so he's hit a nice spike. Does have a Vampiric Scepter and that Spectre's Cowl here as well, and looks like he really wants to get that Banshee's Veil in order to stop some of the first burst to come through. Of course, that is probably going to be Jarvan or Raphael if a pick situation comes through, and I guess that's intelligent.
Yeah, just doesn't want to get hit by one of those stray charms that Raphael's throwing over the walls. That will change the game. They need level 16 onto Xiaohu. That's the next step in the game that they're hoping to achieve relatively soon. If you can get that Tibbers to level 16, that level 3 ultimate does a lot more damage, and we see they're still looking for a pick, but just haven't been able to find anything.
Yeah, Syncdream hanging around there. Amazing J just going to continue clearing out some wards, and Gamty again grouping towards this mid lane. There is an inner turret in that bottom side, but you can see Raphael has pushed that one through, and Gamty again stymied.
Yeah, exactly right. And they're using the Ahri to match the split push of Aurelia, and Aurelia really not being able to get any turret pressure down, at least. And Dragon up in 3 seconds, and they're looking to see whether Energy Pacemaker will show to continue the push in Aurelia, or whether they can get a TP in here and maybe a one-team fight.
Yeah, Amazing J looking to start something up. Does have a lot of rage here as well. In the prime position to start a team fight as Gamty continuing to auto-attack this Dragon. Drizzle just going to pick it up now. It is going to attempt to reset, but Energy Pacemaker, they might be able to pick up their 4th here potentially.
Yeah, Dragon number 4 is picked up, but all in the meanwhile, Let Me trying to get the bottom turret.
Yeah, teleport to come through from Amazing J here as well. He takes a lot of damage from that one. Not into the wall straight away, and there is so much CC available from this. Nah, does get into mini Nah form, and you cannot escape this little devil. Nice use of the ultimate from Let Me, but you have to think it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, and I don't know why Let Me didn't flash the first boomerang. Would have been able to get out of there if he ulted a little bit earlier and flashed the boomerang. But 40 seconds now is the death timer, and that's the exact same timer as Baron. Full control over that objective.
Yeah, although as soon as it spawns, Let Me is going to be able to teleport in. Didn't use that one, so that is definitely something that Gamty do have in their back pocket. But you're exactly right. Energy Pacemaker now with so much control over this map. True Shot Barrage not going to be able to clear out the creeps. And the inner turret that Gamty were trying to get on the other side of the map, easily taken now for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, certainly is. The only thing for Gamty is they got pretty much all of the bottom health of that turret. So if they win a successful fight, they can maybe even just accelerate, face tank it, and finish it off. So mission was accomplished by Let Me. Would have loved to have kept that one around for longer. Wasn't able to stop the teleport that came through. And now, Energy Pacemaker recall. And once again, the battle is about who can get vision over this Baron area.
Yep, Huey is going to be able to get some in that pit there as well. But you can see multiple pink wards here for Energy Pacemaker, still holding control over that vision. Drizzle just going to clear out the ward that is in the pit, but doesn't have all of his health, and Baron hits pretty hard at this stage.
And we see a very big standoff coming through. Syncdream missed the memo.
Yeah, trying to come through with something. Doesn't quite land the Solar Flare he's looking for. Syncdream getting blown up here as well. Lots of shields to come down. There's a beautiful Nah to come through. Kane's going to take out Xiaohu here as well as Energy Pacemaker try and continue the assault. Huey, you're in so much trouble. Nice safeguard in order to get out, but Orbit Deception and Amazing J's Boulder going to find it. And Tail running away with his tail between his legs. Huey and Xiaohu are dead.
Yeah, and Xiaohu didn't even get to ult in that fight. No Tibbers was dropped down. That is so much of the team comp. And wow.
Look at the double bounces to come through. Tail takes a little while to die, but he is finally taken down. Energy Pacemaker with a beautiful play.
Yeah, that was the play that might have just secured Energy Pacemaker the game. They're on Baron, so being able to take that one down, able to pick it up, and now the push in the mid lane. Whereas Gamty struggled sieging, the same cannot be said about this Energy Pacemaker team. They've got a pure tank in the top lane. They're able to dive at will. They've got the Jarvan to be able to add all the follow-up CC, and Corki will shred through turrets.
Yeah, well, it's exactly right, and they're able to buy him time here as well. I mean, and Shu, he can hang around, threaten with that death sentence, and they can start another one of these fights. And this Thresh has been very strong this game.
Yeah, he certainly has. Bottom lane in particular for Energy Pacemaker has looked on point, both involved in 9 kills. Only 2 deaths between them, both sitting on the support. And pretty impressive play coming through. The Corki pickup was very important.
Yeah, we were talking about this before, the fact that getting that Corki is something that both of these teams are really going to prioritize. And we mentioned, I mean, Gamty had an opportunity to pick that one up early on and prioritize the Annie over it.
Yeah, certainly did, and the Annie hasn't worked out so far. 1, 5, and 4, 50 CS down. Xiaohu just hasn't been able to get it rolling. It looked like it was working in the laning phase, but ever since the team started grouping, just been getting picked out consistently, and no health only just picking up Azonia's Hourglass. A very greedy build, and it didn't pay off.
No, still has that Fiendish Codex from a long time ago. But now has the Zhonya. So, I mean, it is greedy, but at least now he can potentially go into stasis and at least make sure he can mash his buttons and get a Tibbers down before he dies.
Yeah, and we see the Siege now in the top side of the map. They're going to be able to take this turret. Absolutely. Wow.
There's the Solar Flare to come through. Amazing J gets stunned up, but not for long here as well. Has those Mercury Shreds, and he's so incredibly tanky. Sync Dream gets caught. There's the Zenith Blade onto Amazing J. Tries to make something happen, but Kane picks him up. And Huey now forced to run. That is another Death Sense to come through from Huey, and another kill for Kane. They are running over this fight. Raphael does die, and at least Xiaohu managed to survive for a little bit longer, but Energy Pacemaker ripping through this team.
And it's like Sync Dream doesn't understand that his team is 10,000 gold behind and facing a Baroned up unit of Siege minions. Completely whiffs the ultimate that came through, and that has led to the first inhibitor going down. There's 30 seconds left on the death timers. They might even just win the game.
Yeah, they have 2 Siege minions here as well. So much extra damage on these Nexus turrets. You can see they're getting torn apart. The Trinity Force coming through from Kane doing so much work. Just going to Valkyrie over the top. Doesn't even want to bother taking down the rest of that Nexus turret as the Nexus falls, and Energy Pacemaker with some beautiful late game plays.
Yeah, late game shot calling definitely was an issue there for Garmty, and Energy Pacemaker capitalized, able to go in. We mentioned the turret dive. I feel that that was the biggest threat, having the Gnar there for all the CC and being able to take it up. Aurelia couldn't do that single-handedly. Amazing J just showed that he couldn't. The flanks that came through from Raphael really were on point, and he outclassed Xiaohu in that game.
Yeah, he did.
The difference between the Annie and the Ari pickup was huge, and it really translated across the rest of the map.
Yeah, and it was all about what happened after the laning phase as well. Raphael just survived. He built a Negatron cloak first and just made sure that he could clear out the waves and put as much damage on the turret that he could and not die. And that's exactly what he did, and then was actually useful when Annie just exploded.
Yeah, every single time the Cataclysm would come through, just get blown up, and meant a win for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, win for Energy Pacemaker, but it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. They still have to face off one more time, and we'll see whether Gamty can answer back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and this is Spawn, and we are here for our second matchup between Energy Pacemaker and Gamty. And Gamty faltered there a little bit in the first game.
Yeah, they certainly did, and once again, you have to say it was on the back of their support player. SyncDream just not finding the engages that we're used to seeing, and in the end, the counter engage was too strong.
Yeah, and the MVP award actually going over to Shu here, and immediately gets his Thresh banned away for it.
Yeah, he was catching people out left, right, and center at the end of that game. Thought that in the early stages, Drizzle did a good job with the Cataclysm, but from there it really was Shu getting the picks that were needed and Raphael exploding people on the Rift. And now this time Gamty banning Annie. I think that was Let Me saying Xiaohu never again.
Potentially, but it is an interesting ban. On the other side, Energy Pacemaker just sticking to what worked in the last game. They don't need to mix anything up. I mean, they're more than happy to take the same comp here, but Gamty will see what they do now that they have the first pick ability. And they've already started mixing things up in the bans. And is Nah going to be at the same priority here for Gamty as it was for Energy Pacemaker?
Yes, is the answer to that question. I think they get rid of FLICKR here. Just make sure that he's not available for Amazing J to be able to pick up and hope that they last ban Nah, or they will be able to first pick it.
And we'll see whether that does give Energy Pacemaker exactly what they want here as well. And Hecarim is going to be banned away. We'll see what comes through, whether Prophet Spawn is actually going to be able to be correct this time around. I mean, Energy Pacemaker, I mean, they have the opportunity for the early pickup of the Corki again if they want to. I mean, if that is what's going to be... I mean, if the Nah is going to be picked up here by Let Me.
Yeah, it certainly is a possibility, and I think that Gamty would be happy with that trade. I don't really know. Ezreal wasn't impressive per se, but didn't really get dominated in the laning phase, and they do take away the Nah. So this means first pick Corki on the board for Tal if he wants to play it.
Yeah, potentially here, but the LeBlanc was available, and Xiaohu's going to lock it in immediately here. Maokai for Amazing J if he wants it. Of course, the Juggernaut does have an opportunity to come through, but Kane not going to go for it, and that's going to be an immediate lock-in of that Corki. Very, very smart stuff, and just that big tank in the top lane here as well for Energy Pacemaker, and nothing really given away in this comp.
Yeah, not much given away. A very similar lineup so far as we see Huey having another look at Lee Sin. Maokai and Nah very interchangeable. They fulfill a very similar role. Both big tanky people. They have lockdown CC, and Nah's Q is very underrated in when people are clumped in versions of CC just because of that short knockback as well as the slow. So I do like what Amazing J is doing here, and some disengage coming out of SyncDream this time around.
Yeah, going for a Janna pick. It is not necessarily the SyncDream style that we're used to, but Huey, last minute swap over to that Jarvan. Interesting pick here, and Raphael, it's the second time he's hovered a Malzahar. We'll see whether that's because he really just wants to play it, or whether he's just doing something new. He's playing with a few choices here as well, and Syndra might be what he decides to take into LeBlanc here. And we saw this yesterday, LGD versus EDG. Wayless didn't quite do as well as he would have hoped, but still did fine, I guess. Managed to pick up a few kills there onto the LeBlanc, but isn't going to be what they decide to go with, and Drizzle just going to lock away his very comfortable Lee Sin.
Yeah, so very comfortable on that Lee Sin. We see the Braum come through as well for Shu.
Yeah.
So the Braum Corki lane, a lot of damage can come out if they're able to pop that Braum passive. But on the other side of the Rift, throwback to the Sivir also being picked up here with the Janna. Janna Sivir lane, of course, pushes extremely well. Has a lot of mobility. Problem is they don't have a true tank on this lineup still.
Yeah, they don't. And SyncDream is actually hovering over the Morgana here as well, which would be an interesting pickup. They have locked it in. They've got Janna and Morgana, and this is probably going to be Let Me on the top lane Morg.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. It's like a Juggernaut without the Lulu, and the Lulu pick was available and they just didn't go for it. So trying to go for a little bit of a protect the carry comp with two supports in the team, but not going to be, I guess, completely fulfilled. And we see Victor now, the hover for Raphael, taking a look at his pocket pick that now has become extremely popular.
Yeah, of course, Raphael sort of bringing it out, getting those two victories in a row, looking fantastic, and then everyone deciding that, yeah, Victor's really good. Let's everyone just play him. But they're hovering it for a while. Time has ran out, and that is going to be the Victor now picked up for Raphael.
Yeah, and so Victor versus LeBlanc, both very burst-heavy mages.
Yeah.
LeBlanc a lot more mobile, but Victor's AoE potential in fights is just huge. With that Death Ray, with the ultimate as well, the Chaos Storm that comes through, just does silly burst damage.
It does silly things, most definitely, Spawn, but is it going to be sort of LeBlanc having so much mobility that sort of stops his ability to use all his telegraphed abilities?
Yeah, so Victor also trades during the laning phase at least very well with the Q auto attack. The shield is very nice. And LeBlanc is, I guess, also a telegraph champion. It sounds strange, but she has to go one or two ways. Back to that portal that she came from in the distortion, or she has to stay on top of you. So if it's quick enough, he still can get some burst damage out.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I guess that gravity field could work if you just pop it on where a distortion came from. And make sure that either you stop her from wanting to be anywhere near you, or she gets stunned. So that is definitely an option here, but we'll see how it plays out in the lane. As you can see, those two just there. And Gamty, again, with this sort of makeshift Juggermore type style, now with a black shield as well as Sync Dream with his shields as well. We'll see whether that's going to be enough here to make this Cogmore huge enough.
Yeah, so they are looking to, I guess, with a couple of members, run the Protector Cog comp. Definitely doesn't look like a full-blown Protector AD carry composition coming through, but they do have a similar feeling about them in the fact that they're sending a very supportive champion into the top lane.
Yeah, well, of course. And does this mean that Letme's in a little bit of trouble now as well? I mean, Morgana doesn't really do all that much apart from clear out waves. And is Amazing J just going to get huge?
Yeah, well, Amazing J has a very good lane because I spoke about the Maokai versus Morgana matchup in private to you, Atlas, and said that Morgana's Maokai's based attack is what actually wins him the lane. You can double W in and just do a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether he's going to be bringing attack as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are. Welcome back to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, as Gamty try and answer back to Energy Pacemaker. Already some deep invades coming through from both sides, trying to make sure that they know exactly where everyone is. Raphael taking a little bit of poke damage from something already, but you can see definitely know exactly what's going on. And we'll see whether they go for another lane swap.
Yeah, so potential of the lane swap coming through. Cogmore actually does fantastically against Corki in lane.
Interesting.
One of the better matchups. Both go the Triforce route. Corki makes more of the Trinity Force pickup, but Cogmore has a very good activate W for free and just get a free auto attack off, and it becomes very hard to deal with once the Sheen Phage pickup comes through because he just runs extremely quick. It's very hard for him to be kited, and Corki struggles to disengage without using the Valkyrie.
And the Phosphorus Bomb, of course, will be a little bit less easy to land as well when you've got Cogmore rocketing around with that Rage passive from the Phage.
Yeah, so looks like it will maybe even be standard lanes, although the support player, Shu, is in the top lane now that the minions are all the way up there. And this looks like Cogmore might get an early push.
Yeah, actually, I think they were assuming that the lane swap was going to be opted in for here from Gamty, but didn't actually come through, and Shu sort of caught with his pants down just a little bit. Is going to be heading back towards this bottom side, and does mean that Let Me get some free time there in that top lane.
And the early top lane came, the early invade came through actually in regards to the Jarvan, so he was able to pick up a buff, and that's great news coming through for Gamty.
Yeah, teleport now to come through from Amazing J into that top side, and he's going to be more than fine. Tail trading a little bit here with this Corki, but doesn't want to get that passive procced as you were talking about, as Sync Dream just going to shield himself up and just try and get some auto harass down onto this melee Braum. Raphael, you were talking about able to trade relatively well. Has been losing a fair bit of health, but you can see Xiaohu as well answered for his harassment. We'll just see how this lane pans out, because I'm just very interested just to see Victor in matchups all across the board, because we just haven't seen enough of him.
Yeah, Victor, definitely one of the new champions that's coming through and is doing fantastic things on the Rift. As we see Amazing J just pushing out this wave freely, but Let Me also picking up a lot of CS.
Yeah, not doing too bad at all, of course. Made it to that lane a little bit earlier on, so he's not going to be too worried. Jarvan forced to go back as Huey had fallen very, very low. So that is going to be fine. And And Tail now just continuing to farm as normal. And so far, not too much funny business this game.
No, so Tail is just looking to harass under turret with the superior range coming through. And as you can see already, Corki's starting to struggle. Braum, not a fantastic support for bottom lane 2v2s. Just doesn't add much to the lane particularly. Is very good late game with all the added resist he gives and the disengage and engage potential out of his ultimate. Not to mention that big shield that he can put up as well to stop a lot of the CC coming through. But in lane, melee support does get poked out a little bit. And ooh, first gank.
Yeah, Chain's actually landing here as well as Raphael forced to use that flash to get out of the way of the Dark Binding. Meanwhile, Drizzle has discovered Huey hanging around this jungle.
Yeah, so Let Me just packed up shop top lane and roamed mid, forced the flash, and Victor, very immobile carry, needs all of his escape abilities to be able to, I guess, survive this laning phase, and didn't elect to go back, has stuck with the wave, but that's going to be a repeat visit, you feel, from the J4.
Yeah, and sort of Victor just doesn't have a lot of mobility as it is. Needs to upgrade that Q in order to have any movement speed at all on top of what he has already. Not having the displacement abilities like Jahu does. Really sort of going to hurt him moving forward. But Amazing J continuing to put the pressure on here in this top side. Now has a level advantage, of course, due to Let Me moving down towards that bottom side. Jahu continuing to push the wave. And this is something that, until Victor has augmented, that death ray, doesn't have a whole lot of wave clear either.
No, so he definitely maxes it first so he can get a little bit of a shove going in response. He's CSing very well. More of the problem here is that they're just returning visits here, and he might actually even be ganked in the mid lane.
Yeah, there's the knock-up as well. Gravity Field going to stop them here as Huey taking a lot of damage. The Ignite's ticking down, though, and Jahu easily picks up first blood.
Yeah, so he burns another summoner spell in the exhaust as well, and it still wasn't enough. Xiaohu picks that one up. A very good Gravity Field, but in the end, the result is what speaks, and that's an 800 gold lead over to Gamti. They're winning the mid lane. They're winning the bottom lane. Only really top, and that's going equal. Amazing J not able to bully on the Maokai, as you maybe should be able to in the early levels. And Drizzle, he needs to get a little bit more active on this Lee Sin.
Yeah, he's been farming out a lot, but you're right. He just hasn't had the same presence. And despite this Jarvan being a little bit nerfed, Huey's doing a lot of great things on it.
Yeah, it certainly does look like he's in a lot of control over the map, and particularly Let Me's roam is what really utilized the early part of this game, and this is where Maokai is better than Morgana. Look how much auto attack harass you get down in this lane. Throw the fact in there that Maokai gets back mana, gets back life whenever he on his passive, so you can just spam a couple of those Qs out, max that one up first in this particular lane matchup, and do a lot of damage there with the Maokai auto attacks.
Yeah, it really seems to be working out so far. Let Me was actually forced to use that teleport to get back to lane as well. It does have an extra Doran's Ring, some added tankiness, and the extra cooldown reduction of that Phoenix Codex as well. Dark Binding going to find Amazing J, but only a few auto attacks to come through from Morgana. And it's interesting because as far as these matchups are concerned, these are both of the champions as far as ranged and melee that have the highest based attack damage.
Yeah, exactly right. Up in that top lane, and we see Huey having a little bit of a scuffle with Shu there, and Xiaohu going extremely aggressive.
There's the Mimic Distortion to come through. Does manage to get the chains to land as well, but then backs away. Of course, knows that he doesn't quite have the follow-up damage, but that is a lot of harassment onto Raphael.
Yeah, and we see Sync Dream now zoning out around this Dragon area, trying to buy even more time for Kog one-on-one. And with that Sheen pickup, you can see exactly what we're talking about. He can just auto-attack Kane with that W on and chunks him out of health very quickly.
Yeah, Let Me able to walk away from that Arcane Smash here as well. And Tail, he's had a fine time in this lane. 9 CS in the lead now as well. And look, things going great here for Ganti so far.
Yeah, and it's crazy. One of the hardest scaling carries in the game beats out in lane the Corki matchup. It's just really is the evolution of League of Legends that you see. And this is why we saw Trinity Force Kog'Maw become so popular across League of Legends.
Yeah, Black Shield is going to be broken here by Amazing J. Does take a Dark Binding there as well, but Let Me does have to be a little bit careful, as you mentioned. Amazing J able to sort of punch him a whole lot.
Yeah, but that window is closing now. The more, I guess, levels behind Morgana, the easier she's able to clear out the wave. Doesn't have to stick around for that long, and there's always the danger that you W in, and then there's a jungler there with all the CC that Morgana adds in close range.
Oh, there's another Mimic Distortion come through. Gravity Field not going to be quite enough here as Raphael does secure his own life as Drizzle tries to take away this ward, but Huey protecting it valiantly.
Yeah, and with the mid lane pushing, it's just impossible for Drizzle to be able to get in there. Nice response in getting down to the lane that he needed to be in, but overall the results are the same. Raphael still being forced underneath his turret and being completely ineffective at the start of this game, being bullied by Xiaohu.
Yeah, speaking of being forced onto the turret as well, Kane just taking living artillery after living artillery, forced to go back. Oh, actually does cancel that one, but he's at half health, and Tails just having his way with this lane.
Yeah, he certainly is, and you think about how the lane is. Living artillery goes over everything.
Yeah.
Is a skill shot, yes, but so is Rocket. So the poke damage out of Kog'Maw still very good. And then with the one auto attack, it's not the phosphorus bomb, but it's that percentage magic damage that comes through from the W with the increased range. And that's really what gives Kog'Maw the advantage. And his objective control over neutral is very good because of that. They will back away from this one, but you can see they're trying to utilize this Cog pick to force early.
It's just taken half of his health for almost no reason as the living artillery is now flowing through from Tail. That Voidoo's going to stop Energy Pacemaker from coming around, and that's an easy free dragon for Ganty.
Yeah, but they are losing a lot of CS in the top lane. You saw that Morgana actually walked the whole map with no teleport available to try and get down there, and will miss out on 2 full waves, actually sticking around for a gank in the mid.
You're going to try and go into Raphael there, but you can see he doesn't quite manage to land that Dark Binding. There's the Phosphorus Bomb to come through here as well here in the bottom lane as Tail taking a lot of damage. It looks like Raphael survived, and it is going to be, let me just, getting back to that top side. Amazing J continuing to punch this turret.
Yeah, gets himself a 10 CS advantage off that one, a little bit of an experience advantage as well, although Let Me is currently level 8 also. And overall, scaling-wise, you have to really, it is the top lane versus the bottom lane in this one. Amazing J will scale on Maokai extremely well. However, Kog'Maw probably the best scaling champion in the game. When it gets to 3-4 items, just becomes an absolute powerhouse, and we'll be able to shred through the whole lineup, let alone a very squishy Victor. Victor is not known for being the tankiest mid laner going around. So
He's in fact known for being incredibly fragile, I believe.
thank you for pointing that out. And I just think that during the late game, if Maokai is able to get ahead of the Kog'Maw, really upset him, get in his face, and make sure that Kog'Maw has to hit the Maokai, then Energy Pacemaker probably in the driver's seat at this point. But if that Kog'Maw continues to scale the way he is, continues to have this free lane with no one really getting down there, he's picked up the 2 most crucial points of his Trinity Force now, they might be in some danger, Energy Pacemaker.
They might. We'll see whether they can gather this by better vision. Of course, they did have fantastic vision control in the last game, and see whether they're just going to play this game out intelligently, and that's how they're going to win this one. But you're right, it is interesting when it comes down to sort of this tank scaling incredibly well versus the AD carry, because normally you're talking about the amount of damage you can do, but it's more about the amount of damage that Amazing J can soak, as there's actually the Glacial Fissure there in the bottom lane. Sync Dream gets very, very slow, but doesn't get stunned up by the passive. That's the most important part, and Energy Pacemaker have to back away, and I think that they could have almost gone more aggressive there.
Yeah, no, couldn't overcommit because the teleport's available on Maokai, and they were in a position where they had minions in between themselves and their AD carry. So what would have happened if they overcommitted? Maokai just teleports, cuts off Kane's path into that fight, and then all of a sudden, Kog'Maw as well as Janna are sitting there beating on the jungler, who is very squishy at this point in the game, only has a sight stone. So they chose to not really hard engage that one and go in with, I guess, all the follow-up CC that could have come through. And in the end, it means that this minion wave in the bottom lane still being shoved in. And look at all the poke damage.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Sync Dream with some fantastic shield timings here as well to make sure that Tail doesn't take anything. And that's half health on both of these bottom lane members of Energy Pacemaker. It's getting difficult here for Kane and Shu.
Yeah, and they're just being repetitively shoved in, repetitively harassed under turret, and it's a frustrating way to play the lane. Kane finally getting some harass out with that big one now that Sync Dream has gone for a bit of a wander, but Tail having a much better showing on Kog'Maw this time around.
Yeah, no, I guess it might be to do with the fact that, you know, Shu just wants to wait until relevance, but so far not working out too well. Nice Black Shield here from Let Me just to help him survive against Amazing J, but he can deal with this wave, no problem.
And Huey actually going for an invade here. He's been spotted out, needs to be careful.
Yeah, speaking of which, there's action all across this map. Huey does pick up the red buff. There's the flag and drag to get himself to safety, and No worries at all. Just say thank you and leave.
Fantastic invade coming through, still exerting pressure throughout the map as Huey. He's got the upgraded jungle item, didn't go for the Sightstone, and when you do go Sightstone, you expect to be able to secure at least your own jungle, because that's what the investment is. You get vision of the other jungler. You're supposed to be looking for deep wards, but with the superior skirmishing power, just not able to go toe-to-toe with the J4, and J4 walking away with the jungle camps.
Yep, no worries there at all. And it's the fact that he's just juggling it really well. He knows that, yes, I've got the combat advantage at this stage, and knows that he can push that advantage.
Yeah, so a little bit up on CS as well, coming in there, 54 to 45. So he's got a 10 CS advantage. Does mean about 500 gold at this point in the game as well, because of how strong the jungle camps are. And we see in the bottom lane, Kane shoved completely out. Tail doing work on this turret, nearly going to be able to take it down.
Yep, dominating that turret now, as well as Bioarcane Barrage does wear off. Raphael going to be able to take down this blue buff here as well. You can see no turrets have quite fallen yet. But as far as this mid game is concerned, is this where Energy Pacemaker can make some moves, or is it just getting very, very difficult? Soul Shackle's actually broken here in the top lane. Is Amazing J going to get stunned up there just a little bit. Oh, Minion gets in the way of the Dark Binding. Xiaohu looks to try and go aggressive, but only will get a flash. That is definitely still good, though. An outer turret in the bottom lane going to fall at the same time.
Yeah, so they're getting pressure in two lanes at once. Very high pressure being exerted in the bottom side of the map. Then get the roam and burn the flash of Amazing J in the same sentence. So very nice play coming out of Gamti, pressuring the whole map. And Xiaohu now coming back into the mid lane, takes half of his health from the burst of Victor.
Yeah, does manage to land the chains here as well as Gravity Field comes through. Drizzle looking for something around the side. Does land a Sonic Wave onto Huey, who's going to flash out of the way. Glacial Fisher coming down just for funsies, as Shu was hanging around, but not going to find too much, and Chaos Storm just going to hang out.
Yeah, Chaos Storm just grabbing a couple of CS for himself, and we saw that Victor this time trying to bait people in, but not able to do so. They do get some vision control, but 15 seconds until the Dragon. That's two very long cooldowns coming through. Raphael and Shu's ultimate, and both very good zone control abilities. Being able to drop them on top of each other is imperative to how Energy Pacemaker want to play these team fights, so probably need to wait for them to come back up before they take a look at this Dragon.
It is available, of course. Vision still in the hands of Energy Pacemaker around this Dragon Pit if they do want to force something, but Let Me does have the teleport available. Soul Shackle's going to be up very, very soon, and Gamti looking like they're trying to set up some sort of gank situation as Energy Pacemaker make their way down. They do have the Scuttle Crab, and Shu, he might get caught. There's the knock-up to come through, and look at the burst damage. Tail, such quick work now that he's got that Trinity Force, and seamlessly transitioned to a Dragon.
Yeah, and Tail is just doing so well in this matchup. Was able to shove in the Corki, got the turret early, now gets himself a kill, and needs to be careful because Tail's not done. Also picks up the Dragon now.
Yeah, Xiaohu actually does land the chain here onto Raphael yet again. But he is going to be fine. Does have that Negatron Cloak just to help him out. Of course, Negatron Cloak's on both of these mid laners. Oh, Sonic Wave going to be thrown out there and landed here. Xiaohu actually heading back round again. Gravity Field going to stop Tail from moving around anymore, but is going to be okay. Xiaohu, that was a very aggressive return to the distortion.
Yeah, it certainly was. And we see the wave clear coming out of Victor now that augment did come through in the dive.
Yeah, that was a huge Mimic Distortion, but of course Xiaohu just goes back to his W and he's going to be fine.
So in the top lane, Maokai has been able to pick up the turret. So equalizing that objective in a very close game once again from Gamti and Energy Pacemaker. Neither team really willing to give up an advantage so far, even sacrificing farm on their carries to be able to siege down this mid turret.
Yeah, out of turret, he's going to fall down, but Drizzle just takes so much damage. Lemmy gets the most beautiful Soul Shackles. Raphael, you're dead. Double kill now for Tail. Living Artillery picks up the triple. Could it be the Quadra for Tail? It is. Amazing J comes down, and we'll see whether this Cogmore can get over to try and pick up the Pentakill, but I think it's going to be too long as Xiaohu even manages to escape the tree.
And a 5-0-0 Cogmore. What a nightmare for Energy Pacemaker. They're not going to be able to stop this guy. We'll go back with 3,000 gold after this shove up mid lane, and is just an absolute monster at only 18 minutes in.
That is ridiculous. I thought he was just a pretty butterfly, but yeah, you're right. An absolute monster at this stage of the game. We'll see what he decides to pick up, whether this is going to mean he's going to go for an Infinity Edge early on because he's got so much extra money, or whether it's going to be, you know, the Blade of the Ruined King, the other options here that Cogmore does have. But This is a dream come true here for Tail.
Yeah, so able to pick up the Cutlass, a dagger, finish off the boots. Actually gets another dagger as well.
That's a lot of money spent.
This is going to be a 2-item Cogmore by 22 minutes, and Cogmore's item build is not cheap.
No, most definitely not. If he builds an Infinity Edge after that, I think he has almost the top 3 most expensive items. It's just a little bit insane. Sync Dream heading up here does find Raphael there just a little bit. The Shooter's going to clear out some minions here on the side. Sync Dream going to do the same. And Sync Dream, I mean, hasn't looked all that impressive on these disengaged supports, has generally looked better on engage, but last game, having a very strange performance, in this game actually on Janna, looking pretty good.
Yeah, it certainly looked fantastic during the laning phase, particularly with the shields being able to come through. Let Me as well on Morgana has been very surprising, playing the champion well, and that Soul Shackles in the last fight, whilst Cogmore was able to pick up all the kills, it really was the Soul Shackles coming through onto 4 members that set it up, and really nice play across the board for Gamti, making sure that they're dictating the pace of the game and not giving Energy Pacemaker any time to catch up in this mid-game scaling composition. And now, Soul Shroud's being picked up by Amazing J, but against a 2-item Cogmore, it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, well, exactly. And he had to build the Spectre's Cowl here as well because there's double AP coming through from Gamti. There's a lot of mixed damage, and Cogmore actually does a lot of mixed damage as well. It's almost like everyone has to be focusing magic resist, and then Cogmore will have an Infinity Edge and destroy everyone.
Yeah, so the idea is that they need to get Amazing J onto the Cogmore and blow him up with the Victor, and from there they can deal... Wow.
Yeah, speaking of Amazing J needing to get onto people, he almost had the whole team of Gamti right on top of himself.
And this is why the Flash is such an important cooldown. No engage coming through because it's a Braum and he doesn't, of course, build that talisman. Amazing J hasn't gone for the very early Righteous Glory, so he has no way to get on the back. So really, Flash is his only tool to be able to lock down Tail, and every single time it is off cooldown, they gank him and burn it straight away.
Yeah, well, it's exactly right, and they're able to force it out so well every single time. Let Me still hanging out in this bottom side. Gamti now just going to be milling about here on the top side of the map as well, and it's looking a little bit like Gamti are in firm control thus far.
Yeah, it certainly is looking like they have complete control. You can see they even managed to siege down the top turret. Now a 6,000 gold advantage for Gamti, and Energy Pacemaker really haven't looked themselves in this game too.
Yeah, and that's coming off a victory as well. Looking great in the first series, just seem to have been, I don't know, I guess stymied a little bit as far as Champ Select went, because this Cogmore pick has been working out so incredibly well for Tail. Now has a Blade of the Ruined King going towards that QSS, you have to think, very, very soon. Amazing J not going to be able to lock him down quite as well after that one comes through. And look at their vision on this top side of the map. I mean, the Baron is definitely an option now for Gamti.
Yeah, Baron is an option. They're able to get to the point where, because they're that far ahead on their Cogmore, they don't have to go for a third offensive item. He's a full Blade of the Ruined King versus Longswords up.
It's ridiculous.
So he now, even though it's a defensive item, which you think Cogmore very good with 3 items, it's a luxury item. He's at the point where he's that rich, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, there's the Glacial Fissure, though, to land onto Tail here. Sonic Wave lands as well. Resonating Strike to come through. Nice Monsoon from Sync Dream to save the Cogmore from the kick. And Energy Pacemaker going to have to back away. But that was looking dangerous. That was almost as well as it could have gone for Energy Pacemaker until Sync Dream.
Yeah, and then Shu nearly fell down, and we see a little bit of a disengage. Morgana going to go into that bottom lane, push that one out, try and get some more turret pressure. That's the last outer turret up, and Cogmore, for all of his weaknesses of being immobile, for not being great early game in a couple of lane advantages, they've covered them all very well, and now it's at the point where he shines. He's got all those points in the Bio Arcane Barrage. He's able to siege up the turret. He is literally a siege tank at the back of these fights that they cannot get to.
They can't. Amazing J is going to get cataclysmed here by Huey. And look at Zhao Hu's damage. Twisted advance just to get him out of here. Chaos Storm, though, onto Zhao Hu. He's going to die. Amazing J turning around. The Soul Shackles stunning up 3 members. The double knock up here as well. Sync Dream picks himself up a kill. There is no Cogmore in this fight thus far. He's actually going to fall down. Shu's going to die as well, as Kane and Drizzle managed to take care of the big Cog. But in the end, 3 for 2. Could have gone worse for Energy Pacemaker.
Certainly could have gone worse, but they had to commit 2 people to the Cogmore, which just left them outnumbered on the other side of the fight. Really couldn't take it. Fantastic engage coming through from Huey, flying across the map, as only Jarvan can, and they'll pick themselves up another dragon. 23 minutes into the game, that will be number 3.
Yeah, number 3 for Gamty. Unanswered dragons here as well to come through against Drizzle, who's been fantastic at stealing away, locking down the dragons. Had so much dragon control in the last game, but just hasn't been the same situation here, as Gamty have just been firmly in control of the map. And now it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a clear out of the top side of the map here for Xiaohu. But he's been split pushing and then always in exactly the right spot to get beautiful Soul Shackles this game.
Yeah, once again, with 2 people flashing over the wall, he had his smorgasbord of pick. A 3-person fully channeled Soul Shackles fighting in the jungle against Morgana. Never a good idea, especially with a Cataclysm. And now Energy Pacemaker looking for some picks, but a great Scrying Orb spots them out.
Yep, not going to be able to find it this time. Of course, Scuttle Crab going to fall down on the Baron side, which is going to be very useful for Energy Pacemaker. Of course, you can't get rid of that. For the next 75 seconds is going to be with vision of that Baron. Very useful. But, I mean, is it getting to the point where Gamty, I mean, they can just force and this is a team fight that they know that they can win?
Yeah, so they're at a point of the game now where they can actually just start up Baron probably at will and tank it with Janna's shield, and the other team has to respond to it because of how much damage Kog'Maw with that W, with the Blade of the Ruined King, will do to that particular objective. So now Energy Pacemaker really need to be careful. They need to fight around Lee Sin's kick, try and isolate a single target, either Xiaohu or Tail, and start the fight up in an advantage. They can't fight head-to-head 5v5.
No, we'll see whether they actually find what they need to here, because it's looking like Energy Pacemaker starting to run out of options. They need sort of the dream engage where Tail gets eliminated very, very quickly. And they can make something happen. Let Me still being a nuisance here on the bottom side. But of course needs those minions to just hang around for a little bit so that puddle can do its work.
But he's nearly level 16 against a 13 Maokai. As soon as he gets that level 3 ultimate, team fighting becomes even easier for Gamty. Of course, he'll fall off towards the late game, but we're still 10 minutes from there, and Gamty are in firm control. So as long as we can keep building up farm on this Morgana, keep allowing her to split push into the Maokai, because now Maokai has no kill potential in that particular lane. Looks like it's just going to continue to scale up.
And Huey again has picked up that Locket of the Iron Solari here as well. Answered by Drizzle in the form of that Aegis of the Legion. Hasn't quite managed to make that transform happen just yet. Have to think that it is going to be coming through relatively soon. It's almost a pseudo triple AP comp coming through from both of these teams with Maokai, Victor and Corki, as opposed to the Morgana, LeBlanc and the Kog'Maw as well. So interesting situation as far as the damage is concerned, but still important. Kane's going to find Huey here just a little bit. Phosphorus Bomb going to go wide, and Gamty not going to be able to quite engage on this one. Let Me is going to head back and possibly pick up that Zhonya's Hourglass relatively quickly. Oh, Twisted Advance almost takes Amazing J to the enemy fountain, which wouldn't have been very good. And Zhonya's now complete for Let Me, and this is a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's got some penetration there in the form of the Abyssal, and looks like they want to start up the Baron, but still a little bit too squishy. Needs some health or armor onto their jungler Huey, so they're going to go back to pushing up this mid lane. And very patient play coming through from Gamty. They know they've got the lead. They know they're strangling them out on Dragon. That will be up in about another 2.5 minutes, so no use risking the big objective like Baron and potentially throwing to a Chaos Storm, which just does so much work in the pit itself. Just allow Cog to keep farming up. He's ahead of the Maokai. We said this was kind of the Maokai versus Cog race. As soon as Kog'Maw got that triple kill, the race was over. Maokai is no longer in a position where he will get strong enough to be able to deal with the Kog'Maw. It really is up to Drizzle to get a great kick and allow Tail to be removed from the team fight before it even begins.
And in the meantime, Gamty going to again secure some vision around this Dragon. Up again in another 2 minutes. Raphael going to head back to base. Look for another item purchase. We'll see when he decides to go for that perfect hex score. We've seen Victors in a few different schools of thought go for that item at different times. This time, Raphael going to be picking up that Abyssal Scepter, though.
Yeah, so going for the Abyssal Scepter, going for a little bit more, I guess, penetration coming through and being able to survive the human cannonball that is LeBlanc at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Dragon is up in a minute and a half, and good vision coverage from both teams. Does spot out the Scuttle Crab going down, and looks like they're preparing to set up for the fourth, and this is the all-important one for Energy Pacemaker, because the fourth Dragon puts more implied pressure than the fifth Dragon. Because as soon as you pick it up, you understand that you have to make a play in 6 minutes. Otherwise, it is very hard for you to win the game.
Yeah, and Energy Pacemaker just not with the control around that area that they want. They've got a couple of scattered wards. But with 6,000 gold in the lead, a massive Cogmore on their side as well, who's now got a Last Whisper at the same time. Things looking very, very scary. This is a 3-item Cogmore who just shreds the health of any tank that's going to come anywhere near him. Xiaohu's actually going to find Amazing J here. Soul Shackles to come through. Another flash blown from Amazing J. The Dark Binding going to come down, but doesn't quite find its mark. But every time that flash is up, immediately gets blown by again.
Wow, the damage. That was 2 auto attacks out of Tail, chasing a whole team away.
Yeah, there's a Cataclysm to come through as well. Tail now trying to get some damage in the backside, but Huey going a little bit too far forward. Exhaust immediately onto Xiaohu. Nice Black Shield, going to stop Amazing J from locking down this Cogmore, who's trying to get some damage in this fight. Sync Dream in a lot of trouble. Let me, though. He's going to take down Raphael on the backside. Xiaohu's going to collect Amazing J as he comes back through. And Tail now starting to rip through the members of Energy Pacemaker. Couple of shots on both of the bottom lane members, and they're dead. And this Cogmore, once he gets a chance to freely auto, that's what happens.
And that was the best the fight could have gone. No Soul Shackles coming through. They got the teleport on the backline, and Maokai was on top of the AD carry. But in the end, Cogmore was just so strong with the huge Black Shield from the top lane Morgana, keeping him safe from all of that CC, willing to freely hit anyone. He has got the Last Whisper, all the attack speed. He doesn't care who he's hitting at this point in the game. He will kill them, and he takes out the first base turret as well.
Yeah, no worries. Inhibitor not going to fall down. Gamty not going to try and push their luck here at all, but they've got an opportunity to go for a Baron here. They're almost 10,000 gold in the lead over Energy Pacemaker. And this game looking very different to the last one.
Yeah, just a much better balanced team comp coming through out of Gamty, and they're able to pick up their 4th dragon unless Drizzle can come up with a miracle.
Yep. Not going to happen this time, though, as Dark Binding did go wide. Black Shield here onto Huey, who has the Flag and Drag. He's going to be able to get out. And that Q not even going to be enough to break that Black Shield here as well. That Lemmy has got a decent amount of AP to back up.
Yeah, he certainly does, and we see once again another 1,500 gold onto Cogmore. Probably will look at that Infinity Edge next item. I would love it if you went another Zeal just on top of it. Phantom Dancer is a fantastic item on Cogmore. Allows with the W to come through. Goes into the Infinity Edge very nicely, but we'll be picking that one up next. Doesn't really... This is the thing about Blade of the Ruined King. Blade of the Ruined King and Trinity Force are 2 fantastic items. But if you go for that as your attack speed option, you do sacrifice a little bit of crit damage coming through. It's one of the reasons that Last Whisper isn't maybe as necessary on Cogmore, or as is with Corki, because of all the mixed damage, the damage from the W. You can at times rely on your W to shred through the tanks and go for a more attack speed item build than you would normally.
Yeah, there was mathematics done, wasn't it? That the DPS is actually a little bit higher with a Phantom Dancer over a Last Whisper.
Yeah, so mathematically, the ideal build that comes out from Cogmore is a Trinity Force into Blade, into Phantom Dancer, into IE, if you're going to go those damage items. Of course, with a defensive item, you need a defensive item on an immobile carry like Cogmore. So, yeah, the mathematics behind it is the fact that, it's much higher damage output.
Yeah, not going to go for it this time, of course, and that's because he can't sort of freely sit there and auto-attack. He has to be orb walking and juggling. The Maokai just needs to make sure that he can shred through that as best he can. And
there's also the fact that Last Whisper is a 2,300 gold item. Very cost-effective.
That is a very good point. Huey, though, now looking to try and get an engage. No inhibitor turret means that Energy Pacemaker under a lot of pressure at this stage. Gamty, they decided not to pick up that one, but look at the 5-man Cataclysm here as well. The kick out immediately. Xiaohu lands the chains onto Amazing J. Tail just ripping through him. Shu going to be the next option here for this Cogmore as Raphael so incredibly low. Kane now just going to get torn apart from that Caustic Spittle. And this could actually be the game now for Gamty.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's going to be the case. And Sync Dream and Let Me, Game 1 to Game 2 performances are completely different. Let Me in that last team fight, another great Soul Shackles, and Sync Dream really has played much better. 3-0-10 this time around, and what a performance out of Gamty.
Yeah, really beautifully played, and it wasn't a Juggermore comp, but it was more of just a protect the Cogmore, let him get huge again, picking up some more kills to pad the stats, and Zhao, who even looked good himself, was just a great performance from Ganti and a bounce-back performance.
Yeah, a much better performance coming through. Wasn't really the protector Cogmore, as more as a, we have that many threats that you can't kill our Cogmore.
Yeah.
We have a Jarvan that's going to dive on top of you. All the CC from Morgana, not to mention the human cannonball, the way Zhao who plays that mid lane LeBlanc, and in the end, Tail with that triple kill in the mid lane, with the quadra kill, was just never going to be stopped.
Yeah, no, and it was just looking fantastic for Gamgee throughout that entire game, and they kept the control. They didn't make these mistakes that they have been making, which is what happened yesterday. So looking a lot more solid, and we'll see whether they can carry it through and maybe pick up a spot in the playoffs, because going 1-for-1 like this is not quite enough.
Yeah, exactly right. At some point, they need to be able to break that curse, get the 2-0. Could have been today, but just wasn't to be.
Yeah, not going to happen this time. But ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through the day. Still multiple games to come as EDG are going to take on IG right after this.
swear to God, I will hold you in my
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, don't turn away now.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here for our third match of the evening is EDG. They're taking on Invictus Gaming. My name is Julian, Pastry Time Card. Joining with me again is Jake, Spawn, Tiberi. And this is one hell of a matchup, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly is Pastry Time. 1 versus 6, but more importantly, the rematch between Pawn and Rookie. The Ari versus LeBlanc last time round was incredible to watch, and Pawn pretty much put on a clinic.
Yeah, Pawn has been doing some really dumb stuff in the last few weeks of the LPL. Had amazing LeBlanc play yesterday, I believe. It's just looks so good. Possibly the best performing mid laner above Cool here in the LPL. And EDG in general are on a tear in this split.
They certainly are, and they've been playing so many different styles. We saw Clear Love come through with Nunu, had a very good control game, really facilitated the carrying of his team, and then picked up Lee Sin and just went nuts.
Yeah, just did something very unclear lovely, which was gank all the lanes, win everything, invade the jungle, get his team ahead, and end the game in about 6 minutes. I mean, you know, it took maybe 20, 25 after that, but that was kind of it for Clear Love. And he's had a couple games this season where he's really gone big, and Cacao, he's that sort of jungler as well. So there's a big dynamic there.
Yeah, Cacao in his own right yesterday had that triple kill that just allowed the push down mid lane, and he had a fantastic Nidalee game. Do not expect that one to get through. You give Cacao the strongest jungler, and he will make you pay for it.
Yeah, and IG have looked a little shaky. Very strong results at the start of the season. Now, towards the back end, are kind of finding themselves still in playoff contention, of course, but need to pick up their last few points, and that's the biggest change. As the tie, their former mid laner now in the top lane.
Yeah, and Cacao, their jungler, he's been fantastic. With the Rek'Sai, with the Nidalee, they both need to be banned, but it's just a whole raft of picks after that he's still so dangerous.
Yeah,
on.
both Pawn and Rookie have very deep champion pools. You can see Rookie's played 2 Victor, a Fizz, an Ari, and a Lissandra. So a big mix here of champions. And of course, moving on to a new patch now for 5.4, people are going to start to play different champions as well. Kid, been very solid though, and you can kind of tell he's been playing a lot of Callisto.
Yeah, you certainly can. And look at the KDA, 4.5. Kid and Kitties are probably the most understated part of the IG team, and they've been the most consistent. They've had really no bad games, and coming in, they're going to have to play well against Deft and Mako, who in their own right are also a very good bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, Deft and Mako might be the best looking bottom lane in the LPL, but Kid and Kitty's absolutely right. So solid, so consistent, and really just give a big rock that Cacao, Rookie, and Zatai can all tie themselves to and really make some plays around, because it's been Cacao, Rookie for a lot of the flashy stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that sign being held up in the crowd right now. He's just such a fun player to watch, and you can say the same thing about Rookie. They are very much on the same page. They've played together for so long, and they really are this 1-2 combo that are always in your face, very calculated, and try and take games over.
Yeah, and the X factor has to be Zatai in the recent team now as well. Still adjusting to his new life in the top lane from the mid lane. Clearly something that IG have decided is not permanent, but at least something they're going to do quite a lot leading into playoffs. And
definitely finding his feet still as a top laner.
Yeah, he's finding his feet. I think that right now it's not an equal trade. Pokemon was actually playing very well. I think that it's a downgrade right now. But you talk about Zatai in 3-5 months' time when this actually gets into the business end of the year. Like, IG is a team. Sure, they want to do well in the LPL, but they're looking for international success as well. And I think that Zatai is that player that could really be the spark that takes them to the next level.
Yeah, and it's X Factor we really talk about when we mention Zatai. Absolutely not the world's best top laner right now. Not even the best looking top laner in the LPL, but is making the transition, is taking his role very seriously. And just a player that has an intangible that Pokemon didn't really have, despite being such a good, solid, consistent player.
Yeah, exactly right. Pokemon, the tanky guy, couldn't take over a map. And Zatai has always had the ability to just pick a pick and drop bombs in a particular game.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's looked great on Nara in his team fights. He's been a very solid playmaker. That's the big difference, I think, for IG, is that Zatai gives him an additional way to make plays. That's not just Kakao and Rookie doing all the heavy lifting. Zatai can do some of that now as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we see it so often in the LPL. You want your top part of the map making plays. You want your bottom half of the map farming up, becoming these late game powerhouses. And there's just so many quality bottom lanes in general that's the way it's kind of set up.
Yeah, and EDG as well, as we are going to jump into champs like pretty soon, it looks like here. They're just on fire as a team. Like 10 points ahead of IG, I think, on the ladder, 10 or more points. Still well and truly first place by at least, I think, 3 or 4 points. Just unbelievable what they've been able to do.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they've done it in a way I don't think many people expected. Pawn and Koro as solo laners are probably the 2 best solo lane combination in the world. They are just that dominant across the board. Koro has stepped up so much and really turned into a powerhouse in the top lane. And Pawn has not missed a beat since World. The exact same player coming through has been able to 1v1 mid lanes. He's got so many threats. He even kept pulling out FLICKR out of nowhere and being very good on it. And they're just complemented by a very solid number 2 cast. And it's hard to say that about Adept, about Clearlove, about Mako. These guys are all world-class players, but they're just willing to let the game evolve at a different pace.
Yeah, and as a result, they're well and truly atop of the LPL standings and have been there pretty much since at least halfway through the split. So we're into Champs League now. EDG on the blue side, IG over on the red. We've flown through the bands here. We've got Hecarim, Ari, and Lissandra, the first 3 for Edward Gaming, and Jana LeBlanc with 1 more to come for IG.
Yeah, and wow, 2 respect bans towards Rookie. That Lissandra does get taken into the mid lane more often than not when we're talking about IG. And when you have a mid laner like Pawn and you throw 2 bans at someone, that's a pretty big props to Rookie coming into this game.
Yeah, and Rookie, I think, getting deserved respect on his Ari especially as well. Even 5.4 Ari, not quite the 5.2 powerhouse, deserves the ban there as well. LeBlanc, I love that respect to Pawn. And another potential mid lane ban here as well. Lulu has been a key ban in the LPL today.
Yeah, it certainly has. Lulu presents so much control, both in the mid-top positions, and really does a lot of things well. Wave clears particularly well. The speed up is one of the most impressive parts of the kit, and straight away jumping on that Victor pick.
Yeah, I mean, Pawn never wanted to shy away from an odd champion or a good champion. Victor's seen a lot of play recently, and makes sense that he would want something like Victor.
Yeah, and Pawn always amazes me. He picks up a champion, looks at it for about a week, and then looks like he's played it forever, is very quick at picking up new roles.
Yeah, just so diverse. He's probably got the biggest champion pool of any mid laner in the LPL. Just plays almost anything. You mentioned the Vega that he pulled out already. He can do some crazy stuff. What we didn't know, though, is Nidalee is still left open, and Kakao looks like he wants to take it.
Yeah, he certainly would want to take the carry-style Nidalee jungle. He had, I think, the original Nidalee game and didn't look fantastic, and since then has put the champion to great use.
I don't know about that. He built him a Dryas and got insanely far ahead in that game. He has had a poor Nidalee game, but I believe the first one of the LPL, Kakao took over on that champion, and he's got it here again, along with Corky for Kid.
Yeah, so Kid being able to pick up, once again, a solid mid-game carry, and that just suits them down to a T. And once again, now the threat of the poke comp comes out. They've got the pressure of a Xerath pickup in the mid lane, and Corky, best sieging AD carry. Nidalee, by far the best sieging jungler. And then if you throw Xerath in there, they need to get some hard engage. EDG answer with just that.
Yeah, some smart stuff here. I like that they've got the Victor as well, who is decent in the Corky-based comps with lots of rotations. And we are going to swap over the support. Still heavy engaged in the top lane. Should be the Maokai there for Koro. And we're going to have Mako on Annie, it looks like.
Yeah, so very heavy engage out of the Annie and Maokai pickup, especially if you go Righteous Glory in there. allows you to, I guess, accelerate in there. And they've gone for a siege comp in its own right, but a different kind of siege comp pastry time. This is a fast push siege comp we see with the 2 Trinity Force users.
Yeah, potentially. I wonder if IG will commit to mid Ezreal here as well. Be a fairly solid pick here against the Victor. Always a safe mid laner if he does want to take it in. And maybe even Kitty's going to consider the engage support as well. John has been banned, so it's probably going to be something fairly pick-oriented here. Thresh, Leona, both fine picks for IG, and they are going to go for Ezreal. Thresh, you are right.
Yeah, I definitely think the reason they went with Thresh in this situation is they're looking for the disengage. The reason the Leona hover came through is it facilitates the top Gnar pickup, and Gnar has got through to the last round, will be able to be taken into that top lane if Zatai wants, and has played it a couple of times recently. And the threat of Ezreal, Leona, Gnar is so big. There is so much upfront damage that comes out of that CC combo that you have to respect it, but goes for a different field, goes for the Thresh.
Yeah, interesting in that Rek'Sai's still open as well, which is at least being considered here by Clearlove. Makes sense with Nidalee being locked in so early that they let a jungler drop here, but Deft actually going to lock in Sivir for the first time in a long time here, and we are going to have Clearlove's Rek'Sai.
And I really like the composition coming out of EDG. They are looking to force early, shove the waves in, rotate Sivir around the map, get Maokai going in the heavy engage, and really try and brawl a poke comp.
Great lane here as well for Deft, up against Kids Corki so far, so that all looks good here. Again, Annie's great with Sivir, Maokai's great with Sivir, like you mentioned. Even Rek'Sai very good with the speed up as well. I mean, Victor also wants mobility. You said it. The comp's great.
Yeah, it really is a solid pick ban phase coming through from EDG here, and now it's just up to what Zatai wants to take into the top lane. Would be surprised if it was a Kennen. Honestly, I think that there are better disengage supports available, but looks like that is what he wants to settle
for.
for.
A little bit of team fighting, fairly lane dominant as well. Should be a pretty reasonable farm lane against Samauka, but he does lock in the cannon. So Zatai, again, former mid lane player. Not surprising to see him play mages, just as the general on the top side, but with the Gnar open, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't take something maybe slightly more flexible for team fights.
Yeah, the one thing you can say about Kennen is that he is one of the best anti-dive champions of the game, along with Morgana. So if this game goes south and they do need to farm up to the point where it becomes more of a double AD feel as opposed to a poke composition, they do have the tools in the wave clear and being able to, I guess, ensure that no one can dive them with the cannon pickup. So that, in that regard, I agree with it. However, just not the AoE composition that they're looking for right now. I think that the Gnar top with the Boomerang in mini Gnar form, such a good disengaged team.
Yeah, but instead we're going to have a big tanky guy here for Koro, and a mage that's starting to see a little bit more play. Of course, Kennen was effectively buffed on this patch. A big quality of life change for his ultimate and his W interaction. You now just get the W for free whenever you pop it. And this is the jungle matchup we've seen quite a lot of. We've had Dandy versus Cacao yesterday. Now Clearlove versus Cacao. Rek'Sai, Nidalee.
Yeah, exactly right. Both flavor of the month. Very strong champions at the moment. And in the mid lane, Pawn with the Victor, and actually the Ezreal pickup for Rookie.
Yeah, I mean, again, they had to take him somewhere. They want a bit more fast push, a bit more double AD, adding to the poke and siege element. And Rookie, stellar player, of course, going to be just fine on the Ezreal, but an interesting matchup there against the Victor.
Yeah, it certainly is. So it looks like both teams got what they wanted. EDG with a very brawl-heavy team, and IG with the fast push. Let's see who gets the win.
Yeah, let's indeed. We'll get straight onto the Rift. And welcome now for game one between EDG and IG here. Two top of the table teams at this point. IG making their way up towards the #1 spot. And of course, EDG sitting there as the kings of the LPL once again so far. We're in our first game here. Both teams looking for points in EDG. I don't know if they can continue the win streak they've been on, but we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, certainly they think they can continue it. They have just looked so impressive throughout the entirety of the season. And you see they fan out level 1 looking to just set up standard lanes, and why not? If you are this good, you have to be confident playing standard.
Yeah, and amazing to see EDG again dominate LPL. Of course, they dominated all of last year in 2014, but that was with a very different looking team here as well. I mean, adding some Koreans in the mix, some guy called Deft, another guy called Pawn, you might have heard of them. They're pretty good, and of course, keeping some of the solid starters as well. You'd think that with Name gone from this team, that EDG would look different and maybe miss a couple steps, but have not missed a beat all season.
Yeah, and if you want an AD that plays a similar style to Name, you probably couldn't look past Deft. That's arguably, depending on what your trade of thought is, if you look for local success or versus international, Name and Deft are probably interchangeable with skill level at least. And we saw Name go on at a tear yesterday, and Deft's had a very solid season so far. So that position, I think that we're comfortable with. It really was Pawn that catapulted this team into much further success.
Yeah, and you was a fine regional player in China for sure. Very strong. Had a decent performance at Worlds, but Pawn, world champion, guy's just amazing.
Yeah, he certainly is, and it is really that diversity and the versatility that sells it for you. As you said, very admirable performance, but Pawn really is something else.
Yeah, and EDG have started things off here with an invade over on towards the red buff, just looking for the IG jungle. Kakal's over on the other side, almost got kicked out of his jungle there by the looks of things, walking towards his blue. Should be able to vertical jungle, but the first win does go to Edward Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. Maokai able to get level 2, and no freeze in Maokai lane means that it's a huge win. He can teleport down there right now, pick up a lot of farm. As long as he doesn't get dove, we'll be in a good position. Might even just be able to walk with how slow it's being pushed. And Kakao still level 1, forced to run the long way to the red buff and pick that up as his first camp.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous, but no one there to try and punish him for it. Clearlove actually taking the Raptor camp away from IG's side of the jungle. So we will jungle vertically now, of course. Top side belongs to EDG. Bottom side should belong to IG.
Yeah, the only danger of this is that Nidalee has bottom side of the jungle and has the quickest dragon clear and probably the safest out of junglers at the moment. So that is the only risk I can see. Otherwise, EDG probably put themselves about 35 to 40 seconds ahead jungle pathing with a good invade.
And the interesting thing as well is that there's a lane swap here. We expected the 2v2 matchup. We talked about standard lanes being just fine here for both teams, in fact. But for whatever reason, Civ is actually in towards the top, and Zatai once again is going to be in a 1v2.
Yeah, and it looks like it is the fast push that is coming out. It might be the fact they want to keep Zatai down, but they're shoving that wave into the turret repetitively. And Kennen, later on in the game, when he gets that W stacked up and you can use the Lightning Rush, has good wave clear. Right now, has very poor wave clear.
Yeah, especially defensive wave clear is kind of poor because you have to get in a melee range, basically get on top of the creeps with your reactive and then W them all down. And without levels or items, that's a very difficult proposition right now for Zatai. And this keeps happening. Teams keep picking on this new top laner.
Yeah, and that's what you do. If you are against a new top laner who hasn't really played the lane swap meta that much, you repetitively throw them into it until they prove that they can deal with it.
And one thing Clearlove has been very good at, especially yesterday, if you missed his Lee Sin game, do yourself a favor and go watch it, but Clearlove is very good at engineering ganks and setting up situations, and especially picking on a laner that gets behind.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I guess the Lee Sin game was an extreme example, but he's had games throughout the entirety of the season where he really has set up a hotel and just repetitively visited clientele and bullied them out of lanes.
Yeah, the resort has been open for business, all split long and deft, actually. Now the rest of EDG have certainly reaped its benefits. Mako, by the way, did actually start Relic Shield. Didn't even notice that until just now, but that also helps with a bit of the fast pushing.
Yeah, it certainly does, and keeps the sustain up there. Means you can take some errant harass that comes out of the cannon and not really worry about it as an AD carry. So smart pickup coming through there. I think he does need to swap it over for the Relic late game because of how important that is to support the engage. But as we said, Nidalee, very strong early game jungler, started up the Dragon.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're expecting here. An early Dragon coming through. No wards there, unfortunately, for EDG. I mean, Clearlove, if he was around, could tunnel in and maybe entertain a steal, but instead, Kakao and Kid is going to take it very quickly here. No one from EDG around to the first Dragon will fall to Invictus Gaming. Clearlove, oh my god, he spotted it. No, he doesn't go in time. And they will get away with it.
Yeah, I think he had actually tunneled over the Krug wall, so wasn't able to get in there without using his flash. So smart move to let that one go. But now the perfect timer means that at about 10 minutes when that is back up, we'll be able to contest.
Yeah, fortuitous ward perhaps for Clearlove, despite not being able to steal it. At least we'll get the timer. So Mako in the top now, actually looking aggressive. Maybe wants to go in onto Zatai. We've seen Annie's in the LPL not afraid to use their flash for a kill, but instead they'll just force cannon back.
Yeah, and Koro trades extremely well with Kid there. Still has a teleport available and was just looking to get some harass down because now he can go back, teleport into lane, full mana, and be exactly the same.
Yeah, and he'll maybe even pick up another Doran's Ring to make things a bit more aggressive, and he will actually. So plenty of sustain, going to PP right back. Almost like you good at this game, Spawn.
Yeah, so really nice play actually out of Koro there. Needs to avoid the hook here and not get chunked out as soon as he gets back in lane, but otherwise, he's ahead of the cannon at this point, and that's very impressive.
Yeah, and both teams trying a little bit of a freeze. EDG seem like they're going to push it up slowly and try and get a big wave and keep the push going. And like you said, Kid couldn't get the freeze early on the bottom side, so Koro Maokai doing just fine here. He'll probably have to go the Righteous Glory, but that's okay.
Yeah, exactly right. And in this team comp, I actually think they prefer that because it's all about the hard engage coming out of the support. They've got a lot of damage out of their jungle. Rexless still pumps out a lot of AoE damage, so don't really need that threat in the top lane, just need a lot of the CC.
And Clearlove actually in the top lane, again, trying to pick on Zatai a little bit. Is forced back, unfortunately. Can't really find a successful line for a gank, but Zatai struggling to get some CS despite being ranged here.
Yeah, it certainly is, and really can't push out the wave at all, can't break the freeze, hasn't been able to get a free shop in, already used his teleport, so is in a little bit of trouble. Doubled in CS by Koro, who is really farming quite nicely from afar, and as the hook goes wide, and Cacao not being able to respond has gone into heavy farm mode, and this is normally danger time for Cacao. If he goes into the mode where he's trying to just keep up in farm, IG don't look the same team. They need him controlling the map.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a couple games early on in 5.2 especially where he was doing a lot more farming, but he needs to be high impact someone with a jungler like Nidalee who, again, very powerful but quite narrow. Need to get in and get in early.
Yeah, you certainly do, and I like the way you described Nidalee. Very linear playstyle is the way I like to look at it. Does one thing extremely well, that's get a lot of burst damage down in the poke and then execute people, but apart from that, really doesn't add much to a team comp.
No, and as we look through some of the early builds developing here as well, we've got Rookie going back for his T here. We've already got an augment there for Pawn. I assume that has to be the Death Ray that's been upgraded. Chilling's might the upgrade there for Clearlove. Going for the Trailblazer for Cacao for a bit more. And Mako even doing a bit of a roam, but thinks better of it. Just warding.
Yeah, so the Trailblazer for Nidalee, nothing new there. Just allows you to keep your mana up in the jungle. Hasn't gone for the tier extremely early. If you are going to go tier, I actually prefer it even before jungle items now. You just pick it up and it's a very good buy. Of course, Nidalee just stays sustained throughout the jungle extremely easily. But in the mid lane, the surprise for me is with a tier, Ezreal has managed to get a CS advantage.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very strong early laner, but Victor's fine in a lot of situations, and Rookie just playing the lane very safe, very calm, and looks like he might even be going for a Trinity Force after his tier.
Yeah, so tier Trinity Force, so we'll be going for the fast push Ezreal build. Hasn't elected to go for the Mana Mune straight up as we see Zatai. Cacao, sorry, taking away another red buff because the duo lane still is on the bottom of the map, and Clearlove doing the same, maybe looking for a dive.
Yeah, level 6 now as well if he needs to get around the rest of his jungle, but going to try and engineer a dive here in the top side. That wave's pushing in slowly here. Mako does have his ultimate ready to go. His stun ready to go, and Deft has his ultimate, so this could work quite well. His Zatai, though, does have his flash and his ulti ready.
Yeah, so the thing about diving a cannon is the fact that he can stun all three members if he gets rid of minions. That's the key there. Sees a dive, very good sense coming through.
Yeah, really nice. So the knockup is going to just miss. Actually, Zatai does go in there, gets one stun, but first blood goes to Clearlove. Mako, great flash stun.
Yeah, really nice play from Mako there. Zatai W'd much too early in that situation. Was never going to get the second stun if he went that early, and unfortunately paid for it with his life. So a very good gank coming out of EDG in the top lane, forcing pressure, knowing that Dragon wasn't up. There's really nothing that IG can do in response.
And Clearlove making the Chilling Smite look good there as well. Deft actually, all the pushing that they've been able to do gets them quite an early outer turret, just under 9 minutes, and the first turret goes to EDG.
And they rebalance the wave, more importantly. Only a couple of shots left on that last creep, so it will sit in the middle. No freeze will come through for Zatai, and now we're slicing Maelstrom down. Maybe another easy return game.
They could look for a dive. Blue buff. Oh my god, he kills Clearlove.
Goes fishing for a blue and gets a champion kill. You can't be mad with those results. Rookie with a fantastic play there.
That was blind as well. Very impressive stuff by Rookie. Just sensing the timing, knowing that Pawn had left lane and got maybe more than he could have asked for.
Yeah, definitely. He was not going for the kill there, but you know what? I'm sure he'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, Pawn at least got the blue buff, so there is a consolation there, but Clearlove not going to enjoy that, and yeah. Almost got both, by the way.
Yeah, nearly got both. 40 health was what it lived on.
Well, Pawn again will be happy to get his consolation blue buff there, but Rookie, very nice snipe there, and poor Clearlove.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. And we see Def now rotating into the 2v2 lane. So now that he looks like he might even be going Bloodthirster first, now that he's picked up some AD items, is comfortable going into this Corki that hasn't yet managed to pick up a Trinity Force, has the two most important components, but hasn't finished that one off.
And you know what? We've seen a lot of Bloodthirster first, Graves especially, in the LPL, but I kind of like it here on Sivir.
Yeah, I really actually like it because the sustained damage that comes out, the wave clear, and the fact that you have a defensive shield against something like a Nidalee, and wow.
Yeah, already those spears. That's without the Magus enchant, by the way. doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was a max range as well. Very, very close to running out, but they'll look to pick up a second dragon. They have the timer on this one, but once again, Nidalee just so quick at taking this objective.
Yeah, Clearlove does throw a Prey Seeker in, kind of knows what's happening, but can't get in there in time to steal the pink ward from IG. Gives them more than enough vision to be able to take it, and the second dragon goes to Invictus Gaming.
So IG behind 1,000 gold because of the turret that went down, but able to equalize objectives in the form of dragons. So right now, EDG in the lead, but given another 12 minutes, if IG still maintain this stranglehold over that objective with a double AD composition, real danger lines for EDG.
Yeah, especially because that Trinity Force is going to start coming up for both of the Ezreal and the Corki here as well. I mean, they managed to kind of strong on that with basically just a Nidalee. So the next time they show up, if they've got those items completed, EDG are going to have a very tough time contesting.
Yeah, they certainly are. And Korra actually going hunting for Cacao here. Will stop his back as well. Stopped his red buff clear, I believe. Got a little bit counter jungled there, did Cacao. So danger signs here early for IG, but they just need to make sure that they're understanding when their spike is. It's at the double Trinity Force, as you said, when that Moral Mana transforms and maybe Corki's picked up maybe the BF sword or the boots too coming through in the Sork shoes. Once that point of the game hits, they can rotate very effectively around the map, go back to the pseudo-IG Korean hybrid that we love to see happen and really take over the game.
Really good trade there from Deft as well, just nailing Kig with that boomerang blade. Clearlove was actually down in the bottom looking for a gank but didn't find one, and Deft's like, you know what, I think I can handle it myself.
Yeah, so Def trading extremely well, is down in CS a little bit, but have to say has more pressure in the lane at the least, and Corki, Kid just trying to play reactively, trying to farm up.
Ooh, Mego though almost face checks Cacao. Still alive, thankfully, but if Cacao hits his spear, someone's probably going to die.
I can't believe how patient Cacao just was then, acknowledging the fact that there was a support player in his face and really not wanting to pull the trigger on it. And now you see Kitty's maybe looking for an engage here, but Cacao still patiently waiting in the wings, now backs away.
Yeah, didn't go in. Must have been a bit afraid of the anti-stun, and Def with the ulti and the heal probably would have got them out. But Cacao looking for a bit of pressure, hasn't found enough yet, but has now finished his Magus enchantment.
Yeah, so finished up the Magus, got the 2 early dragons. So you have to say, maybe not pressure around the map in kills, but has been able to do his job in securing objectives for his team. Would have liked to been a lot busier, but Nidalee doesn't fall off as the game goes on. Still will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit awkward. You have to, again, play a kind of a glass cannon champion very carefully. But Cacao, we saw him turn a game around with it yesterday, so he's more than capable of team fighting with Nidalee if he has to.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Cacao really repopularized the glass cannon jungles coming through anyway. Used to play Rengar very assassin-like. Still plays Nocturne very assassin-like. And loves the more of Malmortius on a lot of the AD champions that he picks up. So not surprising that he is so good on this Nidalee pickup.
Yeah, just makes sense with his playstyle here. Is Mako and Def pushing down in towards the bottom, trying to get more turrets down, but haven't been too successful. Their pawn defending his turret quite well, though does have a need to see large rod that he's had for a while, and just got his Q upgraded as well.
Yeah, and I like that purchase of the needlessly large rod, because it allows him to push back against Ezreal, because Rookie's just trying to spam abilities right now in the lane. And with that, couple of Qs across the minion wave just will clear it out, as you see right there. So nice pickup coming out there, just understanding what he needs to do to farm up in this lane.
Yeah, and kept very competitive in CS against a very strong early laner here in Ezreal. Rookie, though, going to get his own blue buff this time. Clearlove survives for once after when blue buff and Rookie is involved, then we should have another donation. But his ulti is back up.
Yeah, ulti is back up, understands that pawn disappeared, and he has the rough time. He would know about 5 minutes after I got that kill, but doesn't fire it this time.
Doesn't throw it. Knows that, you know what, I've got my blue buff. Not going to be greedy this time, and maybe if a gank comes, it'll just take it off pawn anyway. So we'll reset a bit. The wave clear actually will come in. Ulti there thrown up by Rookie. Maybe even looking for Clearlove, which I think he found, as Clearlove just took a little bit of damage, but a very calm early game here. EDG just up 1,000 gold, but IG have their 2 dragons.
Yeah, and the 3rd dragon coming up in 2 minutes, and I guess this is the time of the game where we say if you get the first 2 dragons, 3rd one is the one that the team wants to contest, just because you never want to put a 6-minute timer on a game. And we'll see if they can set up some ward control around the area, because as you can see, the pink ward that existed for the first dragon's still around.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been cleared out yet. EDG couldn't make their way over there. Not even Clearlove with all his tunnel mobility was able to safely clear it out. And the bottom lane actually have both hit their important power spikes. I'm curious, who do you think wins here? We've got BT for Siva and Trinity Force done for Corki.
Yeah, so I think that at this point in the game, Corki is stronger as a damage threat, but you can never underestimate the ability of Sivir's ultimate. Especially when you couple it with something like an Annie in a 2v2, they definitely have the advantage.
Yeah, good damage there by Pawn as well, actually poking Rookie a little bit with the Death Ray. Kakao looking again here, does have his tier up, so got it a little late, but will fill up very quickly using the pounce just by naturally moving around the map in Cougar form. And Dragon back in a minute. Both teams looking for some sort of pick, you have to think.
Yeah, so I think that on the side of IG, they're waiting for the Trinity Force to come through on Ezreal. He's got it now, but just hasn't been afforded the luxury to back. Is now looking for it. So as soon as they get that, they're going to look to force the Dragon. In saying that, good Rek'Sai ultimate gets Clear Love into the danger area beforehand. It's 100% on Kakao now to be able to poke them off this and not make them start it.
Yeah, and Death still pushing in as well, trying to continue pressure in the bottom side of the map with his Bloodthirster. Clearing out wards are EDG, the jungler and mid laner teaming up there for a little bit of that. And even an early Giant spot here for Clear Love. So EDG, they know they have to contest for this third Dragon.
Yeah, and they're looking for it. Don't even get the clear out there because Clear Love just knows that Kakao is in the zone. Kakao might be able to return the favor with a sweeper of his own, not able to.
Yeah, Clear Love does find the ward that sort of telegraphed there by the spear from Kakao, but that pink ward is still there for IG. EDG don't want to walk over there. It's a little too dangerous.
Certainly don't. And meanwhile, we haven't touched on them in a while. They have been on an island, but in the top lane, a 30 CS lead has evolved for Koro. He's been able to bully out this pick in the cannon, and Zatai not having the funnest of the lanes.
No, I mean, again, sort of struggling early on. Has a mountain of gold to spend there on cannon. 2,400 gold ready to go. And Koro actually is going to get aggressive. Might have been 1v1 him. Here's the Zatai pops his ulti, but Koro still chasing in. Force him back there. The ulti's gone as well. And that probably means that IG have to give up the next dragon.
Ulti and flash. That is horrible news for Zatai. And he was sitting on 2,500 gold. That was just a greedy shop, and they lose bottom turret. No pressure around the map here.
Yeah, Kakao can't even pull the trigger to get the gank off, and Clear Love instead is going to pull in for support. EDG find the pink ward in that brush. Pawn is pushing aggressively into this turret now as well. He hasn't just, out-wave cleared Ezreal. He's pushed him into this turret.
Yeah, he certainly has, doing a lot of damage and equalized the farm. You have to remember at one point, that was nearly 15 CS for Rookie, now back to 3. And Pawn also sitting on 1,800 gold. These guys are valuing the pressure they're putting on waves so much more than shopping at this point, and you would think that it would lead to...
Yeah, Pawn going in aggressively. Kakao going to get ulti there. Koro in the back going to get an instant kill almost for Victor. Mako finds Rookie, who instantly cleanses out of the stun. But EDG get the pick they want.
Yeah, and a fantastic rotation around from Koro into the mid lane, able to pick up the first kill, and that will be the Dragon because a lot was burnt there. A couple of flashes in the cleanse, they can't contest.
Yeah, jungler dead as well with no smite here. EDG should be able to pick up this fairly easily. Ezreal team is going to come and do a lot of damage, but not enough to steal the Dragon, and EDG finally claim their first.
Yeah, a lot of poke, but they're not done.
Good damage in there. Kitty's not going to ride in, but Mako picks him up. Took the hook a little too aggressively there.
Yeah, maybe looking to get the box down and get the kite going out of the double AD comp with the Trinity Force would be able to chase very well, but dies before it goes through. They lose 2 kills. They get nothing in return, and they've given up their control over the Dragon objective.
Yeah, nice reflexes there from EDG to kill the Thresh before that could happen, and Rookie going to try and push in and get some damage done to this mid turret, but Clear Love cleaning out his red buff. We've got a Zhonya's finished up for Pawn. Gold everywhere to spend here for EDG, and Deft even going to clean out the mid lane.
Yeah, so Deft grabs the mid lane farm. He'll appreciate that. 186 CS now in front of the Corkian. 2 things are really confusing me about this game. The lack of boots, too, from AD carries until it was just picked up them from Rookie. It's just such an important build-up. And the ability for EDG to use wave pressure to really hold IG in negative situations. They've done it extremely well. Koro was trying to leech some experience in this bottom lane. Now does back away, but they're continuing to deny Zatai farm.
Yeah, and in fact, they've popped Deft into the top lane now. Even Mako's going to rotate in, so they're going to keep pushing it. EDG not interested in grouping if there's no objective to fight for. Zatai says hello to the Ezreal ultimate. That was Rookie's though, so no kill going to be forthcoming here, but Zatai anchored to the top lane, continues to get pressured now.
Yeah, so can't really move out there with the 2 ranged people to support, and the AD carry really can't wave clear with that lightning rush. We've already discussed Kennon's difficulties in this situation and has been forced away. Finally, IG pick up their first turret. It is only 3,000 gold, and they're 2 turrets behind, so there is standing gold on the map, but they need to make a move soon.
Yeah, and Koro's down the bottom. They actually have fully lane swapped here at this point, although We do see Siva move back as well. Deft's actually going for a Phantom Dancer here as his second item, so lots of mobility in that build.
Yeah, certainly, and a little bit more critical strike coming through from the Phantom Dancer, of course, and just a little bit of an update on the tiers. About 700 for Rookie coming through. Not as lucky for Cacao. He's only up to about 300. So Rookie will get his transform relatively soon. Cacao will need to wait a lot longer for it.
Yeah, got to hop a few more times in that Cougar form there, really get that tier pumped up and stacked up, but EDG just looking fine here. I mean, Maokai still building cost-efficient tank items. Koro, no major items done yet, but not too fussed about that. Actually has an upgraded trinket nice and early, so going to be able to put some extra wards down for his team.
Yeah, the important upgraded trinket coming through nice and early. All sweepers and a scrying or on the side of Invictus Gaming, and 3 sweepers as well as the upgraded trinket for the top laner. Nice adaptation to the new patches. We see Clearlove maybe looking to get aggressive onto Rookie, sweeps out a ward.
Yep, 2 upgraded sweepers there as well for EDG, and who love to do early Barons. And with all the vision they've gotten, the sweepers they've been able to get, they're actually just straight on top of it.
Yeah, they are very squishy still at this point in the game. Only the Warden's Mail coming through, but this might be the reason for the Bloodthirster here. Very good control of the Baron objective.
Mako actually popped Tibbers there as well, so they are really committed to taking away this Baron, and they'll sneak it away from IG, who have absolutely no idea it's happening.
And what a heads-up play out of EDG, starving them of map control after they took down those 3 outers, and they would have seen Maokai just have Baron then, and that's horrible news.
Yeah, oh, well, they stole the Baron. I guess we'll get the rough timer and see what we can do next time here. But EDG, just so clever, played all of the pressure smart, got the outer turrets down, and have just taken over this map.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, it's a 5,000 gold lead for them at only 22 minutes in, and you can't say that anything major's really happened apart from that good catch. With the flank coming through from Koro, and from there, they've just controlled the IG lineup.
Yeah, they're just keeping people back, pressuring the waves. Clearly, actually almost finds Cacao in his own jungle, who's now being forced out of his blue side as well. So, I mean, EDG is starting to take over more than just half of the map. They're taking 2/3 of it now.
Yeah, they're strangling them off everything, and Cacao not able to farm up. A lot of damage still coming through, but the Baron up creep's too strong at this point.
Yeah, I forgot about the Baron buff there. Those creeps doing work there to take out the first tier 2 turret of this particular match. EDG now 4 turrets to 1. Dragon back in a minute 35, but EDG are not done with the push.
No, they're certainly not. Rotating into the top lane. Fantastic map movements coming through here. And as a unit of 4, they can achieve the exact same result. Cannon, level 12, so does have the ability to get that level 2 Maelstrom across. Maybe look for a flank, but EDG, nice and smart, back away.
Yeah, use those empowered recalls, get back very swiftly, and it's funny that we always say this about EDG, especially when they play Corki, that they're so good at grouping together, rotating and taking turrets. But even on Sivir here for Def, they're doing the exact same thing. It's not just a champion thing. It's a team mentality thing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And they understand when they have the advantage and how they can pressure it. So not necessarily do they have an advantage in a 5v5 team fight. With how far ahead they are now, I think they would still win one head-to-head. But they've avoided the cannon completely, not let him get into any chokes, and really played around what they do well, which is wave clears, push waves out, control where the map they are, ward up the important areas, and get objectives.
Yeah, and it's not individual outplaying necessarily, but just outplaying them on the map here at EDG. Cacao can't find much pressure at all on this Nidalee, and it's kind of the true for the rest of the IG lineup. They haven't found a split push with their double AD comp. And Pawn, by the way, he's been doing some creative stuff with his build, but Kitties actually might get caught in Mako. Gonna come in for the stun, and Pawn just collects the kill.
Yeah, and really nice. Once again, denying vision, forcing them to get further out from their base that they're otherwise comfortable to, and make them pay once again with good hard CC.
Yeah, so highlighting Pawn's build slightly. Did go for 2 upgrades, then got a Zonya's, got a need to see large drop between the augments. Now has a cooldown boots that are upgraded with the distortion enchant to really make sure the Ghost and Flash look good, but he has a Sheen now, so he's probably going for a Lich Bane.
Yeah, so going for the Q auto attack, the Lich Bane is absolutely massive on that one, and against 2 squishy AD carries where you're looking for more burst potential, I like the pickup.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that that build's sort of relying on being short range here. Is EDG going to take another dragon for themselves here? And IG at this point just can't contest, but you know what? Victor can be quite short range when he needs to use the Q. Siva very good at getting you in range.
Yeah, exactly right, and of course the movement speed always going to help on that one as they also pick up the blue buff. Cannon's in the back line.
Yeah, goes to Clearlove the Tiger to get stunned up immediately. The Rookie trying to find someone, and a good amount of damage coming. But Pawn just blows someone up with the help of Koro. Now Koro going to pick up the next kill onto the Tiger, and a flash forward there, trying to find the Twisted Advance. Kids not in a good spot there. Koro finds him with a Twisted Advance, and Def takes him out. Cacao, though, will get the first kill there. for IG. And now Rookie going to poke in again. And he clear in trouble now as well. Cacao going to dive in. A good knockup. Almost gets it in. And Pawn is somehow escaping them. Clearlove just dodging that next ulti. Pawn going to try and outplay them. Does get the kill. Rookie, though, cleans up the trade. Now Koro going to dive in and try and finish it off. A Prey Seeker there is all the help that they can offer. But Koro completes the ace.
So an ace for 3 members, probably better than IG were expecting out of that fight. But Koro and Pawn on the back line wreaked havoc. There was nothing they can do. And all of a sudden, Zitai, who thought he had a fantastic flank, was by himself in the middle of 3 EDG members with absolutely nowhere to go.
I mean, that was probably too aggressive on Cannon's part. I think I can say that about Zitai. But Cacao again on this neatly, assassinating key carries in the fights and almost turning them around. But like you said already, those solo lands from EDG are pretty good.
Yeah, they're such a good 1-2 combo. They just communicate so well, especially for players that haven't played together for that long, but just great understandings of the game. And from here, they've built an even bigger lead. 9,000 gold is the exact total. And Cacao, he's gone gold efficiency, picked up that Zonya, the Void Staff, and really is trying to still have an impact. But he's not the problem at this point. It's the fact that Zitai ineffective. Kitties hasn't had the best of games on Thresh either, and this double AD comp that is supposed to push turrets and get ahead just hasn't been able to do that.
No, couldn't outwave clear the Sivir and the Victor apparently, and even Koro has decent wave clear despite not having any AP, but he is so tanky on this Maokai. Frozen Heart, Spirit Visage, and now the Righteous Glory to come through as well, plus the Merc Treads. Maokai is immovable for IG.
Yeah, he certainly is, and until those Blade of the Ruined King is finished up on Rookie, doesn't have a way to deal with it. Is dumb but Kid, he thought he had fantastic positioning over the wall, thought he was being very cute. 1 ward and 4 members just blew him up in that fight. Needs to position behind his front line a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, Zitai, a fine flank, but the rest of the team not set up here. So Baron back in a minute 20. Clearlove going to take the Scuttle Crab away, and EDG already snuck away the first Baron. You have to think they're more than happy to, even if IG want, fight them if they come to contest.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's the point of the game they got to. They used their movement around the map to get an advantage, and now if it does come to that brawl, they don't really mind because they've got Kennen to the point in the game where he's relatively ineffective. So very well played. They've got engaged tools in Clearlove and Mako. You can't look past Koro in the top lane as well, and their peel's fantastic. So overall, this is a very well played game so far by EDG.
Yeah, a great comp here. I love the draft they put together. They're going to siege the tier 2 now without Baron. A little bit harder as the Tyler gets chunked to 60% health by the Victor.
Yeah, that is 1 death ray coming through, and Zitai has to recall. There is no way he can engage after that. Does get a heal from Cacao, but without a blue buff, not going to be able to keep him alive for that long. And 30 seconds, they're once again baiting up the Baron area.
Yeah, EDG going to try and retain all of the vision. Pawn going to look for someone. Does get spotted off by the Lantern, but was hoping to pick someone up. Mako actually going aggressive. Pops the Righteous Glory. Kitties might get stunned up here. He flashes up, but he's still stunned there. The damage goes in, and Clearlove picks up the kill on the support.
And Kitties is having a nightmare of a game. 0-4. It's not his fault. He just doesn't have any vision to play with. There's been no assistance in vision throughout the game. EDG have controlled every important part of the map after about the 13-14 minute mark, and what that's meant is that he's had to go into dangerous areas to try and get vision for his team and been repetitively punished.
I like that you mentioned vision as well, by the way, because this is a game that Clearlove has played on Rek'Sai without a Sightstone.
Yeah, so able to get in there and not really have to utilize that, as we see an Ezreal ultimate coming across doing a lot of damage. They still might try and fight.
Zitai actually going in there onto Clearlove. He actually pops his on his Koro though, zoning at everyone else, and Death gets the first kill. Koro still not dead, but finally goes down to Nidalee, but Death is cleaning up people, gets the next kill for the double. Pawn flashing in, really wants to clean it up here. The heal used by the Pawn zaps 1. Kid goes down as well. 4 kills to 1 for EDG.
6-1-3 Pawn, but more importantly, 2-1-10 on Koro as a top laner has been involved in 12 of 14 kills. What an impressive game coming out. Still going for the Baron. Might look a little bit risky, but it's only really against the support. Def will be able to tank it up if he so pleases, and this one will be picked up. Baron number 2, EDG.
Yeah, he's just trying to block the hook from Kitties, I think, as well. Yeah, it does block a beautiful spell shield.
Yeah, so able to get rid of that one. Really nice heads-up play out of Deft, and they pick up the second Baron, and that's at 13,000 gold at 30 minutes pastry time. that's almost a clinic being put on by the best team in the LPL.
It was, and you know what? I can't even think about the last 30 minutes that have happened and pick out one person that's really had a stand-up performance or a champion that's really thrown IG off here. It's just everyone in this team are playing so well together.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a team effort. It's EDG coming together very, very strong and I guess showing the multifaceted game they like to play around how they like to control waves, the ability they give Clearlove to be able to force junglers into his kind of game. And if you can force Kakao to be ineffective on probably the strongest jungler in the pack, you have played a beautiful game.
Yeah, and Clearlove, again, it's not a flashy Lee Sin game from yesterday. It's just a very standard day at the office with Rek'Sai for him. And EDG, they do this with Corki LeBlanc a lot of the time. The fact that they can do it with Sivir and Victor as well is just insane to me.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you saw they were forcing Zatai to sit on 2,500 gold at one point. They were forcing Ezreal to sit on. He wanted his Trinity Force power spike and had to go 500 gold past that point to even be allowed to shop because of how hard they were pressuring these turrets. And from there, it just hasn't meant anything for IG.
And Zatai gets spotted there as well by Clearlove's Prey Seeker. EDG can move in. Def does eat a spear there for Kakao, but pretty healthy with the Bloodthirster shield. Good spell shield there as well.
Yeah, so actually walking back into tank it for his team. Deft has got the swagger back in his step and looking very strong this game on Sivir, a champion that we've seen fall away a little bit, but being brought back very nicely.
Yeah, kind of resurrected here and brought back to life in pretty stellar fashion here by Deft. And a player we normally applaud for having good summoner spell timings and reflexes. These spell shields are just style at this point.
Yeah, exactly right. Extremely confident play coming out, and that's what you like to see when they're playing League of Legends. And Rookie, he's had an okay game, really hasn't, I guess, been the eye-opening AD mid player that we sometimes have seen. The Ninja game comes to mind when I think about outstanding Ezreal performances. But as we mentioned, it's not that IG's really done anything wrong. It's just that EDG has made them play a game that they don't want to play.
Yeah, and it shows here. I mean, Zatai fallen behind in his lane, probably the biggest person that's been held down by the way EDG played. And they did focus a lot of their resources there, so that's not strictly Zatai's fault, I suppose. But you're right, EDG have just controlled the pace of this game from minute one here, and IG have never gotten to do anything proactive, it feels like. I'm amazed they actually have 5 kills.
Yeah, so I think that what they look at here is they need to put together a pick comp next time around. I think that they really need to go back to that way of playing for IG, be able to force kills around the map, get an engaged support, get the Leona, get the Gnar back on side, and really force it that way. But looks like EDG pushing in to finish up the game.
Yeah, this turret is just going to melt here, and this inhib should follow soon after. Mako charging in as well with Koro. Righteous Glories everywhere, but they'll take out the inhibitor.
Yeah, so they take out... Ooh!
Zatai looking for a very good flame, but just gets blown up there by Deft and Pawn. Koro still taking in. They're going to peel off towards Kakao. Rookie forced to get away as he gets shielding smattered. The knockup there coming in. Deft flashing aggressively forward. Does get the Ezreal. Pawn chasing in on Kakao. Twisted advance lands it on Italy. The last kill comes through in a 5-for-1 ace for Edward Gaming.
And the ace was Mako accidentally tanking the turret the whole way through. The surrender vote, I think, comes in. Maybe just let him finish it up normally. No, there it is, and wow, EDG, 20,000 gold in a 30-minute game, and that was beautiful.
That was beautiful, and again, no single standout performances. Koro had a great game, sure. 17 out of 19 kill participations at 2-1 and 15. Plenty of kills for Dev, plenty of kills for Pawn, but just across the board, everyone played kind of how they were expected to, and IG just never got to do anything fun.
Yeah, it was a game where, as you said, IG were just dictated to. They didn't get to play their kind of game, and at the end of the day, that could have been any team in the world, and the result would have been no different. EDG, after the 2 dragons went down, controlled start to finish.
Yeah, and they just knew exactly what they wanted to do there. I mean, just a ridiculous game. They're incredible. I'm almost speechless, so I'll take a quick break and get my words back, but don't go anywhere. EDG versus IG Game 2 is coming right up. Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here for Game 2 between Invictus Gaming and Edward Gaming, and EDG just put on a clinic in that first game, Spawn.
Yeah, they certainly did. It looked like IG had actually got a fairly good pick ban phase coming through there. They went a double AD push comp with a very good poke heavy jungler, and Kakao got Nidalee, but all of a sudden EDG just threw a spanner in the works. They won every single lane convincingly, really pressured Zatai out, were able to pick up quick objectives through turrets, and with that gold lead, just catapulted themselves into winning lanes, and they refused to let IG dictate any part of that game.
Yeah, and you know what? Pawn, I believe, won MVP for that game at the LPL, so congratulations there, but honestly, it was everyone on that team. Sure, he played a great Victor, but it was a team effort, and they just looked unstoppable at some point in the game. It's like almost like they decided it was time to win.
Yeah, exactly right. And I like what you said about the team thing, because that wasn't an individual player. That was a whole team saying, we are going to play League of Legends in such a way that your team comp no longer works.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. So IG going to have to fix something here in this draft. At least it starts here. They're on the blue side now for game 2. EDG over on the red for this second game. Johnna the first ban there for IG. Hecarim banned out as well for EDG. So nothing really changing yet between games.
Yeah, so nothing going in yet. I think it's that they play a little bit more standard. I like when IG play a little bit more pick heavy. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do go towards that. The poke didn't work out, and get Kakao on something aggressive. He played Nidalee, but did farm up a little bit on it. I want to see him in something that affects lanes.
Yeah, we've got LeBlanc banned there. It's also respect to Pawn, and the same respect paid to rookies Ari, despite the fact that it has been nerfed a bit here on 5.4. So lots of respect for both these mid laners, and we saw it before. It was one of our key matchups in game 1.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you got to hand it to Rookie. With things collapsing around him, did relatively well, didn't fall too far behind, but was largely ineffective. Didn't have any CC, couldn't get any fights started, and they were relying on Zatai's flanks, and they just weren't working. It was going a little bit too early, we felt, and was just too squishy.
Yeah, he was, and the Victor ban actually going to come through, so another respect ban here to Pawn, going to take the mid laner he played out last game. But Pawn, it's so funny to me when people ban his champions, because they have to be pretty exceptional if you want to ban him, because he just plays so many.
Yeah, exactly right, and I think it's this Victor's the same thing as the Viger ban is when it used to come through a little bit for Pawn. It's more, he offers so much zone control that you cannot play how you normally play against that specific champion, so you just get rid of it.
Yeah, Rek'Sai there banned as well. EDG and Clearlove clearly respecting that champion. Do not want to give it over to Kakao on the red side. So IG, if they want Nidalee, it's open. Lissandra's here as well. But again, 5.4, not a whole lot of must-pick champions left.
Yeah, so it is the Lissandra that was banned last time that is, I guess, being swapped out for the Rek'Sai ban this time around. So IG have the pick of the bunch. I can't look past Nah. Zatai's looked the best when he was on Nah. I think that they need to secure him that champion, and
Never mind.
Lulu.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu was another ban, I believe, in the last series. Has been a very strong champion throughout the LPL as a common ban. I think it's more of an EDG champion than an IG champion, but still a fine pick here for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, certainly is. Opens up that support, the AD carry team comp that we've been seeing so much lately as well. So we'll see if it does go into the mid lane or the top lane. Sure, Zatai can play it up there if he so pleases. And of course, Rookie, no stranger to that champion.
No, again, I actually do like Zatai on mages in the top lane, because it feels like something that would naturally be more comfortable for him, although he has looked good on champions like now. And even on Maokai, he looked okay, but EDG might just go for all-out aggression once I'm Clearlove. When he does this, it's usually because he smells blood, and they are going to take it. Annie and Jarvan are their first 2 picks.
Yeah, and talk about a composition that can dive in and lock people up. I love the Jarvan Tibbers combo. You get multiple people inside the Cataclysm, and then it's like a slam dunk that comes through. Really does line that one up, and see if they can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, Clearlove again. Jarvan, he tends to play quite aggressively. It's one of his favorite champions here. You know, it's kind of like when he plays Lee Sin. It's usually because something's about to go down when he plays J4. Haven't seen that much Jarvan this week in the LPL, actually. Was nerfed a bit on 5.4, the armor being taken off that standard, but still a fine champion here. And Kakao might match aggression for aggression. He takes Lee Sin and Leona there as well for kiddies.
I much prefer this out of Kakao, because he can get team fights on his terms now. No longer is he waiting for the top laner to go in and force things with the Maelstrom. He can get in behind, go for that kick back through the team, really force it, and has the ability to be able to match Jarvan in these ganks early.
Yeah, we have to mention it now as well before I get too excited, but this does open up Rookie's Yasuo as well. This is the combo they usually play. They've got the flex pick here with Lulu as well, so if they do want to do that, they got lots of good setup for it, but it does depend on the matchup, and we forgot to talk about that, although Pawn does go away from it a little bit. Would not be surprised to see Def take Corki, and geez, these are some EDG champions. Na and Corki are their 3rd and 4th picks.
Yeah, that's now petrifying on IG's lineup. They don't have a team fight comp that can run head-to-head into the EDG lineup, so they need a split pusher. You mentioned the Yasuo. Zed as well is another one that comes to mind very quickly. They've got a little... If they grab a AD carry that can push out waves, thinking something along the lines of a Jinx, something along the lines of maybe a Graves even, Leona Graves, very strong lane, then they can set up a split-pushing 5th member, send him away, hold together with 4 people, very hard to dive, and TF, that performs the role very well.
Yeah, same sort of thing here, and we'll see if Rookie does want to lock it in. It's unfortunately not... Oh, Jesus, seriously. He's actually going to do it again here. Kid immediately swaps away as well, but Kalista and Yasuo are IG's last champions.
Yeah, scrap that. I think IG think they can fight 5v5 because they've just gone so heavy in that regard. Kalista, the aggressive AD carry that pumps out so much late game damage with the Rend, and who better to get you a reset than a Yasuo?
Oh, I just thought about it as well. Pawn has his counter pick here. Could actually take Annie in the mid lane if he wanted a Yasuo counter pick, which is kind of cute, but he might just take something even more stylish here. And Pawn, seen him play some champions in the LPL so far.
We certainly have, and a couple of them that he is cycling through. This is the original champion he used to take into it, and I'm sure he will because we saw it a lot at Worlds. He is very comfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, an incredible Jason, like you mentioned, a matchup that he absolutely loves here. He got the counter pick, it's what he wanted, and he's going to take it.
So the reason behind the Jace counter pick is that Yasuo has to respond to Wind Wall to your hypercharge, the Jace W, and as soon as that happens, you swap to Hammer form, hit him with your Q, and then beat him up with the empowered W that comes through in the Hammer form. Couple it with the E, just does so much ridiculous damage to Yasuo, who is very squishy. Yasuo, highly mechanical champion, need to outplay, and there's just not that much room for it when you're on something like a Jace.
No, you're just kind of getting brute force to death at that point, and a very exciting matchup. Rookie, I like to respect that does have the exhaust in that mid lane, which will make a lot of sense given the matchup, but we got lots of fun across the board. Koro got Nara again, by the way, which I said weeks ago should not be happening.
Yeah, well, I said it after week 2. He's an absolute monster on that, and Kakao versus Clearlove, both going aggressive this time around. That will be fun to watch.
Yeah, he's got the Narvan here as well with Clearlove versus the Clearlove with the J4 versus Kakao's Lee Sin. I mean, it's just all-star matchups across the board here. If you come looking for the big name players and want to see them play the champions they're famous for, you walked into the right game here. As we are going to have Yasuo versus Jace there as well. And even this one here, Def back on the Corki, and Kiron, at this point, what a trademark Callisto.
Yeah, exactly right. In the bottom lane, rounded out with 2 engaged heavy supports. These are 2 teams that just want to run at each other, guys, and what better teams to watch do it?
Yeah, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. An all-star Korean bash off in the mid lane here. We'll see what happens, guys. Let's get into the game. And welcome back here to Game 2 between Invictus Gaming and Edward Gaming. EDG are up a game here, looking to continue their run of form here in the LPL. That's just been so incredible. And if you have just tuned in somehow, you have come for the right game here. It is signature champions across the board.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Jace standing there for Pawn. He's had so many good performances on it, rocking the debonair skin, looking very handsome. But across the board, you have to go with the Yasuo pick up for Rookie. Kakao going with his Lee Sin as well. Clearlove, super aggressive. It's like there was no pick ban phase and everyone's just playing what they want.
Yeah, it's almost a blind pick game at this point here. Lots of very strong champions. I like the cloth armor there from Rookie, and did have a quick check there as well on the character sheet for Rookie. He does not have any crit runes.
Yeah, so not running the critical strike there will mean that he needs a 3rd item if he wants to get to 100%. There are some strange ways you can get there now, looking at the Ghost Blade in particular, but yeah, maybe not even interested in it. There was a time where they were looking towards 2nd item Blade of the Ruined King regardless, just because of the, I guess, active after you use that ultimate.
Yeah, it looks like we had a quick pause there, but has been undone here in the Chinese client. And Rookie going to hang out on his Yasuo. We might get standard lanes here, actually, as we had a lot of swaps. Koro is still sitting in the top side of the map. I guess he's expecting to jungle follow here at this point. But yeah, Rookie versus Pawn is going to be probably our featured matchup in this game.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. And you look across the board, big invade.
Yeah, good invade coming through there as well. Mako going to get some stuns down there as well. Koro with the boomerang going to force Kitties out, and Clearlove going to take away the blue from Kakao.
Yeah, so the blue being taken away and the teleport being expended into the bottom lane. Standard lanes just down under.
And again, EDG are going to keep the top side of the map safe here and, you know, give the dual lane hero, Deft in particular, the protection that they want to give him for the early Corki. But like you mentioned, it's broke out in the standard lanes. Koro's going to start his 1v1 down the bottom, and Kakao does the right thing and goes over to the enemy blue buff.
Yeah, very quickly as well. Recognizes that Jarvan traverses terrain extremely well, and he'll be able to get a double buff start at least on his champion. And this puts him in a good area because these are the lanes that he maybe wants to affect early.
Stuff is happening in the mid lane, by the way. Those guys are not afraid to fight each other. Pawn has almost no health left on the day, so Rookie found an early win, but Clearlove's here as well, and Rookie is playing so aggressively at this point.
Yeah, he certainly is. Playing almost like Kakao is here, which is the only reason Clearlove is yet to go in. Gets his shield pop there, but they're going deep here.
Yeah, Rookie actually has his chart as well. Kakao's going to spot him off, and now Rookie going to try moving. Kakao nails him for first blood and safeguards out, but Clearlove is going to chase him in. Rookie now tanking the turret. That's a few too many hits, but he's going to knock him off. He gets away with it, and Clearlove just can't do anything.
Yeah, Clearlove was very scared of the turn because the Lee Sin Q at this point does so much ridiculous damage. An armor nerf to Jarvan meant that these early duels just go all kinds of wrong if you don't calculate correctly. So first blood over to Kakao, and what a way to do it.
Yeah, you said you wanted to see Kakao get a bit more aggressive, and that was aggressive. Level 2 tower dive with Rookie, and the KT arrows are back.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that was just a little bit of a misjudge from Pawn. He didn't use his offensive summoner spell, cost him his flash, and then from that point, he was just a sitting duck. Couldn't go back because otherwise Yasuo would just have too much of a level advantage, and 12 CS already phase 3 time. He's a pretty good Yasuo player.
He's a very good Yasuo player. One of the best in the world is Kidding Kitties, hanging out on the top side of the map now, clearing out some creeps there. But again, Kalista probably expects to be a bit behind in the early stages of this matchup. And once you get more movement speed and scale up martial poise, it gets a lot easier to avoid the Corki Phosphorus Bomb.
Yeah, it certainly does. And the way I look at all Kalista lanes right now is that AD carries, they play a very big portion of who wins the lane, but it really is down to the Annie. If you get the Annie pick into a Kalista lane and have the regularity of a ranged stun to be able to slow it down, you really do get ahead in the lane quite easily.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the mid lane now as well. Like you mentioned, Rookie with an early little lead here. Actually, a couple of biscuits here for Pawn as they'll dance around as much as they can. Pawn dodging the Q wonderfully there. And again, that's a matchup we could probably watch all day. But Kakao's in the bottom lane looking for a potential gank. It looks like Koro has to get out of the way. He's got to run a little too far forward. Kakao going to get spotted off. No, he can't juke that. What the hell? How did you juke that?
Yeah, absolutely whiffing the Lee Sin kick there. And Koro lives. What a play coming out. But this is a tie getting ahead in a lane. That's not what you want to see.
I still don't know how Koro did that, but he managed to at least escape death. But you're right, still going to fall behind here in the matchup. Pawn going to get aggressive onto Rookie, but he'll casually clean the CS up from under turret.
Yeah,
this game's insane already.
It really is, and for those wondering, the skill order for Rookie is that he's taking the Q max here, hasn't thrown any extra points into the E, so going the extremely aggressive Yasuo skill ordering there.
Yeah, and you can tell with the way he's playing up the lane, being very aggressive, pushing it in, and we talk about Rookie especially, his laning is so aggressive and so on point, and you can tell that if he's playing like this, Kakao is always in his back pocket.
Yeah, it certainly is, and look at the CS discrepancy already, 41 to 23. I don't remember a time where Pawn was that far behind in a lane, but the favor's been returned up top. 44 to 16. They are hammering this Kalista at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, for all the awesome stuff happening in the solo lanes, we can't forget that this is Def's Corki with a very aggressive Annie for Mako as well. This is the sort of stuff they started to play as Xenoblade is going to hit there onto Def Kid, going to get a couple good bounces there, hop in, but now Kakao is coming. Def has to try and run away, but Kakao can't quite weave the Q in. A good flash out will keep him safe, but Mako might not be so lucky. Kakao nails him with the Q. Phosphorus Bomb falls in as well. Mako alive for a little bit longer, but Zatai finally gets the kill.
But they use the jungler and the top lane to secure the lane back, and still not going to be able to catch all the way up. The return game coming through. They want the dive.
Kakal's here as well. They might look for it, but Clearlove has appeared. The teleport now going to come in as a counterport for Koro and Deft. Will chase in. Clearlove going to try and line up a bit of CC. It's 3v4, but they're so healthy. Pawn's made his way up now as well. Gets polymorphed there by Lulu. Koro going to dive his way in on the Gnar. Almost at Mega Gnar now as well to potentially see Season Beaver. Kakao, bounces back towards Koro, but gets killed there by Pawn. Kid now trying to run away, but gets boulder tossed there as Rookie picks up Deft on the backside. Yasuo, level 6 now, pops the win roll. Rookie might be lining up for a triple kill there. Can't quite find it. Gets the knock up. No, just misses it as Koro bounces out of the way. And as the dust settles, a 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. They tried to recover. Bot didn't really work out. Still not done. Mako down.
Yeah, he's got a stun there as well. Koro very low on health, but Rookie going in again. He's got the ult. He does go in there on Mako a little late, but the damage is massive. Clearlove though, perfect knock up. Now's the tie. Gonna be in trouble. Does get the counter kill there as Andy goes down, but Koro takes him out with the Hyper. What's going on?
An absolute bloodbath means we're back at square one. 5-4, but gold completely equal. Maybe in favor of EDG because of that massive bottom wave that Def's about to grab, which will put him about 40 CS up in that lane. So the Corki getting out of control, but across the board, just hectic play everywhere.
Yeah, I think what's going on, really, I shouldn't be that surprised. Just your standard 7.5 minute 5v5 team fight in the top lane.
Yeah, exactly right. Just the death ball reinvented coming up here. And now the invade onto the red buff.
Kakao gonna take that away. Actually takes his own red buff away, it looks like. Yep, we'll get that there. As we readjust our sides after what's been a hectic first 8 minutes or so of this game. I did mention that if you just joined in, it's a good time to tune in for some LPL given the champions that we've got, but they're playing just like the Chinese league we love.
Yeah, they certainly are. That was incredible, and they've stuck with the lane swap here. So now that Zatai has picked up those 3 kills. Very confident sending him into a 2v1. He's rapidly accelerated already at this point in the game. So they're just trying to get as much farm onto Kid in the top lane. We complimented Kid on being extremely, I guess, consistent throughout. Maybe not having the best early game, but we'll be able to zone out the Gnar.
Yeah, we'll just be fine here, like you mentioned. Koro, level 6 now, so didn't have it in that last fight, by the way. That would have been a crucial ultimate to have in the Mega Gnar form. And Rookie returning has a Zeal now plus his... crit glove, sorry. So working in towards the static shift, which is very standard stuff. Pawn does have his tier charging up, plus his brutalizer almost online with both his longswords.
Yeah, so able to get in there. And I like what you mentioned about the Lee Sin Yasuo combo. That's a combo they're looking to use in the laning phase. But Zatai Rookie in team fights is terrifying as a 3-man dive coming through.
Yeah, actually Clearlove's going to move in a big amount of damage there. And Clearlove doesn't even need to use the ult, he just gets the kill.
Yeah, so very, very squishy Lulu there, not even able to get the ultimate off. And you see straight away pinging out the dragon, but Pawn now he's getting dove again.
Yeah, Rookie going in there. Now's the follow-up going to come through. A good flash there for Pawn. Might keep him safe, and now gets to his teammates on the other side and does survive a very scary dive.
Yeah, so the ultimate news from Rookie, but the whole team abandons dragon, rotates across, only leaving Deft down there to solo it out. So they'll still get the objective, but also secure, I guess, the fact that a dive won't be coming through.
Yeah, Clearlove will secure that. Kakao actually taking the red buff, so that's the trade they're going to go in for. EDG will get the first dragon of the game, but Kakao is not done sitting in Edward Gaming's jungle.
He certainly is not. He's playing so much more aggressive than we're used to seeing, but doing it in a way that is trying to take the pressure to Clearlove, whereas Clearlove's very happy fighting these little mini team fights. If any jungler is going to do it well, it will be Clearlove. And 2-0-3, he's having a pretty good game so far.
Yeah, and you know, we expected them both to play quite aggressively, but Kakao is really taking it to Clearlove this game, and we thought that Jarvan was going to be aggressive. Kakao is redefining aggression on Lee Sin.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's one of the better Lee Sin players at being able to mix up the way he plays. Skirmish as well. Very good Lee Sin team fighter as well, it has to be said. And hasn't gone back to shop yet. Will now probably pick up that enchant and look for him to continue to try and make plays with all the extra damage.
Yeah, Brutalizer done for Pawn as well. Meanwhile, Deft casually overachieving here in the bottom lane, almost taking out the turret for himself. Every time we see this man's Corki, I wonder why people don't ban it.
Yeah, exactly right. He is such a good Corki player, and he's also got the second piece of his Trinity Force whenever he wants to go back. Still 30 CS up in the head-to-head against the AD, and that's with the lanes being split apart, and he's got himself an assist on top of that. So he's played the early game reasonably well, you would have to say, and we'll be looking to get towards those 2-item spikes.
Yeah, really far ahead in CS as well, actually, as Kidding Kitties. We'll catch up nicely here. Koro in the 1v2 right now. Can't do too much on Mini now, but just going to throw some boomerangs, collect what CS he can, but the bottom tower does go down to EDG.
Yeah, but once again, 5 people now in this lane trying to pick on Koro, recognizing him as a member that probably got a little bit too far ahead from the first engagement. And ever since then, Zatai was ahead. He's 30 CS behind as well now.
Yeah, and I mean, Coro, like you said, just got so much out of what happened before. They will get the tower here, so good pressure there from IG, but it costs them quite a lot. And probably the most important thing is depth, just all the free time he wants in the bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly right. So they've sacrificed, I guess, Zatai's good early game to try and make up for what was happening in the bottom lane. It really hasn't done much to equalize at all. Really is Rookie the beneficiary of this. Has taken the 1v1 skill matchup and completely run away with it. He's 30 CS and really is the shining light for his team right now.
Yeah, I mean, slightly unfavorable matchup there as well. Certainly a lot of skill involved, but Rookie's taking what's been, you know, in some ways a bad matchup here that Pawn counterpicked into and just looked so strong right now. 20, 30 CS ahead already.
Yeah, I definitely agree that it's Jace's matchup to win. So the fact that Rookie's come out ahead is very, I guess, fantastic for the team lineup. And now that he's at 100 CS, has picked up the static shift, feels that even at 12 minutes, he's in a position to start that dreaded Yasuo split
Yeah,
push.
this is exactly what you want to be doing. You need to farm up to your bigger items, especially now that you need a little bit more crit than you used to get to 100% for the passive if he wants to. So go into the sideline, start pushing, and hope nobody can stop you.
Yeah, exactly right. And at this point in the game, who is going to stop him? He's 40 CS clear of the top laner and has the exact same scoreline in regards to kills. So going to be a difficult ask to send someone that hasn't even got a Warden's Mail yet against the Yasuo with all that attack speed will be difficult.
Yeah, and you can tell that IG are really playing around Rookie's push as well, sticking on the side of the map near him. Kid, a little isolated, actually has to back very far away from that turret, and Deft, he's being protected by EDG, so a lot of early movement coming here. But Kakao, kick spawn back there, the ultimate comes back in as well. Pawn is going to go down there. Actually, Mako gets the first kill onto Kakao. Rookie still diving in, goes in onto Clear Love, gets the next one, still taking tower aggro, does die there to the Baron. A 2-for-2 trade, actually, and he gets a double kill.
Yeah, and he gets a double kill. Not done yet. Mako's going to get a triple.
Yeah, the damage does come in there. Not quite enough. The Tibbers burn does wear off as the bear will dissipate there. Koro diving in on another. Good boomerang hits him, but doesn't get the second round of damage, of course, and not quite enough. There's still just the 2-for-2.
Yeah, but the problem with this is that the solo laners for IG got the 2 kills, where it was the support on EDG's lineup. So yes, it looks like an even trade, but do you want 2 kills on the support Annie or the Lulu getting further ahead, the Yasuo getting further ahead? And what this has meant is that Pawn is still suffering. 40 CS now.
Yeah, Def, though, is definitely succeeding here in this game. His team so often sets him up to succeed, and he's going to take a tower out here as well. Actually, just let some minions do it, trying to deny that back as much as possible. Good damage on the mid side there as well. It's about a third of the remaining health there. Actually very similar looking to EDG's bottom lane tower here. So again, lots of early movement coming through, and Def's the big winner on EDG, and Yasuo is the big winner for IG.
Yeah, and I like the fact that even Def's pushes are actually playing into Yasuo's hands, because he wants the map as open as possible to create these long lanes where he can continually dash and get in the face of people, because his persistent damage is just so high. And we see a little bit of an invade coming through from Kakao.
Yeah, Kakao looking in, does land the kill, and the Pawn gets knocked back, though. No ulti there for Yasuo, not in range, actually. Now Rookie going to dive in very deep. The Leona ulti comes out, but so much moving in there. And now Kakao still in. The knockup does come through. Mako going to be the first to go down as Rookie will chase it in. Now Pawn's going to dive in back on top, but the Tie going to come in, and there's a double kill coming through for Rookie. Does get dunked by Clear that shuts it down. Kitty's now going to be in trouble as the Tie's forced to flash out of the boomerang. Kitty's goes down as Clear gets a double kill. Kakao, though, assassinates him across the wall.
Yeah, what a play out of Kakao. Koro not done so hard to get it. Wow, he does get away.
That juke was so good by Lulu, and Koro can't chase any further.
I was going to say, it is impossible to outrun a mini knight, but somehow Lulu manages to do it. Fantastic juke. They'll lose another turret for it, but these skirmishes going the way of IG.
Def going in, though, flashing forward. Fizatai wants the kill and claims it. Will get the tower as well. This is a bloodbath, and that's an understatement. This game's insanity.
Yeah, 20 kills at 15 minutes into the game. How could you get any better? And Deft really starting to show up big. Got his Trinity Force, has taken all the outer turrets, and EDG, never thought I would say this, but all of a sudden Pawn needs to find farm in a side lane and just let Def do his thing in this mid game.
And he's trying as well. He's down the bottom lane, but Yasuo keeps coming to visit, and Rookie is very strong already in this game. Going to go for a build toward a second, moving in for that Blade of the Ruin King. So not as much creep, but just wants the attack speed, and happy with the damage that it gives.
Yeah, and the interaction between Blade of the Ruin King and his ultimate is just so fun. The ultimate providing all that armor penetration makes the nuke that comes through from Blade of the Ruin King very meaningful.
Yeah, as Kakao will clear out some wards there as well. Dragon is actually alive, by the way, so we're not done yet with the action here as both teams are going to look to contest around this objective. Koro, no teleport, though, and not quite in the area. IG might have just got there in time, and Mako going to get stunned there by Kitties. They'll follow in Rookie. Going to chase in now as well. Winwall going to block off Def's damage, and Mako will go down to Yasuo. 5-3-3. He's going to keep chasing him, but Def might have him now. The Q will fade away there as Def just dodges it. They're going to keep moving in Pawn. A good amount of poke coming through, and Koro has wandered down here now as well. Rookie quite low here. Def chasing in. Rookie has to get out somehow, but he's got nowhere good to go. Koro going to chase him down. Pops around him with Wild Growth Q's there as well. The Q's not enough, and Pawn gets him. Koro gets Polymorph, but he's fine for now.
Yeah, so he's about to transform as well. Still got some health, but this fight not done. IG won't give up the dragon.
No, it's a 4v4 here, and IG could re-engage if they want to. Running out of ultimates to use bits of time. Might just try and steal it. Clear Love, though, on top of it with a smite, and they'll get the dragon.
So they finally able to pick up the dragon off the back of that. That's their second for the game. So EDG continuing to come out ahead in these tiny skirmishes. Little bit of a poor collapse, actually, from IG in that one. They went extremely hard, didn't block off the Jace side with the wind wall, decided that Corki was more of a threat, and Jace made them pay with it with a fantastic shock blast, as we see. Once again, action not done.
No, not at all. The blue buff now going to get contested for by EDG. They want to try and give it over. Foster's Robe coming in. Damage does come through. And Kid, no, I think
Zatai, I think.
Zatai got it. Someone who wanted it got it, I'm pretty sure. Yep, there it is. Zatai does have it.
Yeah, so Zatai able to pick up the blue buff. That's fantastic news for Lulu, although already sitting on 40% CDR with the build that has been elected for it. That's just to get all the more polymorphs and wild growths out. Really needs to be targeting Deft with those at this point, you feel. And Deft, now he's picked up those Sork boots, just doing so much damage. You saw that even the 5-4-3 Yasuo struggling to get any space in that fight.
Yeah, Deft just playing so far forward on this Corki as well. I mean, we've seen it all the time. EDG love to play aggressive with their Corki. That is giving Pawn a little bit of wiggle room to farm, but mostly he's just been grouping and trying to help his team poke.
Yeah, he's just trying to land that big first shock blast that I guess hits multiple members and sets his team up for a good fight. And then really has been hanging back. We haven't really seen the infamous hammer stance that Pawn became so well known for, judging his damage in these little skirmishes. And on the other side of the map, it really is all about Zatai and Rookie at this point in the game. Sure, Kakao's having a fantastic game as well, but they need to get the multiple people wild growth off. Why Rookie is diving in there to set him up for success.
Yeah, Clearlove and Mako going to rotate in. They've been pretty much glued together for most of this game and continuing to get aggressive vision down on this side of the map. Rookie has to be careful, by the way. Doesn't have very many ways to stop an anti-stun if he does come in, and they might even look to tower dive him.
Yeah, they did look like they were setting up for it, but a good rotation around the map sees the rest of his team now join him, and it's actually EDG that need to be careful because the transforms already come through, and that's a 4v5. Teleport would equalize it, but wouldn't be in Mega Gnar for much longer.
Yeah, no, Koro's running out of Mega Gnar, and importantly, we haven't seen as much Gnar in this patch because he did get nerfed slightly. You're tied for a little while longer. Mega Gnar doesn't last as long either, so you have to pick that window even more precisely.
Yeah, you certainly do, and we see once again they're rotating the Callista into the Koro lane, trying to get Callista some more farm in the head-to-head, and also sending up a little bit of a Lee Sin gank, although Koro spies that one out with a well-placed ward at the blue buff. They had to know it was there.
Clearlove coming in. The Rookie forced to flash over the wall. IG have some decent wards, but EDG are forcing them out of this bottom side.
Yeah, they certainly are, and this is where the wave clear of IG really needs to come into effect. They need to rotate Zatai into the proper lanes and get him with all of that CDR clearing out these waves, because it really is about stalling out this game, letting Callista and Yasuo do their thing late game, and just using the utility and the mid-game power out of the Lulu to be able to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and Zatai group with his team trying to wave clear wherever EDG are, but we'll go back now and try and get the next major item. Probably a Rabadon's being worked on that does have enough money for a needlessly large rod.
Yeah, he needs a needlessly large rod. It is all about Lulu facilitating the split push at this point in the game, and we see that 162 minions over onto the Yasuo really is a huge deal. As he goes back, he has a BF sword on top of what he currently was bringing to the fight, so maybe going for that Infinity Edge next.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just wants the lifesteal from the Bilgewater, doesn't need the Blade of the Ruin King right now, but does want the upfront damage and burst almost that the IE gives you. So EDG get to come in. They really want Rookie, though. Do get him with the stun, but he's got Wild Growth there. Does pop the ulti there, and just a massacre as IG move through the fight, but EDG are not so clear. Somehow escapes there. Rookie's a little too low and will go down, and EDG in the chaos there go 3 for 1.
Yeah, and that was all because Koro got there and the Callista did not. What a fight. 5v4, however, in the end. only Deft falling. I thought Clearlove was going to be the next to follow for sure, but they managed to pull off a terrific team fight.
Yeah, one crazy fight, and probably the best wild growth Yasuo you could have asked for in a 5v4, but still a 5v4, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly right, and they really do need that knock-up that comes through from the Kalista as well as the re-engage tool. So it's all about getting people in there, then throwing the Leona back into the fight to cause the disruption. All of the upfront knock-up will come through from Zatai. We'll be able to get in there with the Solar Flare, but after that, really does need to be Kalista controlling the re-engage.
Yeah, we talked about it. There's a lot of team fighting on both sides here. IG picked to fight EDG rather than potentially outsplit push them, although do have a couple of options on pushing with Zatai and Rookie's Yasuo in particular, but Baron is being watered up again. IG don't want to give away another sneaky Baron.
No, they certainly don't, especially not on blue side. That would be inexcusable if that was to go through, as they see. Also, maybe even starting up the Scuttle Crab. No, just electing to bait this one out. They're cool. One thing to point out,
Yeah, going in there, Rookie that pops the ulti onto Clearlove, but the damage coming in. A great wind wall though. Will secure with a kill onto Clearlove, but Korra diving in the back. That's Polymorph though and can't ulti, but Pawn has got the next kill. Death's going to chase for the next on Kitties, and he's just going off. Valkyrie's immediately in. Auto's a ward, but now the Auto's onto Zatai. Will get slowed down, can't chase in, but a 2-for-1 trade for EDG.
yeah, 2-for-1. They used so many ultimates trying to set Rookie up on what they thought was a pick, but Korra has the flank.
Yeah, going in again though, doesn't have his ulti, I don't believe it. Will land the slow in, but now Mini Null form actually. They're going to turn around onto it. Q missing there for Kakao. Damage coming through for Pawn. The blue buff will go over to Jace, I believe, and EDG might still do the Baron.
Yeah, so they're looking to at least sweep out the vision control of it. You never want to challenge Kakao to come try and smite one of these things away. Not at 22 minutes into the game regardless. So maybe set up for the Dragon. It's a lot safer at this point. Up now live, and they've continued to control these objectives from start to finish.
And you can tell just how quick the pace of this game has been as well. Deft has gone for a second item, Last Whisper, just because, you know what, he knows he needs to do damage right now.
Yeah, exactly right. And the last thing you want as an AD carry, especially when you're ahead, is to become irrelevant at this point in the game. You can see the other thing is that Kids mirrored the build. They're going for gold efficiency. Last Whisper, 2,300 gold. Very cheap, good build path to go there, and they just want to be able to always do relevant damage.
That's adorable synergy on the IG side with Yasuo as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Coming through with the Yasuo ultimate, so really do like what they're doing there. And Rookie, he had a very good early game, has started to peter off a little bit. Yasuo, infamous for the mid-game trough that he goes through, but you feel he's on the cusp, he can finish off. Wow.
Yeah, they just need to find a good team fight here and get the IE onto Rookie. He's pushing up as well, but EDG, they're not letting up the pace at all.
Yeah, they certainly are. Starting up the Dragon again. And yeah, you feel that he's like 2,300 gold away. If he gets the IE and the Blade of the Ruined King, you feel he is set. But getting there, that's a completely different story.
I'm telling you, a picture-perfect team fight from IG looks spectacular with the Yasuo Kalista action. But now Kitty's going to get caught up. A good fade score keeps him safe. Tosses him back in over the Dragon. IG are trying to steal it away. Koro gets kicked back and knocked back there. As EDG are going to look to get control of it. Koro flashes forward in for the ulti. Maybe just trying to keep Kakao out, but they do get the Dragon.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was trying to do. Make sure that Kakao couldn't come over the wall. They get another Dragon 24 minutes in. Complete monopoly over that one. 3-0. Kakao finally is able to pick up his red buff, although gives it over to Kid, helping out with the kite there. And EDG, they're 3,000 gold in the lead. They're 3 Dragons in the lead. The danger is always just going to be that one team fight that could go wrong. They've done so well to control this game in a very hectic, chaotic fashion, but IG is continuing to knock on the door, and the Infinity Edge has been picked up.
Yeah, Rookie now finally gets his weapon of choice. The Infinity Edge is completed now as Deft. Going to go back, maybe spend some of that gold he just picked up, but Baron, a very real threat in this game now at 25 minutes as well. Deft will poke Kitties off the wall, or at least attempt to, but not even shooting the Baron, interestingly, not going to make him angry. Just really wanted to rocket Kitties.
Yeah, exactly right. Just continuing to barrage Kitties there, and you see, with the changes to Infinity Edge, it is 20% crit, so that's 40% with Yasuo. Static Shiv also 20%, so he's currently on 80% crit. So he needs to find 20 somewhere if he does want that build, but looks like he is just content to sit on the 80%. pretty close to 100 anyway.
Yeah, it does plenty of damage to it from the Aswo passive, so Rookie probably okay with where he's at. Very powerful right now, which is good, but EDG still looking aggressive here.
Yeah, Kakao was looking for a flank and is now being collapsed on. Needs to be extremely careful, does get away.
Yeah, sees a bunch of wards, but does not have time to clear them safely, as EDG will do the same with a couple of upgraded sweepers here, so lots of vision being contended for around the Baron. Koro is in the bottom side of the map, split pushing now as well, and EDG, as always, they're grouping with their Corki.
Yeah, they certainly are, and the Shock Blast coming through now is starting to hurt, coupled with the rockets coming through, and they're even pinging a turret dive for Koro. He's around the back of the vision.
Needs a bit more rage. Good win wall there for Rookie. Leona also. You see it's on Kakao going in trying to get Def, but he gets out of the way with a Valkyrie. Kakao very low, will get blown up there and locked out by the Juggernaut.
Yeah, unfortunately, Corki just went the wrong way. Kakao misjudging the ultimate slightly, and that put his team at a bad advantage, and they're pinging out Baron extremely furiously. EDG want to close this one out.
And they have so much Baron damage as well on this team. I mean, the Last Whisper even going to help out a little bit. And I mean, whenever you have a Jace, you do neutrals very swiftly.
Yeah, definitely do with that W, as well as the E coming through, and they've started it up. Doesn't even look like IG are responding.
I mean, they can't really do that much. It's dying so quickly here. They could get maybe a perfect wombo in the pit if they want to fight, but they got to go quickly here. They might line it up. The ultimate, the Baron is coming in. The Smite does finish there, but will they find it? IG going to actually lock up Koro. Kid pops him in, and can they find the ulti? Def does get caught there by the Fate's Call, and the damage comes in, but Pawn just destroys Rookie. Now Kiddy's going to dive back in as well. He'll go down. Actually, Kid's getting some resets, but Def doing too much damage here. Clearlove forced to back away. Kid trying to hop his way to victory, but can't get it done. The time might get chased out here as well. Clearlove full of spears, trying to see what he can get done here. A knockup there coming in. Koro's actually in there as well. Death Transforming to Meganar knocks him back there. Stun in there as well with the wallop, and Def another kill on Corki. Oh, Kakao going deep there. Does get makeover, can't get Deft.
Yeah, can't get Deft in the end. Kakao tried to go for the hero play one more time, but you feel that that might have been the play that secured EDG probably control of this game. Not going to call it over yet because of how close it has been throughout, but with a Baron buff, with their ability to siege, it looks like they've definitely turned the table.
Yeah, 7,000 gold ahead. Going to be more now after that tower goes down, and despite the advantage that EDG had, 3,000 gold. The Dragon Monopoly, of course, as well helping out, but it was a very close and balanced game here, but EDG now ahead, have a very substantial lead, and given that IG was spending so much time trying to farm up and get to a point where they could team fight, they just can't, they honestly just added minutes to the clock that they didn't need to add.
Yeah, and the thing about this EDG lineup is you look at each game in singularity and you go, these guys are fantastic. You put them together, this is a terrifying EDG lineup. They excel in normal games where they control the map. This is the most chaotic game of League of Legends I've seen professionally, and they're excelling at the small skirmishes. There is nothing this team does not do well when it comes to this game, and they're strong in every single position.
Yeah, and we saw that in game one with all their teamwork. We're seeing it now with kind of the same thing here as well. Again, not a lot of standout performances necessarily. Def's got, okay, probably way too good at this point, but you can't ban everything here. And EDG just looks so good. Koro shouldn't get enough. Horn should probably not get Jace, but it doesn't really matter at this point. EDG, just more champions than you have bans.
Yeah, exactly right. And it looks like they're going again.
Kitty's going in there. Mako, though, will start him up. Now the damage is going to come in, and Leona not nearly taking up, but will get Fates called out. Clearlove looking aggressive, and EDG going to get the turret.
Yeah, they'll get the turret. They'll get the inhibitor. That was a very big force and Deft.
He's going in. Almost gets a kill on the Kid, actually. That will force IG back. The inhibitor will fall down in mid. Dragon back up in 50 seconds. EDG hungry for their fourth.
Yeah, they certainly are. Want to force the pace of the game even further. They've turned it all of a sudden into a 9,000 gold advantage, and it just doesn't look like the window is open enough for IG to be able to come back. They're working on the big items, but they're just not close enough.
No, we saw a miracle comeback with Kickout in Italy yesterday here from IG. They have to dig very, very deep to beat a team like IG in this position. I mean, Rookie's getting stronger, Zatai's getting stronger. Everyone has decent items, like you said, but they're just getting outpaced by EDG after the last few fights.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a very rapidly accelerated game of League of Legends. 37 kills in 30 minutes. It's just been huge.
Gank pressure setting up, but good ward there for Clearlove. Keeps him safe. Zatai gets poked out and forced the good Lance Koro away from the rest of his team. Pawn's going to return. His Bloodthirst has been finished now as well. EDG, the Dragon's alive, and IG do not want to fight.
Yeah, they don't want to go anywhere near this. They give up the 4th Dragon, which puts a 6-minute timer on this game at maximum. You feel with the poke damage coming through, it might even be sooner than that. And IG really need to control waves now and hope for the stall out. That's the game plan going in. Try and get Rookie as much solo lane farm as possible and stall this game.
Yeah, and so impressive for EDG to kind of skirt around the power trap there for IG. They kind of pushed them to the last possible minute they could have in terms of farm and goal, but just managed to get an advantage when it really mattered. And IG, all of their hard work, stalling for 5 to 10 minutes, kind of got undone. And again, they're in a very difficult hole to crawl out of.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it was just the fact that Yasuo got accelerated, but still needs the 3 items, whereas if you accelerate a Corki, he only needs that 1 item to be effective. So it was just a very good mid-game champion getting to mid-game earlier, as opposed to a very good late-game champion getting to his late game earlier.
Yeah, and EDG, again, very good in these scrappy sort of engages, and that's most of the fights that we've had here in this game. IG have never really found a good 4v4, 5v5 team fight to really punish EDG. And that would be close, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of team fight potential on both of these teams, but EDG are basically just forcing IG to skirmish them constantly, and they're always coming out on top.
Yeah, exactly right. And they're using Mako to, I guess, get in there much quicker than IG would like. They want to set up the perfect wombo, and they're just not being given that opportunity.
No, Righteous Glory actually done for Mako for a second game in a row here. And now actually Kitty's going to dive, and he wants to go aggressive, but Kid gets chunked to a 3rd health already, and Leona forced to walk back out through the base gate.
Yeah, and there's no wave clear coming through anymore, and that's another base turret going down.
Yeah, we're going to have an inhibitor turret go down there as well. Deft even tanking some turret shots there. He wants to auto people so bad.
And that's the 2 inhibitors. Baron only a minute away. EDG playing this game very well in the end, not really forcing the hectic pace that they were earlier. And now they'll rotate into the top lane. Not really much IG can do.
I mean, we're happy to take it to IG. IG played very aggressive and came out of the gates blazing, but at this point of the game, EDG have such a strong lead that they know there's nothing they need to do to rush. IG are the ones that are forced into doing something here, and they do not have very many good options left.
Yeah, and you have to hand it to IG. They did exactly what we asked of them to do. Get much more aggressive, try and take it to EDG, play their game. They've done it. It's just that EDG are too good at this point.
They are far too good, I think, at this particular point. They are clearing out waves together, IG getting some work done, but you can see Pawn's damage now, just ridiculous. And that teleport coming in for Korra around the side there as well. He's in, he does actually have Mega Knife on, but he doesn't care. He's face tanking everything here, and Kid just has to run away. Kiddies might even get Fates called out of here as well. Jeff coming in, does force the ulti out. Korra bounding in, and now he's got the Mega Knife on, ready to go. Double ultis there as well. Pops Rookie in. Now Kakao getting knocked out by Clear Love, and Jeff going to come in as well. The Wild Growth moved in, but they couldn't get the Yasuo while take Kakao going in onto Pawn, does go down. Rookie forced to run away from his base into the minion wave, and Clearlove still going to chase, does tag him with a Q. Exhaust does come through. Rookie still fighting here. Pawn, though, is going to chase him down, and Rookie not a whole lot left. He does have his Q, gets the ulti down, pops it there as well, but Pawn just has too much damage.
Yeah, and in the end, the teleport comes in. Zatai wants nothing to do with this game, running away, and EDG, what an entertaining match, able to take it to IG. They'll win it 2-0, but IG showing signs of life.
They showed a lot of heart there in that game. Def diving into the fountain, because why not here? EDG will take a 2-0 once again here. Invictus Gaming just could not keep up that pace.
Yeah, 41 kills, 35 minutes. I'm absolutely stunned at how good a game League of Legends that was, and across the board, EDG just, they nearly look perfect.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary thing, right? Look like a team that's not just on form to be the best team in China, which they are at this point, sitting atop of the standings in the LPL. Look like a world-class team, which is just insane. You can see them, Rookie, Pawn hugging it out, saying, you know what, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that would have been a great game to play in. Rookie, laning phase perfect, like really good. Up 70 CS at the end of the game, was the main carry for his team. Maybe not that much support around him. Kakao had a very good early game. It was just the bottom lane. Def really took that over.
Yeah, Kakao still smiling as well, to his credit. That was a very well-played series by both teams here. I mean, EDG looked in complete control in Game 1, but Game 2 was just absolute chaos here. And at the end of the day, EDG, the team that we would not normally associate with playing that sort of game well, rose to the occasion and just had a fist fight with IG.
Yeah, and Clearlove really, couple of days in a row, has shown that if you want to match aggression with someone, he's willing to step up.
Yeah, he's been eating his wheat picks, that's for sure. Clearlove is looking very good this weekend.
Yeah, he certainly is, and on different jungles.
Yeah, and a great game there by EDG. They will take this series 2-0, and if you wanted more of that, we got a bit more coming up. Don't go anywhere after the break. The LPL continues with our last match of the night.
Back into the game. This was the replay from last game. Atlas, Pastry Time, and Spawn were doing so much work, and the crazy fights are going on. Yasuo picked in the LPL. You know what's going to happen, and that's crazy team fights all over the map.
Yeah, it's just completely mental. You see Kid finally gets finished off. Clearlove was full of spears, but there was just nothing that he could do. And so far behind on this Kalista, which is just so difficult to deal with because you're so short range. You just get blown up. If you don't have the damage to answer anything, what are you going to do?
I mean, the Yasuo pick was exciting, but it feels like the last time we saw the Yasuo, there was some amazing hijinks, especially in the early game.
Yeah.
Able to get so far ahead of Pawn was Rookie in the mid lane. It was 30, I believe 17 to 3 CS at one point after forcing that first shot. It went crazy from there, but EDG, they pull through. They're still the top team. We're going to jump into some more top teams, Atlas. It's going to be OMG against Masters 3.
Yeah, the Dade versus Cool, and I love this. Moving over to a completely sort of different matchup to what we were just seeing. And as you can see on the screens, I mean, it's just so much fun watching these type of team comps face off against one another. When you've got the likes of Gnar and Jace plus Lulu Yasuo as far as sort of combinations of champions are concerned, it's just ridiculous. And MVP going over to Clearlove.
Yeah, Clearlove actually picks up the MVP. Certainly wasn't going to be Pawn, who struggled on...
yeah, he was behind 70 CS.
Yeah,
I think,
struggled on the
laning
Jace.
phase.
It could have obviously been Deaths on the Corki. You know, he's been on one MVP on Corki so many times already, but Clearlove, it's been his week of form. Remember his Lee Sin games that we cast yesterday. His Jarvan was cut from the same cloth. Was wonderful to see. But we're going to move forward towards Masters 3 versus OMG as we see a shot of our Chinese compatriots. And this is going to be an exciting one because, I mean, this matchup has already happened once.
Yeah.
Back then, Masters 3, they were on a downturn. They weren't looking... very synergistic. They were struggling, but suddenly they're on an uptick, and OMG, they're still looking to prove something.
Yeah, well, it's true. And OMG have been sort of really quite interesting. I mean, they've tied games that you'd theoretically think that they shouldn't. Things like this. Uzi and San have been interchanging when you thought that Uzi, sort of this superstar AD carry, was going to be the one definitely solid member of the lineup. And we just don't know what to expect out of these guys. But on the other side, Masters 3, Looper especially has really impressed me as far as what he's done with what he has over this split so far, because he started off and he seemed really quite lackluster, and since then been really performing well, especially on the likes of Gnar and these super tanks that aren't necessarily Looper's crazy pick wheelhouse.
Absolutely. The crazy picks haven't been working. The Annie top, we've seen it twice, not really working in the top lane. Seen her mid today and no victory there either, so Annie, maybe stay in the support role for now.
Maybe, although the Molten Shield giving the bear some speed. So much fun. But that being said, that's just me. I get excited about
That's also a
super fast
callback.
teddy
I
bears.
remember that Spawn wasn't much into those
He
comments
wasn't
either.
excited. I just sort of wanted to drop it on you, see whether you
The
smiled.
Gnar-
And you did.
The Gnar is going to be a contested pick. Actually got
Yeah.
going. He was keeping away from that champion a long time, but he snuck up to a 5-0 record on Gnar. And it's also been Looper's most played champion 5-3. So you have to expect, even with the Gnar nerfs that have come through on patch 5.3, don't believe any more tweaks on 5.4, but certainly some nerfs coming since patch 5.2.
Yeah.
And we should mention, in fact, jumping to 5.4 for both these teams, Masters 3 and OMG, although it's our 8th series of the weekend, they haven't played yet. And you have to wonder, what's Dade got on patch 5.4? Because I was looking over statistics. Dade, he's played 30 games. It's been a long season already, folks.
Yeah.
30 of the 44. Of those 30 games, 10 games on Azir. And one thing I can tell you, not going to be any Azir here today.
Yeah, and Dade's always been sort of criticized for his shallow champion pool as well. But when he does tunnel on a champion, and you can bet that because he knows that we're moving over to 5.4, that he needs to be picking some new champions. You can imagine that he's definitely got some other picks up his sleeve. Of course, has tried out the Victor already, actually picked up a victory with that one.
Yep.
Excuse the pun. So that worked out really well for him, and maybe it's going to be the Victor that he's going to be tunneling on now. But, I mean, we just saw Rookie play Yasuo. I want the Dade Yasuo.
I mean, Dade, he's 1-0 on Yasuo. It was a long time ago, with week 1 or 2, that we last saw Dade's Yasuo. That's always the exciting one. Famed as the best Yasuo in the world. Rookie giving him a run for his money, but not picking up the victories. So maybe Dade still has the moral victory in terms of being the best Yasuo in the LPL. That'd be the exciting one, but I was actually considering that because everyone sits down like, all right, when are we going to see the Dade Yasuo? I don't know if Cool is the person who's going to break it out against, just because Cool doesn't play a lot of those champions that give Yasuo an easy laning phase. Last saw a lot of his nerfs were targeted around his laning phase, lower base stats, lower recharge, and lower amount on his shield. Like in general, he struggles to be the oppressive laning force he was once before. So you kind of need a good matchup to bring out Yasuo, and that it could always happen. Maybe the Twisted Fate comes out and we see some real fireworks in the mid lane, but It's not going to be the Azir. Xerath is also one of his most highly played. I think it's 16 out of 30 games. So that's 6 games on the Xerath, 10 games on the Azir when we talk about the Shurima mid-champions.
Yep, the old
So,
Shurima flavor.
I mean, there's other 14 and then potentially some new champions. That's what needs to come through from Dade. Lupa, as you mentioned, looking good on the standard, but the bot lane, that's the interesting factor.
Yeah.
Can you imagine this before the season? You know, we would be talking about, all right, we've got some superstar solo laners from Korea, some superstar mid laners, so we're going to have a great battle in mid and top. It's actually in the AD carry position where you'd have to really give the advantage to Masters 3.
Yeah, and not even just the AD carry. Love CD as well has been an absolute god in that support role, playing it beautifully. And Candy snuck up to highest KDA on his team, picking up all of the MVP points as well. He really is the shining light for M3, who has a world champion top laner, and Dade, who has been in multiple worlds, always heralded as this incredible mid laner. But no, they're not the shining lights of the team. It's going to be Candy.
And let's just give a history lesson. Candy wasn't even expected to be the starting AD carry for this M3 formerly World Academy team, so World Elite Academy team. When they were World Elite Academy, it was actually
STYZ?
No, it was SMLZ, the
SMLZ,
other AD carry.
sorry,
He was
they're all a
supposed to
bit
be
confusing.
the starting AD carry. Everyone was surprised when it was Candy, and Candy stepped up to the point where he's perhaps the most respected carry on this team. And again, we're saying that M3's bot lane of Candy Love CD stacks up and looks an advantage compared to Uzi and Luo. Uzi and any of his supports they can field, maybe even Sana, although with Sana they do have the 100% win record so far.
Yeah.
It's a big statement.
Yeah. No, but I think the thing is about OMG's bottom lane is Uzi is a mechanical god.
Sure.
He's absolutely fantastic, but Candy and Love City have this synergy in the bottom lane that is just beautiful to watch. I mean, I'm remembering the likes of their Thresh Callista games, where they're just leapfrogging across the battlefield, looking absolutely fantastic, but it's all based on the fact that they play so beautifully together, whereas Uzi hasn't really found that yet on the OMG lineup.
You haven't. I believe we have had confirmation that will be Uzi playing, so will be Uzi versus Candy. It's definitely going to be Callista as a contested pick. Callista, we already mentioned 18 games, I believe. 18 games between these two players, or 13 games in terms of playing Nas. And Nas been a very popular contested pick. A lot of contested picks coming through. And again, the big question mark though, what's going to happen in the mid lane? Because cool, he can play anything. Moving on to patch 5.4, Ari's seen some small nerfs, but it's Ari 5-0, 100% win rate for Cool on Ari. Probably not that surprising, even given the strength of the champion on 5.2.
Close to a win rate just in general on the 5.2 patch, I'm pretty sure. Just
Absolutely.
I mean, very strong.
Cool, when he gets those champions he's known for, is always so wonderful.
I think he played a game on Ari even before we moved to 5.2.
Yeah, when we were on 4.10, I believe it was. We always jump those patches and get a bit of excitement when we move forward. 5.4, seen a lot of excitement. Haven't necessarily seen everyone take the full advantage of, for example, the trinket changes. The trinkets have kind of been slow to warm up. I expect especially the yellow trinkets, the warding trinkets, to be a bit more popular as we move forward. But in general, again, it's those picks that will be interesting. Maybe there'll be something different. Maybe, I mean, let's talk about Dade champions. What feels like a Dade champion to you? I think it's going to be something new, but will it be the Cho'Gath that everyone else is playing?
Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, 100% win rate, I think, today.
And yesterday, I believe.
So this week, AP Cho'Gath mid 5.4 seems to be the Cho'Gath patch. Well, we're going to be seeing that one. I don't know whether it necessarily feels like a Dade champion, though. I feel like you can't look as cool and do fancy plays on the Cho'Gath.
I saw some Ziggs mana nerfs on the PB, and I was like, Dade?
Oh, my goodness. I don't think we really need to see the Dade thing.
I don't think we need to see Ziggs at all. I mean, that's
true.
when you see Ziggs.
Unless we want 80-minute games.
See, that's what I said. I like Ziggs, but he adds minimum 10 minutes to start to the end of a game, because every single side wave push, you're like, oh, the 6-man's looking good.
Yeah, it's a little bit like that. It's a little bit like the CLG EU flavor with Froggen sitting there just
as if
farming
you had a global ultimate and could just clear waves to the side of the map.
Imagine if, Ziggs' ult was on a 4-second cooldown or something like that, like the toggle of Anivia's. That would not be very much fun, ladies and gentlemen, to play against, because I feel like you would have to have a tank with 100% armor to never have to worry about
I believe
minions.
it was like 2009 when there was actually a bug where if you stayed in the fountain, you could cast your Anivia ultimate off screen and it would be global. So there could be all sorts of things to discuss there.
That never happened, Papa.
This is very relevant to patch 5.4. As we're going to see Masters 3 coming in, maybe not the favorites, but going to come in confidently. And Lupa, his Na's been powerful, but he just hasn't been able to pick it up in the last 5-6 series.
Yeah, hasn't been able to. Has picked up some other interesting champions, though. One of our top laners to still play that Lissandra. Seen a lot of play in the mid lane, of course. You know, you think of the likes of Hatong as well coming through, looking massive on that champion in the mid, but he's still happy to play it up top. And Condi, coming onto the team, has played a few games and hasn't been ignoring his mid laner quite as much recently.
Dade's still trying to get over the kill-death ratio there, 126 to 127. He needs to find a champion to really stake his claim. What's the next Dade champion? That's the question we're looking for today. But one question we don't have to answer, just how good Candy is. Jumping up to a 4.5 KDA with some breakout performances in the last few weeks.
Yeah, and some massive MVP points as well. Just really fantastic. And you see Love City, pretty good at Thresh, and plays it a fair bit.
I mean, yeah, he has favored the Thresh, but I mean, whatever makes Candy shine is probably good. And they've won a lot of their recent series. I believe they're 2-0 wins and then some draws for their last 5 results. So definitely on the uptick, definitely forging their way into 7th place. Not a comfortable 7th, we have to remember. They were actually only a point ahead of King.
Yeah.
And just 3 points ahead of Starhorn Royal Club, who are in 9th position. So definitely they can't take it easy. They need to keep getting results. OMG, though, a formidable opponent.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. M3, this is a massive test for them. But you have to think that if they manage to pull out a 2-0 victory over OMG, and I believe that they can, if they manage to get everything working for them and keep up the form, I think that it's a possibility, but it's going to be so hard against a rock of a team like OMG.
And OMG, it almost feels like we downplay how good a team they are. Okay, they have been struggling to be as dominant as we expected in, say, week 2 when they were looking good. The flying V was happening. All their hyper carries flying in there. 3 carries, 80 carry, you know, Cool, Going, Uzi, all flying in and hyper carrying. They looked wonderful. They haven't looked as convincing, but they still have been getting out a lot of results. They still have a very high win rate in the LPL, and they're still very comfortably in playoff contention. As you look at that squad, about 20 people on the squad, Atlas.
It's a small classroom of people, hanging out. And going there in the top lane, you can see a couple of NAR picks just recently
5-0.
to pad out that 5-0 scoreline, as you mentioned. His KDA is also gigantic here as well. Going just such a hard-working top laner, just a brilliant player in his own right. Not going to be seeing much more of that Kassadin, though. Of course, his Rift Crawl now not quite working out as it otherwise would. Loveling, though, very similar champion picks to Condi, just because sort of that Rek'Sai, Lee Sin, and Jarvan, they're just the standards here. And cool. That LeBlanc.
The LeBlanc, 7-1, 6.7 KDA. That's actually his KDA for most of his champs. 7-1 LeBlanc, 4-0 Ari. There's Lulu KDA, 2-0, 11 KDA on that champion. Syndra, we saw Syndra earlier this weekend. Is Syndra 2-0, 22 KDA in 2 games. I don't know where his Syndra went. Maybe he's just been getting tips from Jiang or losing to him 1v1 in practice matches, but we haven't seen much Syndra. And it's Cloud who's going to be starting. Lure still... I think someone needs to be sending out a search party at some point for Low. He's just disappeared.
He's stuck in a forest somewhere. He's been completely taken over by Maokai. He's just chilling out.
Maybe
in the
he's
forest,
doing a role
waiting
play.
For someone to find him. Maybe.
They're the OMG fans in the crowd. They also wonder where Low is. You can see that kind of puzzle, general puzzlement at the fact that Cloud's playing. But he does have sweet blonde hair, so he has that going for him.
Yeah, Super Saiyan Cloud, absolutely fine. You've got to make sure that you upgrade that. Maybe it is just Low, but Cloud is just Super Saiyan version. Not entirely sure.
Did we ever see what Low looked like? I guess there's a potential. Let's not go too far into this.
I think we're going too deep. We're going too deep. Cool actually looking not quite as cool, calm, and collected as he otherwise was. Looking pretty concerned here sitting at the table.
Maybe he just read the patch notes and saw the Ari nerfs coming through.
Oh, God, maybe. Maybe. Although they weren't that bad, Cool. You're going to be absolutely fine. Going on the other hand, more than happy. He's like, oh, yeah, don't have to play Kassadin anymore. Just can play Gnar.
I think he'll be back. I don't think I think rumors of Kassadin's death on 5.4 completely accurate, but on 5.5 onwards.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. I think we're going to be seeing some Kassadin.
You can't keep a good creature down.
Yeah, it's true. As soon as you've got a Flash as an ultimate, you're probably going to stay okay, unless something really horrible happens. But we shall see what happens as we move into the game, because the going Looper matchup in the top lane, Cool versus Dade, even Condi versus Loveling. It's just a little bit ridiculous. And as you can see, the graph for the amount of Maokai's played in the bottom lane, OMG 100% over M3.
And you know, if Callista comes through, you can see from the yellow line at the top. That's when Uzi gets Callista. Candy getting Callista not reflected on this graph, but Callista very, very strong for both these teams.
Oh, most definitely. Of course, Candy, it doesn't even need to be mentioned on the graph, just because his Callista's so good. Oh, Dade.
They found a Dade fan.
That's rude.
I love Dade. He's
Yeah,
great.
So do I. Look, Dade wasn't even paying attention.
No,
She's
I
got a
think he's
cool
hyping
sign
himself
for
up.
you,
I think
man.
Dade has something special planned. That's what I want to see. If he locks in
Oh.
Azir, honestly, that qualifies as special, given that we haven't seen any Azir at all on patch 5.4. But he's got something for us, Atlas. And in general, this match should definitely be a really excellent series to end the day. And also, just to give us an idea of if Masters 3, have those recent results just been a flash in the pan? Is that just, getting used to that 5.2 patch before it ended? Or are they going to be a top team and continue to push forward on 5.4? They need to get results even now, even after those big points gain. They're not safe in playoff spots. Dade, he lives for Spring. It's coming soon, and he needs all the points he can get right now.
And M3 definitely done their homework. They know that Cool is 6-1 or 7-1 on that
7-1.
that LeBlanc. So immediately hits the bench.
Dade
Looper.
also loves playing LeBlanc and doesn't get many wins on it. So
No. Maybe it might be Looper just
Dual
saying,
duty
no,
ban.
Dade, you're not playing that one. And we're not going to be doing any Juggernaut comps either here. Not any sort of standard Juggernaut comps relying on that wild growth. Lulu going to hit the bench. Has been very standard today, getting rid of the Lulu. Lissandra Rek'Sai, pretty standard stuff as well across the other side. And we'll see whether there's going to be anything else that's going to be targeted through here. But we've just seen that the bans have been a little bit more open to interpretation here by our teams.
The must bans are kind of dying out.
Slimming a little bit.
Vega, no longer on the ban list. Kassadin, as you mentioned. So that's two
Azir.
champions who've basically been 100% banned the last few weeks, completely falling off. The Rek'Sai ban targeted Condi. Maybe they're trying to see what his other champions are. I believe we've seen Lee Sin and Rek'Sai almost exclusively coming from Condi.
Bit of Jarvan.
Bit of Jarvan also. And Xerath is the third ban. A blue side Xerath ban. Dade Xerath has been good.
Goodness.
And the Zed Respect ban comes out last. Suddenly, the mid lane champion pool has been decimated.
Yeah. All 4 of the champions. No, it's okay. Cho'Gath's still available here for either team. 100% win rate mid laner, but not going to be going into the LeBlanc. Not going to go into sort of that predictable assassin that he just wants to stack up his health against. But look at this. Kalista finds her way through, and Candy's just like, oh, okay, I guess I'll have it.
And look, Candy's Kalista has been wonderful, and you cannot give Uzi Kalista.
Yeah.
He actually looks like old Uzi, the Uzi that people speak of in hushed tones when they're discussing how great he can be when he gets onto that Kalista. So double duty. Take it away from Uzi. Lock it in for Candy. He's looked wonderful in that champion. Saw those slight nerfs to the martial poise in terms of just how often you're hopping around a fight. But both of these players have played this champion and played it to its absolute maximum. So good to see that picked up as... Man, the pick comp, it starts very quickly here from OMG.
Oh, yeah, Loveling going to lock away the Jarvan here. Condi almost forced to go into Lee Sin, you have to think, but I love the pick away of Love City's Thresh here as well. Cloud, also a fantastic Thresh player, but you give them the Kalista Thresh lane, you can almost hang up your hat at that stage.
And that's what they've been running whenever they've had the opportunity. So yeah, they've noticed the fact that it's been 100% picked. Speaking of 100% win rate so far for Looper on the Hecarim. He was actually the one who pioneered starting at the Wolves and taking that camp at level 1, just using your flask charges for that very quick level 2. Still takes the Teleport Ignite, harkens over to EP's Amazing J. That's definitely become the standard summoner spells, and you called it, Atlas. I mean, the Lee Sin, there's not much left, especially on patch 5.4.
Yeah.
We don't have the new items coming to open up some tank junglers, so Lee Sin, almost the default pick.
Yeah, Condi just settling back onto that one. Of course, his Lee Sin has looked fine, so it's not too much of a worry here, but of course, probably would have liked that Rek'Sai. Seen a bit of success on that one as well. Uzi hovering over some hyper carry action here. Might even look to go with the wife steal bottom lane. It is going to be locked in and going. He's taking the tree to the top lane.
It's exciting to see Lucian come back into competitive play. We thought maybe it was only pigeonholed into, good duty against Corki, but not really picked otherwise. But against the Kalista, especially early, before a lot of attack speed is picked up, you can register that piercing light. You can get excellent trades. And still could, of course, potentially be a lane swap, but you do allow yourself to opt into a 2v2 very comfortably.
Yeah, his skirmish power has just always been incredibly strong. And Uzi, looking back at Worlds as well, played so well on that Lucian, was incredibly strong. Dade thinking about going back to his Victor here again, and it looks like we're going to have Candy and Love City on sort of that decimatingly high amount of CC bottom lane.
I mean, look at the Wombo combo potentially coming out with all the CC coming out of Leona, the onslaught of shadows coming out from Hecarim, and then potentially the gravity, the Chaos Storm for the Wombo coming through. So there's a lot of Wombo damage. Of course, you can't pigeonhole Victor onto wombo damage anymore. Does have a lot of consistent damage, but with all this pick power, you worry for Victor, because Victor's only really struggling when he has strong gap close against him, and we've already got 3 members, the first 3 members picked for OMG, all deal with Victor very well. And you know who else deals with Victor pretty well? Ari in lane.
I was going to say just that, because OMG have this beautiful pick comp sorted out for themselves as well, and throw a charm in there at the same time. Things looking pretty good for OMG, but some sort of obviously different ideas moving into this game for both of our sides.
But still very much reminiscent of a 5.2 comp. Not really too many adaptations coming through for 5.4. OMG, the pick power. This is OMG, you know, back to their 2013 identity. Their consistent identity has always been about getting those picks, rotating, getting those early turrets, 3 turrets down, and pushing for advantages, trying to squeeze people out of a game. They've picked a comp that's reminiscent of those heady days when they were by far the best team in China. M3, they're going to scale up to late game. They have excellent late game team fighting, but how often have we had this story of a late game team fighting comp against a proactive mid game comp, and the game just ending in the mid game?
Well, it's exactly right. And if OMG gets some decent warding around this map as well, things will just be very, very scary, because there'll be hooks flying out, there'll be love hearts flying out, and you won't be able to do anything about it. As sort of a standard tank battle here in this top lane, but Loop is going to be relied on to get really big really quite quickly.
And you have to think the lane swap is also going to be quite comfortable, because Maokai, of course, 2v2 lanes or 1v2 lanes very, very comfortably. No flash, as is the standard on Hecarim. From level 6, actually very safe, because, of course, so much distance traveled by the Onslaught of Shadows. Pre-6, though, is quite a poor 1v2 lane. It isn't safe because it doesn't have flash. You have to think OMG going to be looking for the lane swap. But in general, it's going to be an exciting one, Atlas.
I'm so excited already moving through, and as soon as Candy picks up Callista, things definitely look brilliant for us viewers, but we'll see whether he's going to get ahead or whether it's going to be Uzi. But let's hop onto the Rift and find out. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with M3 taking on, not EDG, it's going to be OMG for our final game of the night. We'll see who's going to be able to take this first one, because both of these team comps looking pretty good. But as you mentioned, Papa Smithy, OMG lineup definitely has that mid-game power.
Every single champion on OMG's side peaks in the mid-game, has power in the late game. Actually, the hook comes through from Cloud, doesn't quite register on Candy, so that's lucky. But OMG, you can see they are not stopping their plan. They want deep vision, and they want the lane swap.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't actually think mid-game power. We meant level 1 power, as OMG already starting to play very aggressively, eyeing off this lane swap immediately. And we'll see whether they can find out whether or not the backs are going to come through for our M3 bottom lane. And what they're quite looking for here as well, because we heard Spawn talking about the fact that sort of this lane swap situation has gotten a little bit better here moving into 5.4.
It's interesting to note that. I'm just watching to see that the back path. Now, you see Hecarim's very much, Loop is very much wanting to take the Wolf Cam. So they've already actually got a pink ward on the map. I didn't even notice that, Alice. A pink ward's been placed towards their blue side here, the M3 blue side.
Yeah.
So they really want to ensure the safe Hecarim start. Of course, you know, if he's able to teleport to lane, he can opt into a jungle follow. He can teleport straight to lane. Doesn't know what's going to happen, whether it's the fast push or the lane swap, but he has the flexibility to pick up this Wolf Camp relatively safely and transition into laning.
Yeah, and it's not only the fact that they get to protect this Hecarim, but, you know, Dade's sitting on Victor here as well, who's quite gankable, especially in the early stages of the game, when you have a Jarvan who's pretty much able to gank as successfully as he ever will at level 2.
You know, Jarvan now with the 10 less armor, it's just that much more risky to sit in your jungle and farm. You clear a bit closer, you get lower in health, so, you know, you're kind of priced in to go for the very early skirmishing. And as you mentioned, from level 2, Charm into the Flag and Drag will spell death for Dade, so he has to be so careful, and the pink ward will help him out.
Yeah, this time, though, Candy about to hit that level 2, of course, managed to take the Krugs here with Love CD. We'll see whether it's going to work out as horribly here as it did for Starhorn Royal Club when they met up with the Candy Callista in their last matchup. But it's Piercing Light's doing some work, and OMG able to shove out this wave very quickly, which is very important.
It's already looking better for OMG than it did for Starhorn Royal Club. There were a lot of level 2 kills, just underestimating the experience coming out from the Krugs, and dying was way in those exchanges. But much safer this time out, and it will actually be the 1v1 matchup. And they're going to be happy with that. Because again, it frees up Lupa without the summoner spell, without the flash, to lane quite happily against the very tanky Maokai.
Yeah, just throwing rampages out as this horse likes, and it's almost like he has free reign in the paddock up here in this top lane. No worries at all, able to secure himself that cannon creep here as well. And did actually go back after picking up those wolves as well, so has a few more potions, a lot of sustain to come through. There's actually the Zenith Blade to land onto Uzi here, taking a lot of damage from that Sunlight proc, mixed in with the passive of the Sentinel from Candy. And M3, they're not afraid of this OMG bottom lane, but not looking nearly as dominant as they have been in the past.
And it's definitely a blast from the past to see Uzi bring out this Lucian that actually propelled Starhan Royal Club to the 2014 World Championships.
Yeah.
He was definitely playing that champion when it was at its strongest, when it was reworked, and you could get so much purchase out of using multiple applications of the Relentless Pursuit. So back on that champion, definitely a champion that was very popular across the scene in the LPL last year. Used sparingly, like we mentioned, mostly just in that Corki matchup. If Graves isn't available, if there's a certain amount of turret pushing needed from the Lucian pick. But it's good to see him in. And the one thing you have to say, though, is if Lupa does opt into going to a Trinity Force build, which, to be honest, that's what we see as a standard for Hecarim. You know, opting into a build that's quite expensive, that will peak towards the end of the mid-game. If we see the Righteous Glory come out from Gogoing, you know, double down on the mid-game, I don't really know how M3 will be able to fight against what could be an incredibly scary mid-game comp from OMG.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and we'll just have to see whether they're going to be able to. Loveling looking for something potentially on this bottom side, wanting to get Uzi as far ahead as he can as Ren comes through and does a bit of damage here. You can see Candy and Love CD able to get a bit of a level advantage. Death Sentence onto Love CD here as well, as there's the Lantern. Uzi wanting to come very far forward. Zenith Blade, the Eclipse is going to proc a lot of damage to come down onto Cloud. Candy almost finishes him off with that Randon. This is a 2v3 that M3 almost managed to turn around.
Yeah, Candy was so level-headed, wanted to keep fighting because he knew if there was a double defensive flash, it would just encourage 3 members to collapse onto Love CD. So confident players justified, as OMG's the one that have to retreat with their tail between their legs in a 3v2 situation.
Yeah, but still, Uzi managing to use the early game power of this Lucian to his advantage. Does have that 8 CS in the lead, but fairly large minion wave here available for M3 when it does make it towards them. But OMG with a lot of control now.
Yeah, it's just worth again noting how much value they've gotten out of this pink ward. You already mentioned that it's a very risky laning phase for a Victor against Ahri at the best of days, but then when you have the ganking pressure of leveling on the Jarvan, the pink ward, and then they've been able to consistently have a green ward up, so both entrances to the mid lane have been warded. It's allowed Dade to play so aggressively. You know, it might even trick OMG into thinking that Dade has been playing recklessly aggressive, when in fact it's been very controlled and very helpful, as there's another engage potentially at bot.
Yeah, bottom lane. A little bit of excitement as Condi pays a visit, but not going to find too much. Uzi back at full health here as well. 10 CS is the gap now between Uzi and Candy. But that's not too much here, just considering the fact that Candy is going to naturally scale.
It's not too much, but I mean, the big CS story is the fact that Dade has been able to keep up CS against an Ahri Jarvan because of the warding. So again, smart level 1 has opened up Dade to be very comfortably CSing, and the moment that he picks up Aftershock, we'll have the fairly instant wave clear. So he's navigated the hard part of the laning phase for Victor, the first 5-6 levels.
Yeah, maybe this is going to be the new Dade champion, the Victor. We did discuss it, we did speak about the fact that he generally tunnels pretty hard onto certain picks, but his Victor was impressive before, and I wouldn't be surprised if we were going to see a little bit more of it as the LPL proceeds.
So because we have the 2v2 standard lanes, definitely no potential for OMG to use their mid-game comp just yet and force the early dragon. They haven't had the outnumber situation. In a lane top, obviously, if they had kept their bot lane in the bottom lane, would have had the numbers advantage to start an early dragon, but no dragons in the first 7 minutes. The trading continues in bottom lane, and again, it's very even across the map.
Yeah, Condi is going to find Loveling. Look at that Death Ray doing a lot of work here now that Dade has reached that first augmentation of that one.
Aftershock, it is the Death Ray, just to give him fairly instant wave clear. You clear out the backline in 1E, so you're very happy, and just try and keep, to balance what Cool's doing with the Aura Deception and clear waves happily.
Yeah, it's no problem at all. Of course, you do generally want to get to that second augmentation as quickly as possible. Make sure you have the movement speed from that Q, the Siphon Power. But we have been seeing a fair bit of the perfect Hex core as well coming through, just to make sure that your Chaos Storm moves as fast as
I
possible.
personally really like getting the Merlinomicon after this first augment, as we see a tank battle in the top lane that Loop is slightly losing out on. If you get the Merlinomicon, you have the flexibility of applying the Grievous Wounds passive, which is useful against Ahri and, of course, the AD carry when he comes into lane. But the extra CDR, just having reliable, regular wave clear, getting that Death Ray onto a fairly short cooldown, just gives you so much flexibility.
Yeah, it most certainly does. Blue buffs have been picked up now for both of our mid laners. This is something that you can struggle with a little bit as a Victor, is his mana cost. You just want to be throwing out your abilities as often as possible just because they don't have that high of a cooldown.
Now watch this minimap. We are seeing the red buff steal come through from Loving. The first time that OMG have flexed their mid-game muscles is only to steal away a red, so it's definitely the minimum advantage gotten from the comp they've picked up. But you have to think the roam to mid. There's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, Cloud going to be unseen here as well. The hook lands onto Dade. In comes Cool, misses the charm, but it doesn't matter. An easy first blood pickup for OMG.
I have to think it was just a lack of focus. Basically, Cloud was able to walk into near melee range to hit the hook. No flash comes through from Dade. Had both summoner spells available and just dies.
Yeah, it was sort of not really much of a reaction here at all. Thought that he'd be able to juke out of the way of that death sentence, but didn't. And OMG going to be able to capitalize by picking up this dragon as well. One thing that we have to mention is the fact that Lupa is able to free farm here in this top lane, but OMG having the beginning of this game that they were looking for.
The Sentinel actually was so clutch. It just walked into the dragon as it died. So they'll have an exact timer. So that's at least a small thing for M3 to take away from the exchange. But as you mentioned, the mid-game comp, it gets first blood, it gets first dragon, steal away red. Condi's trying to answer the red, but still, the first dragon, that's the minimum that OMG were looking for in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. Condi might have to be a little bit careful, but Going not going to head down towards that red buff and Loveling. Probably going to assume that his has been taken. Going continues to push, but both teleports are now on cooldown here for OMG and M3, and that's just probably why OMG knew that they were just so easily able to take that dragon, just because they had the timer on Lupa's teleport.
Absolutely no way the Onslaught of Shadows could come in through a reaction at all. And going, he's building for the mid-game. It's not just going to rush into the Rod of Ages. Of course, that has definitely fallen away as people try and pigeonhole the Catalyst towards the Righteous Glory more often, but also has the Glacial Shroud just for that extra boost of power. A bit more wave clear coming through. You're going to have your spell rotations that much less, that much more often. As Cool takes a burst of damage, and Dade's going to lose his pink.
Yeah, unfortunate. Dade's lost a lot of wards this game. Cool does take a bit for it, though, and you can see Dade's still pretty healthy. That Death Ray has a gigantic range if you walk away from it and direct it away from yourself. But cast range not as high, but not going to find Cool this time. We'll just see how this laning phase does pan out as we're still there for the moment. Lots of members going to come through Death Sentence. There's the box as well as Loveling comes around, but Candy just says, I'll have that. Don't worry.
Yep,
Fate's
of course.
call.
So safe as the support for Candy on this Callista to be able to face check brushes with basically reckless abandon because, you know, you got someone to save you at any point.
Yeah, just say, oh, no. That's not where we want your love, CD.
I've got to say, this has been a very quiet start to the game. I wasn't expecting that from this series, but Loveling is going to face check a pink ward and go in aggressively on Condi.
Yeah, level 6 to level 7 of Condi here as well. But Cloud, he's been just hanging out with his buddies around the map, not really sticking with Uzi too much this game, and it has managed to pick them up the first kill and a dragon now as well. This roaming style really quite working out as far as this mid-game comp is concerned, and Uzi not losing out at all, still ahead in farm.
So both AD carries have gone back to pick up a BF, so it's Dade again.
Yeah, there's the flash hook to come through here as well. Oh, flashes into the charm, the cataclysm for the slam dunk for Loveling. And it just looks too easy.
Now, we mentioned the fact that Victor struggles with gap close coming through. Whether it's Ahri, whether it's Loveling, twice they've managed to get successful gang, so they're going to get a lot of damage. Potentially, the first outer turret is the mid one, as in the top, Going's in trouble.
Yeah, there's the Onslaught of Shadows to come through. Does kick him back here as well as the Resonating Strike comes through. Going does delay his death just a little bit, but Lupa does manage to secure it. OMG, on the other hand, they pick up the outer turret in the mid lane, their personal favorite tower on the map.
Very curious flash coming through from Going. I think he hoped maybe that creep aggro would have caused Lupa to fall just that little bit lower and that he had cooldowns coming up to potentially get the exit kill. And then just blows his flash with some trading in the bot lane.
Yeah, Love City actually getting aggressed on here as well. Is forced to Zenith Blade in here as the Ignite's down onto Uzi. There's the Fate's Call to come through, so not going to find too much. Actually knocking up Cloud here. Love City might be in a little bit of trouble, but M3, they do back away. Very close exchange, though, and Uzi is quite low.
I'm surprised to see the BF pickup come through from Canny, just because, again, if you work towards the Hurricane, 2,500 gold buys you a lot of lane control in terms of the fact that you can actually push it out. If you're against a mid-game comp, you want to push in just so that you have the potential to control where the minion waves are. Because, again, we've already seen Loveling invading aggressively. We already see the mid lane turret going down. You do not want to give OMG the flexibility to go for the 5-man dives, to pick up the 3 outer turrets, and to start contesting every red buff, not just the second one that we saw a few minutes ago.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And OMG is the type of team where you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. That's just how they play the game. And at the moment, haven't been able to take it quite yet, but you have to think that as soon as they get an opportunity, M3 are going to have to be very, very careful.
I mean, at the end of the day, M3 want the laning phase to go for as long as possible. They want their champions to power up. They want to lose the minimum. Maybe the second dragon is just fine. They want to just make sure that they're able to contest the third dragon with a Trinity Force, with other big item pickups on their other carries. They're happy for a long laning phase, but you can see OMG, they don't want that at all.
Yeah, there's the Solar Flare onto Cool here as well, but Love City, you are most definitely dead. No Fate's Call available. Cloud almost falls down there as well, but Going's here. There are 5 members of OMG here on the bottom side. Orbit Deception easily secures that one. Dade comes around. Doesn't have the ult quite available just yet. Doesn't even use it, actually, as the Sonic Wave is going to be found. But Condi's going to die. Looper jumps in and kills Cloud. But that is an ace at 14.5 minutes.
I'm going to make a huge statement, Atlas. The mid-game started. You can see the rotations coming through. Mid-game power everywhere. M3, they just don't have the item timings to be able to fight. Still, we see the teleport coming. Still, we see the aggressive rotations. They don't back away and lose one member, maybe even their bottom lane. They just lose everyone. An ace at 14 minutes. Give a mid-game team an advantage, they'll keep pushing it. OMG, they already are taking full control over the M3 red side jungle.
Yeah, well, it's so true. And Dade unable to even use that Chaos Storm in that fight. Of course, we've spoken about Victor just being so squishy. And there was nothing you could do, just got CC'd and killed.
Absolutely. Assassins are the bane of Victor's existence. You can pick up the cleanse. That's what we actually often see from Victor's, is the cleanse, just to have the ability to cleanse one of the CCs. For example, against Lissandra, we often see cleanse coming through on Victor. Against Ahri, there's so much consistent damage that maybe he thought, I'll take the Ignite to threaten a bit of kill potential if ever the turret dive does come through, but definitely not the Ignite vindicated. 0-3-1, keeping up in CS, but in terms of the trades, Cool with the Abyssal Scepter completed on top of the Morellonomicon. That's so much mid-game power. It's just obscene.
Yeah, it is. And that's against a Blasting Wand and, you know, 1 upgrade on the Hex score. That is no items here available for Dade. Hasn't been able to pick anything up.
1,700 gold between the mid laners, even though it's only a 20 CS advantage.
That is completely ridiculous. And that's what happens when you pick up an extra 3 kills and 3 assists.
I mean, look, it's not 5.2, it's 5.4, but Ahri's still pretty good, and Cool is the best Ahri player in the world. Able to play it confidently in a great situation just to extend the advantage of a mid-game comp. And in general, M3, they've picked themselves into a corner, and OMG, they have no interest in extending this game longer than they need to.
No, well, that's true. And as long as they keep extending the game, it gives M3 more and more of a chance. Loveling's going to get stunned up. There's a Zenith Blade here as well. Isn't able to take the Dark Passage. There's actually Fate's Call used just because he wanted to switch focus onto Cloud here. Cool is round the backside. Condi's going to fall down here at the same time as M3 have started a fight that they may not have won. There's the Gravity Field. Loveling's going to die. Uzi gets just caught up by the ult there as Dade falls down. A double kill instantly. Orbit Deception and Charm are going to land here as well, but Candy, he's still alive, and the Dragon is very angry at OMG for killing it before, but 3 for 2 at this stage, and that was a fight that M3 wanted.
Atlas, that was a fight that M3 opted in because they knew it was a 5v4. Maokai's teleport is down, and in a 4v5, they lose 3 kills to 2. That tells you how strong OMG's comp is. Ahri, she still has those very low cooldowns. You can get so many spell rotations off in a fight. She's doing the work of 2 or 3 of the M3 members. And in general, it was a good time to fight, but you can already see they haven't picked a team comp to fight. They wanted long laning phases. And look, the laning phase, it's over, and it's 5,000 gold lead to OMG.
Yeah, already 17.5 minutes with a 5,000 gold lead. That is absolutely massive. Nearly Large Rod was picked up here from Dade now. And we do have the Glacial Shroud and that Spectre's Cow now available for Looper. So not deciding to go all in for that Trinity Force. Knows that as his team falls further and further behind, they're going to need a tank that can actually do some tanking. in these fights.
OMG, they're going to pick up the second dragon. There should not be a contest barring the miracle steal coming through from Condi. He actually does hit the Q on the dragon. He might go in, but we can see, yep, they stopped the DPS. Very smart from OMG. I worry about this Dade build he's looking for. He's looking for basically the burst build, the maximum Chaos Storm damage build. You know, the one rotation of spells is all he's going to get out with no cooldown reduction whatsoever, barring maybe the blue buff coming through. Gogoing's happy to fight under turret, doing just fine on the top. As the bot lane goes down, we're seeing a fight in bot lane.
Yeah, Uzi actually managed to pick that one up. Candy dancing around here as well. It's a nice solar flare. Candy so incredibly low. Love City now in trouble as Uzi's on him. And Loveling, of course, he's here on the bottom side as Uzi picks up the kill onto Love City at the same time. And OMG, they're just running over this bottom half of the map.
Yeah, 12 and 4. It's not just the bottom side of the map, Abbas. They're running this game completely. They're going to get inner turret damage done. There's no one to react to this. Victor's actually just picking up his blue buff. With blue buff, it's just going to be one burst rotation, but getting into range to hit this short-ranged Victor, one of the reasons why he's seen popularity is that there's been people building up the distortion boots, taking Ghost Flash, or even taking the Fura boots for a burst in movement, picking up the second augment to have the mobility coming through from the Q. With no mobility, Victor has melee range or just over melee range spells, and he will die to any pick coming through from just the massive amount of pick power that OMG have. I don't see Victor impacting this game anytime soon.
Yeah, well, it doesn't seem like it's happening. It certainly hasn't happened yet, and it's been Cloud able to just move around the map and just catch him. Death sentence after death sentence. This Thresh has looked beautiful thus far. But I mean, you got to talk about Uzi here as well, looking so comfortable on this Lucian. Cloud coming around, looking to put some pressure onto Looper. And yeah, Cool's here as well. So Looper is going to be forced to leave this one. And M3, they know that they have to group up. Loveling actually might find Dade here, forced to use that flash to get out. Gravity Field not going to find the stun. So M3 not able to get the pick that they were looking for, and they're going to lose the outer turret in the top lane here as well. Things just falling apart for M3 at this stage of the game.
There's only one inner turret left on the map, Atlas. That's the top inner turret for M3. All the other turrets on the map, all the other outer turrets taken out already. OMG, they have so much pressure. We do see one ward, one aggressive ward, actually even a few aggressive wards coming through from M3 on OMG side of the jungle, but they can't get to their own jungle, let alone OMG's jungle. That's wasted vision at this point. They cannot realistically skirmish barring getting a miracle pick, and it's only really Love City that has a lot of pick power.
Yeah, and Uzi actually just going to steal away this red buff easy as you like. Candy was there. Loveling actually going to come through stunned up here. The Cataclysm onto Dade as Gogoing teleports in from the backside. Candy does have his ultimate available. Love City going forward, trying to stun up the AD carry in the backside as Looper comes through, but he's so low. Uzi just finishes him up. Candy can't find the rend onto Uzi here. Condi doesn't even land it. He kicks Uzi in the head eventually. But M3, they've lost everyone barring Love City for 2 members.
And that was with Loveling going in, engaging, knowing that he had Gogoing as backup, knowing that Gogoing was going to be the first to react to that engage. A lot of trust in his top laner, but it worked out 4 for 2 as the exchange. Uzi almost lived. The one order looked like it was never going to come out. Finally died, but all the advantages to OMG.
Yeah, in the end, it was Condi having to kick him in the head in order to secure that kill. Don't even know how he managed to close the distance, but I mean, it's horses for courses at this stage. There was a fight easily won now for OMG.
And there's just nothing Dade can do. He has the death cap. I mean, it was either going to be a very delayed standard build, maybe a very delayed Merilonomicon into maybe the Sorcerer Shoes at this point, or he just could put it all in on hitting the perfect Chaos Storm. I can respect going for that, but just against the pick power, I don't feel like it's going to get much purchase. There's just not a lot of ways for him, barring a flash suicide engage and the perfect Chaos Storm to engage. But again, the Abyssal Scepter's completed. There's magic resist across the board. They might have got a pick on
Yeah,
Cool.
there's the decent use of the Gravity Field in response to the fear, but Cool able to use that Zonyas to survive through it. And Dade trying to throw out some Death Rays. Does he manage to land that one? Dodges out of the way of that ability as the Solar Flare comes through onto Cloud. Orbit Deception not going to do any damage to him because, of course, he is Cool's teammate, so that's absolutely fine. Looper, though, no flash, trapped in the Cataclysm. Does survive for quite some time. Another Gravity Field to come through here as well as this fight is extended very, very far. Candy makes his way in, and somehow no one's dead.
3v4, then 3v5. No one dies from OMG. Lucian was just happily farming, I believe, the Krugs in top lane. Wanted to pick up the last Whisper. We have to appreciate this is a 3-item Lucian with boots too at 22 minutes.
Just ridiculous. Condi picks up a Constellation Raptor there. You have to think that things definitely looking bad for M3. They need to wait until this game hits about 70 minutes, I think.
Let's just re-examine that phrase, the Consolation Raptor.
What's
That
wrong with
lets
the
you-
Constellation Raptor?
I think M3 would have a few arguments about it, given that the most they can exert is stealing away one of the 4 little raptors.
Hey, it was a very nice Sonic Wave by Condy. You have to give him credit for it.
OMG, you let them get their mid-game champions, even their confident champions. Going's already communicated that his favorite champion to play is Maokai because he feels like he can boss around, be in the front line on this tank, put out the consistent CC, negate any of the AoE damage. Cool and Ari, they go hand in hand. They're so confident. He's so confident on that champion. Uzi back to the Lucian, of course. 2015 hasn't picked up the Lucian, returns to it, still has those mechanics down pat. Confidence across the board for OMG. Scaling for M3, and especially they had a lot of high hopes in the Kalista. Candy's done fine, but I mean, Dade especially just completely got obliterated in the mid lane. They've never had any mid lane presence, with their mid lane turret being the first to fall. And that just opens up Cool on Ari to roam around, impact all the other lanes, and suddenly M3, they're staring at a defeat, almost a landslide defeat at 24 minutes.
Yeah, well, being down 10,000 gold at 24 minutes into the game, haven't taken a dragon yet either of M3. It's going to take a miracle for anything to happen. And Dade, I mean, not looking as comfortable now on the 5.4. No Azir available. No way to really work out exactly what he wants to pick when there's sort of no other choices. No comfort Dade champions. Condi's actually going to safeguard his way into the backside of this dragon pit. OMG giving a lot of respect now to M3. There's the solar play. Doesn't really find anyone as the culling comes through the backside. Fate's Call coming down as well as Looper jumps in just to die, basically. Condi's going to fall down at the same time. Love City. He's a tanky Leona, but I don't think tanky really comes into it because he was torn apart by Uzi, and that just looked too easy for OMG.
And Dade and Candy fighting in the back of the fight, just waiting for their tanks to start to soak some damage. They just don't have the items to do so. The 3 frontline tanks die instantly. Doesn't matter how strong your carries are. As Uzi's going to come in, they want to get some more exit kills.
Yeah, Descent's not going to find its mark as Cloud wasn't quite able to get Uzi in time, but it doesn't really matter at this stage. OMG just going to push out some more waves and solidify this advantage even further. 3 dragons to nothing, some extra movement speed just for fun. 5 turrets to 1, 7 kills to 19, and M3 going to have to go back to the drawing board and maybe try something else against OMG next time.
I like to just actually point out that Loveling, he does this a lot on the Jarvan. He's the only Jarvan that I've seen do this. As we see, Cool really wants to get another assassination kill on Dade. May have to back out. But he picks up the Juggernaut enchant on Jarvan. People kind of tunnel on the fact that he gets natural armor penetration, build another armor penetration item, and have actually some damage potential on the Jarvan. But if you put your trust into the consistent damage coming out from Cool and Uzi on Arya and Lucian, and why wouldn't you, Atlas?
Yeah, well, that's the
Then
thing.
you don't need to build damage on Jarvan. You saw in that previous fight, OMG, their tanky frontline, Jarvan and Maokai especially, soaked up so much damage and were basically tickled by the damage coming out from M3 because they just have so many tank items. The Warrior enchant's doing nothing at all for Condi on the Lee Sin. As we see Uzi and Lupa, I think Lupa's maybe gonna die.
Oh my goodness, that death sentence was unbelievable from Cloud. The get back here death sentence to come through. And I mean, I think that Lupa was probably dead anyway. Condi's going to find Cool, or is Cool going to find Condi? As Dade trying to get some damage down. Cool incidentally kills Condi there from the backside. Nice death ray to come down here. Chaos Storm. Cool has to be careful. Flashes over the wall. The flash from Dade. The follow-up is wanted, but the cavalry arrives. In comes the culling as Dade just gets shot to death. Cloud picks up the kill. And somehow, all of a sudden, 3 are dead for M3.
And it's going to continue Atlas.
Oh, the flash into the death sentence. This is a highlight reel for Cloud this game.
It's a highlight reel for OMG in general. You let them pick mid-game power, you take late game, and you take a loss, Atlas. There's nothing that they can do. The surrender comes through, and OMG, they make it look easy.
Yeah, almost too easy here, but you have to think, I mean, M3, they have a chance to make something else of it, but that was just beautifully executed by OMG. They knew exactly when they were strong.
And whatever concern was on Cool's face pre-match definitely didn't translate when he noticed 5th pick, good matchup against Victor. Ari was available, and Cool's Ari, 6-0-13, 19 out of 23 kill participation. He was majestic, and Uzi a return to form on that fabled Lucian pick.
And against Candy's Kalista here as well, where you have to say has looked almost the strongest that he's ever been. It was a beautiful performance from the bottom lane of OMG. And does this mean that they've solidified? Does this mean that they might be back?
I mean, we're only talking about one game. We need to see the series develop, and even some more series. As they OMG haven't even committed to using Uzi in the next game. But as a once-off, excellent performance from OMG, all their members.
Yeah, it was beautiful. But ladies and gentlemen, this is, of course, a best of two. Our final match of the night between OMG and M3 is coming up right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and this is Papa Smithy, and we just witnessed M3 getting torn apart.
Absolutely. That's the only way to put it. I believe Cloud was perhaps voted the MVP. Wonderful performance from him on the Thresh. The death sentences, he definitely justified the first-round pick, the first pick with the Jarvan. So much work done, and M3... You pick late game into a pick comp, and that's what you get.
Yeah, almost every death sentence that we saw through now. I think there was one in the bottom lane that was missed, but...
Zoning death sentence.
Yeah, the death sentence onto Dade in the early game, the flash death sentence on him at the end, the death sentence to stop the onslaught of Shadows in the top lane, absolutely insane.
And the OMG cheer section, they're feeling good about this one, Alice, and they should be. And M3 and Dade in particular, blind pick Victor, Ari open. He got punished in that lane by everyone, whether it was... The roams from Cloud, whether it was just cool with the solo kills afterwards, Dade struggled, and he needs to show something different.
Oh, yeah, Dade really needs to reach back into his notebook of champions that isn't all that long. It might be time for the Rise to make another appearance.
I mean, Dade, I feel like sometimes he's unfairly criticized for small champion pool. I would kind of levy that he has champion mastery, and he just hasn't been able to master a new champion outside of perhaps Azir. What has he been working on in solo queue? What has he been working on in scrims? I feel like we haven't got that information with just how many games of Azir and Xerath he played on 5.2 and 4.10. And I just want to see something different, because I know he's got something else to show us.
Well, let's just see what that is. We are in Champion Select. We're not going to see any Thresh or Kalista this game. It has been banned away. OMG actually taking Kalista off the board. They're going to take away Lissandra as well. Just a pretty standard ban there. Rek'Sai going to also hit the bench. And we'll see what OMG does decide to do to round out this ban phase. There is the opportunity to ban away the Gnar, but Zed going to be taken away yet again against Dade.
Very low priority put to the Gnar, you have to say. It fell through picks and bans last series, despite being a core champion for both these teams. I don't feel like the 5.2, 5.3, 5.4 changes really stop the identity of Gnar. It gives him windows to work around, 30-second window from the moment that he falls out of the Mega Gnar form till he can build up that rage again. But at the end of the day, Jarvan, he's in the nerfs, but if you're as powerful as OMG are in the mid game, still such a good pickup. But they're still flexible. They don't need to show any hands, and it's going to be the Janna first pick.
Yeah, sort of when Thresh is unavailable, Cloud will always be picking up that Janna and able to just augment Uzi so much better in that lane. Looper thinking of going back towards that Hecarim, but it might be the pick away here of Cool's LeBlanc. I
mean, LeBlanc has been very, very popular as a first-round pick just because, given all the champion changes, there doesn't seem to be a lot of champions people are comfortable running against LeBlanc. With Lulu banned, she's perhaps the most common counter pick to the LeBlanc. I mean, it's only really been Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath's been the consistent pick throughout the LPL this weekend. Dade, I'm not a big fan of his LeBlanc. He's fine at the champion, but I think he struggles in matchups not used to. If you remember back to when Master 3 played EDG, and EDG played Lux against the LeBlanc, Dade lost that lane quite heavily and just looked lost. I feel like Cool has something he could bring out, or maybe it'll just be the return of that Cho'Gath.
It might be the return of the Cho'Gath. He might just say, well, I had a great game on Ari. Why don't I just play it again?
Skill matchup?
Yep, skill matchup. Just gotta I know all about that matchup, Papa Smithy. I can talk about it. I can be an analyst. Don't you worry. Uzi, though, I mean, you almost got handed a perfect pickup into Lucian led again.
But isn't it wonderful to see Uzi stepping away from the hypercar? It's not quite the Sivir. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm surprised the Sivir's seen such a big drop-off just because Uzi's 7-1 on Sivir this season with a 7.16 KDA, double that of his next highest champion. But they've just fallen away from the Sivir. Sivir in general has been shown up in lane, you'd have to say, though, Atlas. You know, hasn't been that comfortable. People have been trying to lane swap and then opt into lane, and maybe after a BF sword, because she struggles 2v2 in a lot of lanes. Lucian, though, solid laner, very, very consistent, and a great pickup against the Corki. So I do like that as a secondary lock-in for Uzi.
Yeah, and Love City going towards the Nami here, and it is going to be Hecarim in that top lane yet again here for Lupa. You have to think that it's looking a little bit similar as far as both of these lineups are concerned, but Candy does have a little bit more mid-game power in this Corki pick, and they've got more of a disengage flavor with these supports, both of them.
I don't really understand the Nami pickup, though, just because, again, it's usually about disengage for a hyper carry. This is Corki, so it's going to be something very different. Corki's laning phase is already pretty strong. I mean, Lulu in general lanes very good against Janna, so maybe it's just opting in for the 2v2, looking for a confident laning phase. Hecarim managed to dodge a 2v1 last lane. We might actually see the 2v1 come in this game, and you're correct about the Ahri. We've already seen Ahri versus LeBlanc have massive results when the IG versus OMG series, of course, that famous clip of the outplay coming through from, I believe it was Cool's LeBlanc on Rookie's Ari that made it into social media. We're going to see the Ari once again.
We'll just see how this one works out, of course, because Dade hasn't had the best experiences on LeBlanc so far, but you have to think that it'll just have to be better than Victor as far as that matchup is concerned, just in general on paper. And Condi looking to pick up the Lee Sin one more time. And I find this just quite interesting, the fact that they didn't wait to counterpick the mid laner just because they put so much priority on this LeBlanc pick.
We've seen this consistently, though, Alice. Teams are trying to pick up that LeBlanc early because, again, Lulu's banned. A lot of champions have tweeted there isn't a lot of favorable matchups against the LeBlanc. So in this case, Cool gets Ari, and in general, Ari does fine in every lane, so it's a skill matchup. But because LeBlanc's a bit oppressive, just kind of crowding out a lot of the other champions that people are trying to bring to competitive, it just reduces your options. You have to opt into a skill matchup. Again, they had red side last pick, so they didn't have to do this. But again, if Cool gets LeBlanc, we know how good Cool's LeBlanc is. It's just pick it away. You know you're going to get a skill matchup at worst if you're the LeBlanc player. And in general, this is a fight for the mid game. It's amazing that a team that has LeBlanc and Corki probably still OMG have the stronger mid game comp because it's still the Hecarim. We're still looking at a very much a late game focused top lane pickup coming through from Lupa. That's a Hecarim, definitely not LeBlanc in the top lane.
Hey, unless they have gone for some funny business, the Ignite teleport top LeBlanc and the Hecarim mid. And you know, it has been done. Flandre has done
it.
Yeah, it is. It is. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We have got the middle lane horse, potentially. This has been done before, Papa Smithy. This is keen.
There's a pause straight out in this game. Someone has done a funny business.
Someone may have done a funny business, but I want to talk about the fact that both of these things have happened. It's not necessarily a surprise.
Okay, I need to breathe a little bit here. Let's go to teleport Ignite top LeBlanc. The last time I saw teleport Ignite LeBlanc, it was actually a support LeBlanc. If you remember, there was actually, I believe it might have even been Mandu, or maybe it was Alan, who liked to teleport to the mid lane, get aggressive wards down, and then just have the Ignite for lane control. But this is a mistake.
Is it a mistake?
It's a mistake.
Is it a mistake? I don't know, because I like the rampaging horse in the mid lane. Keen does amazing things on that
with
champion.
Flash?
No, I don't necessarily think he takes Flash. I think he may take Ghost, but that's neither here nor there. You can use Flash on a Hecarim. You can just flash into that rampage.
Hecarim has 23 AP.
All right. Way to rain on the parade. I think we may potentially have a remake of this one. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what they're going to do. Like, do they have to play it out? Like, that's the question.
I don't have the answer to that, Atlas. We'll just have to wait and see. The pause timer is on, so we know that at the moment they're obviously conferring. You can see some stony faces in the lineup as we're trying to work out exactly what's happened here, apart from certainly some shenanigans.
Yeah, some shenanigans are going on. Of course, we will find out whether or not they are going to remake the lobby or whether it's going to be the same thing, but...
Okay, it sounds like remake's been announced, so it won't be your dream, Atlas. I know you were so excited for Teleport Ignite Hecarim.
It must have been because he forgot to switch over his runes and masteries. That's what it is. We are still going to get the same matchup, hopefully. No, it won't happen. It won't happen, Papa Smithy, mostly because that would be horrible going into an Ari matchup. That just sounds absolutely awful.
Oh, okay. So full start. Everyone got excited for the start of the game. We're going to have to go through champions and picks again.
Yeah, hopping back in, and we'll just have to go through exactly the same picks and bans as we did last time. No change-up's going to be going on here, but let's discuss this one more time. It's going to be exactly the same top lane matchup, depending on whether or not they manage to get this lane swap, which I could imagine OMG probably don't want because, you know, they've got the Lucian into the Corki. They're pretty happy about that, and of course, Lupa wants to be in that 1v1, so both of these teams probably okay with going into the sort of standard laning situation. Mm-hmm. And we'll just see how this Corki pickup really changes it, because that's the main difference as far as these matchups are concerned.
Look, it's another very comfortable champion for Candy. Candy's definitely been all about the Corki and the Kalista.
Yep.
Hasn't had as much success with the Corki as the Kalista, but then again, has played a lot more Corki, and it's just been indicative of M3's struggling fortunes throughout the season. Looks very comfortable on that champion. The matchup, it's pretty even, though I'd give the advantage to Lucian just because the Relentless Pursuit, so good at dodging the Phosphorus Bomb, gets those early trades in, and you could argue scales better in the late game in that he's a pseudo-tank buster. He's quite good at busting tanks. He's not Jinx necessarily, but just because he's able to apply his passive, which is, you know,
multiple crits as well, yeah.
Multiple crits, exactly. He is able to bust through a tank. It's funny, Lucian used to be like overwhelmingly strong in lane to the point where you couldn't play a lot of AD carries because they couldn't deal with Lucian. They toned down his lane, and now it's only late game where actually the old Lucian really comes through.
Yeah, well, and that's the interesting part because, of course, Lucian was always claimed to be this AD carry that falls off around the late game, but at the moment not necessarily being utilized for that.
Well, the meta picks have been the Greys, have been the Corki, have been the Sivir, have been the champions that are about rotations and early turrets. It's just a relative thing, I think, to some degree, is that Lucian is a bit of a tank buster, has a decent laning phase, especially against Corki, and especially in these specialist matchups, and can still be very powerful. So it's nice to see him back. You know, he was just kind of thrown to the wayside when the nerfs came through, but still has situationally these uses, and Uzi, very practiced on the champion.
Oh, yeah, and still goes for the very standard build here as well. And it is going to be the pickup of the Hecarim in the top lane, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll watch the last second this time.
I'm sorry to say it with such disdain, but I just really wanted to see the middle horse. Middle horse is just able to cross so much distance into any lane that he wants to for those ganks. But Dade is going to be on the LeBlanc, and Looper is taking that Hecarim back into that top lane. Of course, sort of the only changes to come through from both of these sides is the fact that Cloud is on Janna, and the change up of the mid and AD carry, and that's it. Oh, and you know, Love City as well has switched over to Nami.
And
so
it's still a pick
very
comp.
similar.
And still a pick comp coming through from OMG, just not that extra pick coming through from MVP performance on the Thresh coming through from Cloud. So a bit more peel coming through for Uzi. But I mean, Uzi moving to champions like Lucian, champions that do have mobility, that don't require a lot of peel, is a great strategic thing for OMG because they've kind of been pigeonholed on him playing a lot of Vayne, requiring a lot of peel, and they don't usually comp around peel. They don't usually focus on peel. So having a champion like Lucian that is more self-sufficient, but they still find a lot of success in rotations with, that's an important thing for OMG moving towards playoffs.
Yeah, speaking of playoffs, let's get into the game. Let's hop onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we're into our last matchup of the evening with OMG taking on M3. This time, OMG wearing some blue shorts and seeing whether they can make it a 2-0 victory now against what looked like a crippled M3 after that last game.
So I was definitely surprised by the standard laning phase coming through in the first game. I expected to see Looper preyed upon with his lack of flash, you know, with his teleport, ignite, summoner pickups. But there was a standing laning phase. There could be that again, but OMG, they're repeating the procedure at least. They want to get these aggressive wards in at level 1.
Yep, OMG again going to be invading right through, but towards the top side this time. Going to be getting their wards down immediately, trying to spot where the lanes are going to be going. And it looks this time like we have the bottom lane heading towards the top side. So you're right, Papa Smithy. It looks like we might have a lane swap.
Yeah, Hecarim staying in the base, just splitting his options. He still wants to start wolves and then teleport into lane, so nothing will change for the Hecarim. But as you mentioned, the positioning for the M3 bot lane is towards the bot, but the lane swap's been started from OMG. We see they're already looking for some vertical jungling as Lucian stays around the top, but with the blue pills coming through, we can never be 100% sure.
Yeah, you can never know, of course. Minions are going to spawn right now, and so far, OMG are staying towards this top side.
You have to think that given that the only area of the jungle they have exclusive vision, or at least are confident around, is this top side of the jungle, that forces the lane swap. So the lane swap has been initiated surprisingly by OMG, and maybe they'll look to isolate Looper that bit more and try and prey upon the no-escape top laner.
Yeah, and of course, just when you've got Uzi on your side as well, he's just so good at punishing anyone who's trying to get farm. And who better to do it on than the likes of Lucian here as well, when he does, of course, have that passive, the Light Slinger, in order to just get so much extra damage down after his abilities.
So we'll just have to track whether we see the freeze coming through or the aggressive push. With the changes to turrets, aggressive pushing as a strategy compared to, say, Season 3 or the early days of Season 4 has definitely fallen away. We've seen a lot more of the lane freezes coming through, and Dade's actually already hit level 2, so has the level 2 advantage in mid. Definitely going to be looking for a more confident laning phase on the LeBlanc than he managed on Victor.
Most definitely. M3 just watching the minions die here on the bottom side as Loveling is going to teleport in. Sort of the first top laner to make it into this lane swap situation. Not going to continue that jungle follow. Lupa hasn't teleported anywhere just yet. Still continuing around with Condi here as Dade gets a nice burst of damage. Beautiful charm, though, from Cool. He's going to pick him up as he heads back towards that distortion.
Dade's actually running 5 magic resist runes, but no more. Maybe just taking the magic resist from the defensive tree. Very nice trade coming through, but eats a charm into turret.
Yeah, actually, Cool going to flash away, really respecting the distortion that was coming back up here as well. But Dade and Cool going head-to-head so quickly in this game.
And Dade also buying time for the junglers to invade aggressively, take away all the buffs on the red side of OMG's jungle. Dade, you have to say, a lot more confident, playing with a lot more confidence, and now opening up pressure just because Ahri has to play so much more safely pre-level 6 with no flash.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and already having flashed is going to mean that it's so much more possible for Condi to come through as well on Lee Sin, who's an early pressure jungler in himself.
Condi, as you mentioned, already navigating towards the mid lane. You have to think Cool's not going to be interested in any sort of dicing. With the minion wave actually breaking towards Dade's turret, gonna just have to let himself be denied as Uzi showing us a masterclass in minion freezing.
Oh yeah, he's farming some minions well, ladies and gentlemen. Does have 1 CS short of Candy here, but of course it's all about where that wave is positioned at this time, and a lot of CS being denied from Going, and of course Cloud here as well, who's headed down towards that bottom side. Loveling looking to make some impact here as the charm lands yet again. Nice dodge out of the way. And Dade,
Smite used though.
yeah, Dade getting smited there, but I don't think that's the real Dade.
I mean, maybe they just want to force Dade out of lane. He doesn't have any potions, and of course, Ahri's gone for a regen start. So that gank, even the smite coming through from Loveling, successful because it relieves a lot of pressure off Ahri.
Yeah, Dade just so low at this stage. Doesn't actually have any potions just yet, and Cool, he decided to go with a flask, so a lot more sustain.
I didn't even notice it till just now, but now the double Dorans is a very nice first pickup. A lot of early game power purchase just to navigate what is a tough laning phase for anyone against the LeBlanc, except maybe Cho'Gath.
Of course, Cho'Gath is the best champion. Uzi, though, does actually get his freeze broken here a little bit on the top side, as Lupa did manage to get through with some rampages. Love City helping out there. Both of our mid laners have gone back. Fiendish Kodak's going to be picked up from Dade, who now has a 9 CS advantage. Double Doran's Ring is going to be the answer from Cool. So a little bit more as far as that health is concerned, but that is about it here for this Ahri.
It's been very good to see Love City roam top. One of the big advantages Maokai has over Hecarim in a 1v2 is that Maokai can push a wave in from range with the sapling toss. Can even put a second point in the sapling toss, which has high base damage, and try and break the freeze. Hecarim has no options to break the freeze. He's fiercely melee, so you need that support to come in, allow yourself to overextend a little bit, and try and push in Uzi to arrest the freeze. That's why I was so surprised to see standard laning, and it's just that Maokai has so many tools to farm in a 1v2, and Hecarim very, very limited.
That being said, OMG, they do have a pushing wave here, so Lupa is going to be able to pick up at least a little bit of farm. You can see now already does have a little bit of an advantage as far as this lane swap is concerned. Dade heading towards that top side, trying to get some vision down here as well, going to continue shoving out this wave, and that is something that he has in his advantage here this time as well, with that distortion max, with the fact that he has a little bit more AoE wave clear a little bit earlier on. He is going to be able to shove out and roam.
And Dade is able to shove and run, as you say, and Ahri can't follow without ultimate. Finds Loveling in the jungle.
Yeah, flashes over here as well. Misses the chain, but is the Q going to be available? Dade doesn't have back the Q. First blood solo kill for Dade with some beautiful roaming.
And look, a lot of players, they'll fake out of lane just to threaten aggression, but Dade actually comes through, finds Loveling at his gromp. Wonderful play from Dade, and such a night and day situation compared to the previous series.
Yeah, and that just goes to show that this early warding that has been put down, you can see in the blue side jungle of OMG, already the vision was there, and it was to get Dade ahead, and he capitalized on it beautifully. Really beautiful play coming through from M3 this game.
And it's very good to see that confidence, and it all comes from the level 2 trade. It all comes from Cool blowing the flash, only now hitting level 6 and having any sort of mobility. Could not react to the roam coming through from Dade. No wards down to give them any defensive vision. That's just a 3-4 point plan executed brilliantly by Masters 3.
Yeah, teleport actually into the top lane here from Going, switching around to standard lanes as Uzi and Cloud head towards this bottom side. Cool was on his way back down, and Dade did spot him there in the river. Loveling not going to be able to head down through there, as Cool just going to again clear out this wave in mid. Both of our mid laners sort of staying very close on farm, but it's all about who can get the best roam off, who can cause the most impact around this map, because they're not really going to find it against each other in lane unless Cool manages to get a cute little situation here on the side with a charm, but doesn't manage to find it at that instance, and just going to have standard lanes.
But OMG have a massive advantage pulling the trigger on the lane swap, bringing it back to standard lanes, and that they have a freshly shopped BF Sword Uzi. As in the mid lane, Cool's in trouble.
Yeah, that was a beautiful Mimic Distortion to get over the charm there as well as Cool. Blows that ultimate, and Dade knows that his is on a much shorter cooldown than Cool's.
Yeah, Cool does have Flash available now, so maybe we'll be able to navigate away from a secondary all-in. As you mentioned, already halfway off cooldown, and then some is the Mimic at this point. But Corki hasn't shopped. Corki is sitting on 2.1k gold, so to be able to sit in lane with a BF sword against just the Doran Blade, Candy needs to find time to farm, but he needs a lot of pressure to be relieved. Maybe even just a jungle gank to try and force Uzi off this wave, or they're going to lose multiple waves to the turret.
Yeah, and Uzi just has so much pushing power as well, considering the fact that he has that BF sword. He can also use the culling to instantly clear out a wave here at the same time. Just so flexible is this Lucian pick. Candy is making use of his rockets, the fact that he has a little bit more range in order to poke out from, and you can see actually does have a lot of control in this lane.
We'll probably revisit that word wave clear later into the game, as with the LeBlanc and Looper on the HackerM, not a lot of wave clear across M3's team, barring, say, the Phosphorus Bomb rockets coming through from Candy. That might be a strategic hole that OMG will be able to take advantage of when they're pushing aggressively later in the game. But as you mentioned, Candy doing just fine in this lane. No wards down for OMG, so they can't really look to play aggressive, even with the item advantage.
Yeah, Uzi does have a shield on him just there, looking to go a little bit aggressive. Looper going to take an arcane smash to the back of the face, but he's going to be fine. Condi, in the meantime, just going to solo the dragon. Okay. Nice work, Condi.
But what we're mentioning, there's just no defensive wards around. We already said that OMG had control over the M3 had the control of the OMG blue buff. They moved their wards towards the red buff side, so they couldn't actually go in that area, couldn't react to it with aggression, even in the bottom lane, with the BF sword versus Doran Blade advantage, and then just had to let the dragon go down. So M3 stacking advantages, at least earliest. Definitely the reverse of the previous game, but as we mentioned, 10 minutes, only a dragon to show for their advantage.
And that was quite interesting. Two members of M3 actually stacking on top there, but no one from OMG actually going to capitalize on their extra vision that they had, wanting just to keep that ward alive, not give away the fact that there was vision, maybe.
The mid-game comp from M3 definitely coming up trumps against OMG's, and that's despite having a HackerM versus Maokai top lane matchup. HackerM will hit his power spike later than going, but will provide quite a big damage as well as being a very tanky force at the front of a fight. So they'll take that. To be in an advantage with the HackerM top, that's a massive win for M3.
And Dade farming beautifully under this turret here as well, and this LeBlanc does still have a creep advantage as we have a reset in this lane. Negatron Cloak being completed by Cooldo. Loves to be able to pick up that Abyssal Scepter at any stage, and it's just so brilliant to have early magic resist against a LeBlanc.
Absolutely. He's been forced into so many early game items, though. Think about what he's had to pick up to navigate this laning matchup against LeBlanc. Double Dorans, Flask start, as we mentioned, and now the Negatron Cloak. The damage trades will go in his advantage, but Dade has to be careful.
He does. Dade now with a slight level advantage here, though, is Cool. Faking out towards the bottom side. Everything available for both of our mid laners is Dade waiting for that Mimic to come back up, but of course it just basically a regular ability is that ultimate from LeBlanc. And look, it's a very different Cool Ahri this time.
I mean, at this point, Candy might be looking for a straight shop Trinity for sitting on 3.25k gold, 3,250. About 500 gold away from finishing the Triforce. The result will probably be a turret going down as Dade takes an unfavorable trade in the mid, but goes in.
Yeah, it does have the ultimate available here as well. It did just use it once more. Uzi going to be able to have enough pressure to take down this bottom lane outer turret, and that has something to do with the fact that Candy is sitting on a massive chunk of change.
He's going to back now. Won't have enough for the Trinity Force, so awkward back timing. But that was definitely... Oh, he's in the mid lane. Cool's going in.
Yeah, there's the Ignites exchange here as well. Chains do land at the same time as Loveling looks for the kill. Condi tries to find Cool, but Orbit Deception easily enough, and some fancy footwork nets the mid laner of OMG a kill.
Yeah, dies to the return side, the true damage side of the Orbit Deception. Dade still wants an exit kill on Loveland.
Yeah, that's another chain to land, and Dade's LeBlanc, I have to say, has looked so much more impressive this game than any other that we've seen so far in the LPL.
And Condi just looked too bloodthirsty trying to get the kill. Of course, if he managed to register the Dragon Rage kick, he would have got the kill, but did not respect the Orb of Deception returning. That's a mistake from the jungler. And then we already mentioned they take the bot turret from the bad item timings coming through from M3, then just a mechanical mistake from Condi. It's an issue for M3 because they were starting to look good in the first 10 minutes. Suddenly the last 3 moving towards OMG's advantage.
Yeah, but it's nothing to write home about just yet, and we'll see whether M3 can continue the Dragon control. Of course, Condi managing to pick that one up, so the gold not quite indicative of which team is ahead at this stage, just because that Dragon buff is going to be helping out just a little bit. But you're right, I mean, it looks like just a few mistakes early, or a few mistakes just then, that has really made M3 not quite have the control that they used to.
Lucian has his Infinity Edge at 13 minutes. Trinity Force will be completed in the next few minutes from Corki, but Corki staying in bottom lane, isn't able to rotate down and take turrets, and we see a fight.
Yeah, Condi's just getting destroyed here. Cloud's auto-attacking him. Loveling picks up the kill. There's a Cataclysm onto a couple of members as well. Love City so squishy. Looper forced to ult in, and Loveling, he's been ignited. Looper's looking for it. Doesn't have the rampage, but there it is. Picks up the kill. More damage to come down. None available for OMG because that's just a tree and a lady with a stick, and it's just not really the damage-dealing type. But Love City also, this little mermaid struggling to get anything down and going to die to go going.
It is a 2-for-1 trade for OMG. It would have been worse if Ari was able to react. Of course, that was on OMG's side of the river, but Dade able to put out enough pressure that, again, despite finishing the Abyssal Scepter, Cool respected the potential of being assassinated by Dade, didn't return. So it's not the Hecarim falling, but still an advantage to OMG.
Yeah, and Cool now coming through for the dive. There's a twisted advance. Dade's getting melted, as is Looper. Cool looking for it. Doesn't have the last Spirit Rushes. Dade fakes out there with the distortion yet again, as well as Gogoing's getting baited here just a little bit to come under that tower. Condi looking for the last Sonic Wave. Does find it here as well. The charm isn't going to be available. Cloud comes around. Dade picks up the kill. Condi tries to get out, but doesn't manage to. And OMG, I don't even think they're finished yet.
And Dade will get away. Actually, Love City was able to get back to the lane. Has a nice, handy heal available for Dade. Condi, for a second time, went far too aggressive. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but he just keeps walking into no vision areas to get that last bit of damage, and there's always friends to react.
Yeah, it's just a little bit frantic on the Rift here, ladies and gentlemen. Is Dade just going to use his ultimate to clear out this wave in mid, but you can see so much damage already on this outer turret.
And out of nowhere, look at this 3-0-0 is Cool's Ari. How does he do it?
I don't know. He gets to the mid game, and I think there's just some extra numbers that appear there next to his name. I'm not entirely sure how he works it out. And what's also happened is a 2,000 gold lead now for OMG.
And 400 of that gold lead is actually in Cool's pocket, despite a horror laning phase. He's been able to navigate it, and of course the mid game, it's always wonderful for Ari. In this situation, if the charm registers onto Dade, only 35 magic resist, the magic penetrates. It's going to be true damage coming through from the Ari. Definitely going to have to respect it.
Of course, already has true damage available.
That's the thing, but both sides of the Orb of Deception, not just the return.
Yeah, exactly.
At this present time, it's going to be true damage.
Double dipping in the true damage. No worries there at all. The Dragon is now live again. OMG are well aware of it, but there is vision available here for M3, but cute little ward in the back of the pick. Going to spot it out here for OMG, and this might be a mistake for M3 to aggressively go for this one. Loveling looking to come round. It's going down incredibly low. Cool comes over for the steal, but it's Condi that picks it up. The culling to come through. M3, they might be able to escape this one, as OMG are very split in this fight. Dade just killed Uzi?
Yeah, at the bottom, actually, towards the OMG turret, actually assassinated Uzi, who didn't transition with his team, was split away, trying to draw split focus. Dade did the heroic thing, got the assassination. They pick up the Dragon as well. You're right, it looked risky, but with Looper occupying Gogoing's time, wasn't able to react with the, the targeted twisted advance engage. M3 went out.
Yeah, and they pick up their second Dragon here as well. It's a shutout for OMG as far as that's concerned. And I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, because I just didn't see the fact that Uzi had died. It's just a little bit ridiculous.
It was off screen, but it was significant, as you mentioned. Dade now 3-0-0, matching the score coming through from Cool. Lupa has to worry because there's a lot of people walking towards. He sees Cloud clearing this ward, but he has support coming through.
You can see OMG now with so much vision across this map as well. Multiple pinks around everywhere. The top side Lupa where he wants to safely farm. Everything warded out here for OMG, and we'll see whether he's going to be safe up here. Of course, a little bit lower mana, probably wants to head back at some stage. Does have quite a lot of magic resist already built up on this horse, and Uzi this time not looking quite as powerful as he was at this point in the last game. Of course, 0-1-0, very different to the 5-1-0 or something like that he was managing to sit at this stage of the last game.
But ironically, he's still 250 gold ahead. His item timings are definitely on point. Absolutely, it's not going to necessarily be the 3-item Uzi Lucian at 23 minutes into the game, but in terms of at least his lane opponent, he's ahead, so he can't complain too much.
Yeah, it's just not quite as ridiculous as it was. Actually walks forward towards the Aqua Prison, but Dade just pops over the wall and insta-kills him. That's a very dead Lucian. Looper now actually teleporting into the backside. Nice flash from Cloud to get him to safety here, as the Onslaught of Shadows would have spelt his death, but not this time. And I think this is why they picked up the LeBlanc. Make sure that they can just get rid of Uzi at any stage.
The charm was literally a pixel away from registering on Dade. Probably would have died. It doesn't have the magic, like we said. I actually made a gaff. He actually is running magic resist per level rune, so he has 48 magic resist. Not quite true damage on both sides coming through from Ahri. Dade sacrificed the early laning phase for a bit more magic resist later.
Yep, Dade just popping over the side just to say hi to Loveling, but does head back to his distortion there as well, looking for some funny business. The teleport from Going here, though, in the middle of the lane. The Cataclysm onto Condi and Love City. Nice Aqua Prison after Love City does get out. Charm not going to land here as well. Another so close skill shot from Cool. Just missed here as Dade hanging out here in the mid lane as well, looking to potentially go for another assassination, but some revenge for Uzi finally.
Lets you know how long that engage was. That Uzi was able to come back after getting assassinated and pick up the kill, as you say, the revenge kill. That was looking really bad for Going and OMG, because Going used his teleport. He went back and bought home guard ganks just for that gank. Couldn't pick up a free kill, but got the exit kill to somewhat justify the purchase. He's stuck between, what, 3-4 items with his build right now. Doesn't have a lot of completed item power, and M3 need to be careful.
Yeah, Condi just walked through and got charmed and just destroyed here, as well as Candy's looking to try and make something happen, but Condi can't be doing moves like that. They lose the inner turret here as well. As Candy now trying to get some poke on the way out, but they can't do anything now without Condi there, because they're a man short.
And Looper had already used his big cooldown, his only CC engage, the Onslaught of Shadows. That was flashed away from Cloud earlier in the fight, so he didn't even have any engage coming through from his horse. So again, Condi, some of his decision-making this game has been very poor. Already died 4 times in 20 minutes. He really needs to start playing a little bit more conservatively, even though his team lacks initiation unless people are face-checking Dade or the perfect Onslaught of Shadows comes through. He's overextending for those engages and paying for it.
Yeah, well, it's true. Dade now, though, has picked up that Rabbidan's Death Cap. Still able to insta-kill Uzi here, who might need to look to pick up some magic resist.
On the skin.
He does. He does. I meant it. Didn't actually. As Cloud, he's going to discover that Death Cap for himself. Ignite going to help out, and Dade is going to auto-attack Cloud there as well after another distortion. Uzi has to be careful, despite the fact that Dade does have a few of his abilities on cooldown, still has his ult.
Yep. The ult's on a very short cooldown to begin with, but didn't have to use his ult in that kill. I assume that's why he flashes. He didn't want to get it on cooldown in case there was another potential kill to pick up. Lucian is very aggressively positioned.
Yeah, he does have his Scrying Orb. Spots out 3 members here as well, and Loveling waiting in the wings. Candy sort of hanging out in no man's land, as Cool is searching for some equestrian food here in the top lane. Just going to put a ward down there as well, and Looper is going to be able to potentially back safely, but nothing going to come from this situation. Sapling gets thrown in, and Looper is going to canter away.
There's so many cost-effective items being finished on both top lanes, although the Spirit Visage is a big first pickup coming through from Going. Given that Rod of Age has fallen away as a viable pickup, people are just holding onto the Catalyst that much longer, eventually going to turn it into a Righteous Glory, but needs the Spirit Visage to try and navigate the damage coming through from Dade.
Yeah, and it allows him to sort of trade a little bit better as well. Augments his passive there on the auto attacks in lane. So I like the pickup just in general on Maokai, and I just like Spirit Visage. I think it's
so much of the team's kills on Dade, 5 out of 6 kills. You can see he's just camping unwatered brushes, or in this case, a brush he hopes is not watered, to try and pick up exit kills, just to buy time for his team to farm. They need Candy to pick up another item, for example, the Blade of the Ruined King that he's finished on, because nobody's really team fight ready for M3 other than Dade.
Dear. Dade might find Uzi here as well. There's the Q to land, just relentlessly pursues out of it. He's going to be okay.
Yeah, maybe needed to distortion, just go for the chains. Would have lost a lot of DPS doing that, but that was probably the only way to pick up Uzi. Wasn't aggressively walking towards that brush. Would have been arrested a lot of the momentum for 40 seconds or so, but it's going to be definitely a challenge at the Dragon. This will be the third Dragon coming through from M3 if they can take it.
Yeah, it's actually going to get started up here from one of Candy's rockets as OMG looking to try and contest this one. 3,000 gold is the lead for OMG. They have the items to do this one. Sapling's getting thrown in as well as Looper. Tanking up the Dragon here just a little bit. Distortion going to be thrown out. There's the ultimate actually from Dade, just trying to deter Loveling from coming through here. And OMG now with the aggro of the Dragon. Is it going to be M3 making it in for the steal? It's resetting. This Dragon doesn't know what to do as there's a twisted advance onto Looper. He's just getting exploded. Cool's going to pick up the Dragon. Looper actually fears him over the wall, but the Cataclysm and Uzi able to sit in the back line. This is a whitewash now for OMG. Only Loveling dead. Dade is going to fall at the same time, and an ace for OMG. Just beautiful play.
We talked about it, Atlas. The items in the front line are not there to complement how strong Dade is. Dade is ready for a fight, but there still wasn't the Frozen Heart just being completed by Looper now. Condi exploding in the front after a very trying early game where he's died multiple times. The difference between the front lines, Going lived and was able to tank up that extra damage with the ultimate. The Vengeful Maelstrom. M3's front line just exploded, even with the exhaust riding on Uzi. And Dade, there's only so much he can do.
Yeah, and you've got to put it down a lot to Loveling building this Juggernaut, because the fact that Loveling was dead, as was cool, but the fact that Loveling died means that he tanked up his entire health bar, which was massive because of the pickup of that item.
I feel like if you have consistent damage from the mid lane, okay, if you have burst, then maybe go for the Warrior Enchant just so that your EQ and your ultimate for Jarvan do more damage. When you have consistent damage, and speaking of damage, Condi face checks another brush.
Safeguard to come through. Cloud takes a lot of damage though, forced to McHale's himself as well. Candy comes around. M3 might be able to get something out of this. Slowing going with that Blade of the Rune. Oh my goodness, Uzi getting destroyed here by Dade's combo, but is it going to be enough? Oh my goodness, Uzi just explodes Condi as he comes through, but does die for it. There's the rocket to finish off Going as well. But Cooley's not finished, and Loveling's looking to start something up. OMG, we'll see whether they can get some revenge kills as M3, now with a man advantage, look to push this top lane.
Yeah, they have to respect the damage coming through from Cool. He still has his ultimate available. They're pushing as a 5-man group. Looper is just about to get the Onslaught of Shadows off cooldown. They're able to stay as a unit, as we say, and they're going to get some advantages.
Yeah, be able to pick up some more objectives here potentially as they keep shoving out this wave. Of course, OMG just waiting for their last two members to respawn. Going can teleport in as well. Dade looking for Cool, but isn't going to be able to find it. As Loveling actually going to EQ over here as well, as Looper does have his ultimate, decides to hold on to it here as well. Ebb and Flow doing so much work in the backside. Cool does come aggressively forward. Uses that Spirit Rush. There's a lot of damage as well. Dade gets destroyed as in comes Going. And Candy and Looper even the same, as just Going's ridiculous on this champion. Another charm lands, and that was just an overstay from M3.
You can see why Going loves the Maokai, because the difference between a teleport engage from Maokai and a teleport engage from Looper is so different. With the twisted advance, the targeted engage, so tanky in the backline. They pick up the exit kills. It looked like OMG were too aggressive trying to pick up this enemy red, but it's just traded advantages. Now OMG once again in the advantage. Uzi takes away that buff. His level of power, he's got the 380 carry items, and only just finished is the Blade of the Ruin King on Candy.
Yep, that being said, I mean, 4,000 gold's the lead now for OMG. At this stage of the game, it was basically over for M3 in our last meeting. So things going better, but I mean, you're right, Uzi. He's back to those 3 items yet again at this stage.
And all I can take away is, again, when it's the cool on the Ahri, when they have consistent damage from the mid lane, not just burst, and then, of course, you have an AD carry who's doing fine in the mid game like Uzi, go that Juggernaut. Just be more of a front line, because all his team needs is a front line. All Dade needs is a front line to some degree, because he's doing consistent damage to some degree as well, especially as he moves towards level 16. But the difference in front lines, thanks to the Juggernaut, is so considerable that Dade and Candy just have no time to do damage, because their front line is exploding.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And OMG, I mean, look at Going here, though. Going's had an absolutely incredible performance this game on this Maokai. He's 14 of the 16 kills that are on the map, always managing to use that teleport brilliantly. And augmenting his team to the point where he's almost unkillable at this stage, almost has that Frozen Heart as well as the Spirit Visage. and the Catalyst as well. I mean, he's just going to be so huge.
And although Lupa has nice item pickups, Spirit Visage, Frozen Heart, both excellent items on Hecarim, if you're going to justify picking the Hecarim that only really has one form of CC with the ultimate, the Onslaught of Shadows, you kind of need the burst from the Trinity Force because he just doesn't do as much with those items as Maokai would with them.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Condi actually looking to come around. Is he going to be able to pick up the steal here? No, Lovelink secures it. And Condi, he's definitely dead. Lupa right in the back there, as well as the Monsoon healing up the members of OMG. We do have some kills coming through for M3, though, on the backside, but Cool just has so much DPS. Pops the Zhonya's. Candy goes overly aggressive, and it's another ace for OMG.
Even with Candy auto-attacking over the ridge, he was actually able to get a lot of auto-attacks off that fight just because he was safe from the OMG group. Cool's consistent damage after Uzi was assassinated is still very high. That's why it's respected. That's why we see the Juggernaut coming through. And OMG are going to push through and take an inhibitor.
Yeah, all too easy here as well. Now with the Baron Creeps at their backs. And Condi's alive again, but 1-7-6. He's had a horror of a game this game on this Lee Sin, and it's not because he's necessarily played badly, it's just that he's been caught in his own jungle over and over again and punished.
I think those have to be related points, though, Atlas. He's just been too aggressive in his positioning. Maybe he's getting called into too aggressive engages, but when he goes in, he's been preyed upon multiple times. There's been picks across the map. Again, if you're engaging on Cool, if you're engaging on Going or Loveland, they all have pick CC. And if you go too far aggressive, how many times has he face-checked multiple members and died, overextending for just that last auto, just that last Dragon Rage kick? And he's been preyed upon in the jungle.
Yeah, well, that is the thing. That being said, 10 seconds now on the Dragon. M3 looking to try and get something down here as Dade is hanging out, maybe wanting to go for an insta-kill onto Uzi, who hasn't built up a shred of magic resist yet. Dragon does spawn, immediately started now for M3. Nice scrying orb from Uzi just to let OMG know exactly what's going on. Ardenplay is going to light everything up as well. Howling Gale coming through, and now Gogo going to start off this fight. Look at him right in amongst everything. Dade just gets destroyed incidentally as Lupa going to try and escape with that ultimate. Ebb and Flow does help keep Condi alive a little bit, but Love City, you are so dead, buddy. That is almost cruel as Cool's going to pick up that Cool. Loveling as well, now with the Cataclysm as well. The Monsoon so aggressively placed from Cloud, and Candy, the last man standing. No, Lupa's still alive, but he is cantering the opposite direction.
Yeah, Lupa with this, where he just doesn't do enough for his team. He doesn't have the CC to draw aggro, of course, consistently with the Twisted Advance and all the damage reduction, doing massive things in the fight. And all Lupa's relegated to is just proxying the wave.
Yeah, and this is just ridiculous as well coming through from Cool. It's beautiful. He's realized that the people he wants to kill are going to be Candy and Dade, and they have no magic resist, so he's just built flat magic penetration. He's got every form of it he can possibly find, and he's tearing through these squishy members.
I mean, that's the optimal build for the mid game. Of course, it doesn't necessarily scale into the late game, but M3, I don't think they're going to be reaching any late game point with so much consistent damage coming out from Cool, with so much damage in general coming out from OMG. M3, they had Dade to look to. The rest of their members very much struggling in terms of build. They need a Trinity Force on Lupa. They need so many items across the board. Dade, three AP items. He's strong, but you know, he already tried to roam and look for assassination kills. He'll now get the outer turret. He just doesn't have any friends to back him up.
Yeah, decent kick coming through there, and a nice Aqua Prison is going to save the lives of some members of M3, but not going to be helpful as Gogoing's going to teleport in behind Candy here as Cool's looking for him. The Valkyrie to come down as well, but there's the Twisted Advance that finds the Corki. Gets charmed as well. Does manage to use the Mikhails nicely there, does Love City, but OMG are just tearing through this base. Uzi's just going to kill him on his Nexus. This is ridiculous.
And Dade does steal away the enemy blue, but that's the least of any of the
Good
advantages
trade.
you could get.
Good trade. Not bad at all. Picked up the blue buff. Excellent. Excellent. That is not going to be enough. It's a 12,000 gold lead now for OMG. And we were talking about this before. I mean, 27 minutes into the game, it was 4,000 that's the lead, and now it's stretched out by 8,000. This is ridiculous. OMG, they just know when they can turn it on.
And it's worth noting that at 12 minutes, it was actually M3 that was in the advantage after Dade had snowballed in the mid lane. We talked about Dade's assassination kill on the level 4 Loveland in his jungle. They just weren't able to translate that mid-game pressure into an advantage in the late game. All the gold was on Dade. Only so much you can do on the Assassin LeBlanc. And Dade, He's not done. He wants to pick up some kills, and he really wants to kill Cloud again.
Yeah, he's hunting for Cloud here as well, as the minions are actually doing a lot of damage to Dade. Nice Mikhails as well, as Dade's going to die. Oh my goodness, going picks up that kill. Another twisted advance onto Condi here at the same time. MVP minions for OMG as the Righteous Glory comes through and slows down this Lee Sin. He's now going to die to Cool in that Orb Deception, and I think Dade may have given up.
I think that's probably the fair thing to say. Now he's got another Needless Large Rod on top of everything. Looper's got no flash, no ultimate. Just buying time for Cool to catch up to this horse.
Yeah, sort of auto-attacking, not really doing too much, but the charm lands, and this Ari is definitely doing everything. Uzi comes through. I think he managed to land at least one of those, of the culling there, and OMG again with another shutout performance. It didn't quite look the same as the first game, but again, it's not looking like too much that M3 can do. Dade's going to explode. There he goes. And a nice Aqua Prison just to save things for Love City. He was trying so hard. There's not so much he can do. The last Nexus turret's going to fall down, and OMG just looked too strong.
Absolutely. On to patch 5.4. They're up to their old tricks, but doing it even better than before. Uzi picks up another kill. The Nexus not dying. They want to pad their stats more, but that'll be the game.
Yeah, and Uzi also had sort of a casual recurve bow on top of the extra Bloodthirst that he managed to pick up. Some cool items coming through. Maybe he wanted to go for that Hurricane Lucian build.
The Hurricane Lucian. Could have been the Wits End Atlas. Don't forget about the Wits End.
Does Lightslinger actually work with Hurricane? Do you get 2 extra shots?
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm going to have to start building Hurricane Lucian.
Off to solo queue you go, Atlas. But that's the win to OMG. M3, we wonder if they would step up. They've had good recent results, but against one of the top teams in the league, they're found wanting. Dade, at least in the second game, showed that his LeBlanc mechanics are on point, but OMG, they return to the pick style. They don't even really adjust the team at all from 5.2, but they look wonderful playing the pick style that they're so well known for.
Yeah, and Uzi was definitely on form today. So fantastic to see him back on the Lucian, back in control as well, back looking like he's in charge. Really brilliant performance from him this game, but Cool was just such a monster on that Ari. What was it in the end? 12, 1, and 15? In back-to-back Ari performances that were just absolutely beautiful to watch, even though it was quite difficult in that early game. Cool, you have to say, is one of the best players in the LPL.
So what did we learn about OMG? That's the big takeaway that I take away from this series. Okay, Cool's still good at Ari. That hasn't changed. Patch 5.4 is not going to change anything there. But it's important to note that moving Uzi onto a mid-game carry, onto the Lucian, which has a bit of self-peel, that worked very much strategically. OMG looked very at home with Uzi for the first time in many weeks, since about week 2, since the Sivir comps that they were running so well. So at least now they know, moving into playoffs, Sivir, Lucian, some of those early game carries, those guys that don't need all the peel he's used to from Starhorn Royal Club, those are viable strategic options for OMG, and that can only help them against top teams like EDG, LGD, and other teams they'll find in the playoffs.
Yep, but ladies and gentlemen, that does bring us to the end of the night of day 2 of this week of the LPL. On behalf of myself, Papa Smithy, Spawn, and Pastry Time, and of course our whole production crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.